Who the heck is PepTalks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. PepTalks. 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 Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. PepTalks. PepTalks.
Who the heck is PepTalk?
They want our women. They want our children.
PepTalks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
PepTalks.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
PepTalks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
PepTalks.
We found weapons of mass
PepTalks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from PepTalks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to High on Politics Wednesday edition. Hope you guys are doing well. We are at the hump. Do the hump to hump. Oh, do the hump to hump. I had to. Cringe early. All right, guys. Well, we gotta address the elephant in the room here. New thumbnail. All right, so I was watching this video breaking down like Midas Touch, like the way that they do things. And I am, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going for it. I'm going to experiment a little bit. Did it work? I mean, Pinkerbell, first comment here from Pinkerbell. That's a great thumbnail. Thank you. I appreciate that. Like I said, we are going to we're going to toy with some things. You know, hey, what could the title mean? I don't know. God. Full clickbait pep here, man. Oh, man. Yeah, I kind of feel douchey for doing it, but whatever. If I felt douchey and then quit what I was doing, then I don't think I'd be here, to be completely real. But hope you guys are doing well. Reverend, I'm literally coming. Dude, I love my theme song is the shit. Like, I love my theme song. Is it funny, like, or is this bad that when I hear, like, when I cue it up, I kind of follow along with it, but it always brings a smile to my face. I appreciate that. Bro, here's the important political question. If you talk for 5 minutes and walked around for an hour, how wide is this? I don't know. You are asking the wrong question on this one, or to the wrong person, I should say. I don't know. I'll tell you what would happen. I would go outside. I would stare, I would look up, and then I'd realize the sky's blue. There's birds. There's stuff. Look at that. Oh, it's very relaxing. Thank you for taking me to that theoretical happy place of just going outside and, you know, touching grass a little bit. But yeah. Hey, I do have like a thing here. I don't care what you're like. I can't even say your name, but hey, Inglés, please. I do appreciate when you guys keep to that. Mostly because I'm not gonna put in the effort to translate. So yeah, please chill on the spam. Yes, chill on the spam. Well, I mean, you literally said, let's see, bro. Yeah, chill out, man. I literally acknowledge you. Hello, welcome to the show. Real quick, want to address something that I did today. While I was out doing my other stuff, I was able to take some time before I hopped on, and I got to watch The Boys season finale, or the series finale. I'm just going to say this. I'm not going to spoil a thing. I'm happy with it. I'm very, very happy with it. It ended so much better than the comic, so if you guys are worried that the series finale was going to be a letdown, just go into it knowing you will likely enjoy it. Now, it depends on what your expectations are, as far as, what characters you like, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, we'll see. But if you guys do watch it, chime in chat and let me know what you guys thought, because I'm trying to kind of take get some feelers out and kind of figure out like how everybody feels about this, because I saw a few reviews after I was able to watch it, and man, I kind of feel like the internet is going a little hard at it. Like, it was kind of the same thing with Stranger Things. Stranger Things, it just seemed like no one was happy, you know, except for me. Like, I was very happy with the way that Stranger Things ended. I thought They did a great job. And honestly, I don't need every show to be fucking Game of Thrones anymore. I don't need, like, that's my biggest thing, is this idea that it's just going to be another Game of Thrones series finale where it's just like, oh, you know what? I don't want to even try to think that there's going to be, like, not even a happy ending, just something that, you know, like just a solid ending. Game of Thrones was not a solid ending. Game of Thrones sucked. I'm gonna just say it. I know. Hot take. But also, yeah, guys, sound off in chat here because my chat just locked up again. Spam one in chat if you can hear me. Uh-oh. Stream? Okay, I'm not getting any read on stream being down. What the hell? Okay, there we go. Thanks, guys. I appreciate that. I needed that. All right. I can see it in my studio. Like, I can see it in my YouTube studio, but I can't see it on my OBS. Shit. The book Game of Thrones ending sucks so bad. It hasn't ended. I know what you're doing here. All right, sorry guys. Yeah, like the stream on your way in. Double tap the screen, subscribe. Sorry guys, I am actually working out this chat box situation. Come on. Don't give me this guff today. I need this to work. I did the stream like this on Friday, where I was just reading it off of the studio. It's kind of difficult, not gonna lie. There we go. Got it. I got it. We're back in business. Sweet. All right, so yeah, I covered the boys. Boys was good. I was pretty happy with it. I'm gonna just say there's one scene specifically that I fucking how do I say this? It made me hug my dog. Like, it was one of those scenes where I was just like, I love you so much. Speaking of the dog has turned into the cat today. Look at him behaving. We'll see how long this lasts. Man, he was being a pain in the ass yesterday. That carried over after stream, too. He was being just, oh my god. But everybody say hello to Lito. I hope you guys enjoy. Mortal Kombat's last day in theaters is today? Didn't it just come out on the 8th? What is going on? Okay. Well, I just got the official notification. Sorry, my buddy, he's like, I might go see Mortal Kombat tonight. It's the last night in theaters. It's like, no way. I guess that's just, you know what, I hate this. I really do hate this. I hate when, like, a trailer comes out for a movie I really want to see. Like, I really wanted to see Mortal Kombat. I really want to see Mando and Grogu. I know, I'm one of those guys. And yeah, man, like, I want to see Street Fighter and a few other movies, but I have a feeling I'm not going to make it. Also, Pew Pew, hello. Welcome to the show. Pew Pew 6767. God, that's the new generation's, like, way of doing, like, 420-6969, or you guys remember when it would be like it was like, or triple, like the double X or triple X, where it's like XX sweetheart cutie XX. Yeah. You saw Mortal Kombat 2 in theaters last weekend. Gave it a 6.5 out of 10. Uh-oh. What was wrong with it? Try not to spoil it, but what was the deal? I thought, like, I've heard from a few people that I really respect their opinions that it was just like a popcorn, like, it was a popcorn flick, which I love those. I love going to the theaters and just turning my brain off. I don't need to read Tolstoy when I am fucking watching a movie. I don't need to think that fucking hard. God damn. I remember, I think it was Sam Cedar that was going on about the Avengers movies, and I firmly disagree that he sucks. I think actually no, I'm pretty sure it was either Emma or Matt that was really shitting on it. I think it was Matt now that I think about it. But yeah, calling it just trash and just being like, oh, it's very lowbrow, blah blah blah. Oh, these people that watch it, a bunch of adult children, blah 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 blah. It's like, dude, number one, all right, sneakerhead. Like, again, you have a fucking closet full of sneakers that you've worn once. I don't understand that shit, so calm down with fucking ripping on people's hobbies. Number two, it's like, yeah, just learn how to enjoy shit. This is why they're miserable fucks. This is why every time I listen to the Majority Report, it's just Emma and Matt. It's one of the most miserable fucking shows. I can't stand that shit. And the thing is, it's like, I'm 100% in agreement with the stuff that they're talking about, but it's just the fact that they will not fucking allow themselves to feel joy or to like go to the fun. Like, one of the things that really bugged me during the election season was anytime they went to the fun half, it somehow was more intense than the previous show. So the fight scenes were good. It kept me entertained, but the acting was meh at times, but whatever. Bad acting in a Mortal Kombat movie? All right. You know what? I don't have the highest expectations. Maybe that's why I'll likely enjoy it. But damn it. Was it better than Mortal Kombat, the one from the 90s? Give me your true feelings on this one. Don't hold back. A surprise coffee today. I guess my mother-in-law she ordered something wrong and they gave her a free coffee, so I was just like, I will take that. Also, just a quick update. Uni is upstairs recovering. She everything went well today. Yeah, colonoscopies, no fun. No fun at all. Sounds like sounds like that whole, like, the worst part I think for her was being so hungry and then waking up this morning not being able to drink water. She was miserable. Oh, let's see. Roman Theo. How you doing, man? I'd like to share my happy story. I live in Russia, and a couple of years ago, I set a goal to visit the United States as a tourist, and now, after 3 years, you finally did it. Hey, where'd you visit? I hope you had fun. You know, as much as our country has its problems, we do have a pretty kick-ass country. You know, we got a lot of different shit. That's the one thing I do like about America over, like, European countries is, like, even when I went to Europe, like, the architecture and everything is great, and I love the culture, like going from France to England, Scotland, even though I literally passed through Scotland. I did the essentially did the thing where it was just like, hey, we have to go here, and it's like we were in it for like a minute because it was like over back across the border. But I still can say that I have set foot in Scotland. Also went to Amsterdam. Now it's really, really cool, but it all feels very the same. Whereas in America, goddamn, if you're used to that, you come here, it's culture shock for sure. Because like you can go to New York, and then as you start leaving New York, you're just like, well, this is different. And then every state has just such a different vibe. Except for Ohio. Let's see. Rural Ohio is the exact same as rural Indiana, and the exact same as rural, well, no, Iowa, actually, I would argue, because you start kind of going, like, up a little bit, you know what I mean? And also, like, into Nebraska, which, yeah, Iowa and Nebraska are pretty much the same. You definitely get the vibe of, like, why they call it flyover country, but, yeah, the cities are all fucking way different, and that's what I really, really enjoy. Definitely a melting pot. Sitting here. You got me sitting here glazing America, dude. You did something that I thought was just not possible. I'm playing. You've never left Canada, not once? Really? I've been to Canada many, many times. Been to Alberta, Toronto. I just got to say Winnipeg was shit. I did not like Winnipeg. Winnipeg actually had a very Nebraska feel where it was just like, wow, there's just like not a whole lot there. Still at work just listening? Oh, thank you, Anna. I appreciate that. Well, when you get off work, you know what's up. You gotta pack them bags and you gotta come and join us on our trip. I like that you contributed that, by the way. Pat yourself on the back for that. That one's stuck. Ouch, really, Nebraska? Hey, what? What, you gonna get mad at me for calling out Nebraska for being cornfields? Like, come on now. The lower the population density, the less culture there generally is perceived to be. Well, it's not just, well, rightfully so. Honestly, it seems to me that big cities in U.S. and Russia are actually quite similar. Oh, are they? See, I've never been to Russia. I have to be completely fair here. So, you have a meeting after work. Oh, well, can you at least, can you be there for propaganda? Got a special hour planned with propaganda of kind of just chilling. Yeah, it's going to be live tonight, by the way. So if you guys have not already followed on this space, we have a little project over there. It's awesome. You guys should really come check it out. I have an exclusive hour called Propaganda, a little bit of a different show. What time is that? I go live 8 o'clock Central, so 9 Eastern. That's what I call it, primetime propaganda. But also, yeah, if you guys have not already subbed to the channel, all right, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to just go in. I'm going to go for it. I was right. Actually, I'm going to restart that because I think that this will be a segment. Hold on. Let's bring this here. Let's bring this here, too. Okay. All right. I was right. So, the last few streams, I've kind of noticed that there was a little bit of a drop-off. And when I say a little bit, I mean a lot of it in comparison to where I was before. I didn't take any streams off. And I started thinking, oh, was this like a shadow ban situation? What's going on here? Well, no. I have had it all but confirmed that this is happening to pretty much every progressive creator right now. So when I was saying that I think that the YouTube algorithm is deprioritizing leftist and progressive news, I think I hit the nail on the head because I randomly saw that the Ring of Fire, which I didn't even know that Farron Cousins left, but it's Farron Cousins, right? Yeah. So yeah, I saw that Ring of Fire put out a video where they were addressing this, and initially when I saw that Farron wasn't even there and they're talking about like a viewer drop off, I was a little skeptical where I was just like, I don't know about that. That seems, I don't know. That's very speculative. And on top of it, you know, this could just be a thing with the algorithm, but no, it's not just coincidence, man. For the smaller YouTubers like me to essentially be the first ones to get hit too. That's the bitch of it. They're literally trying to push me out. They're trying to push us, like, all of us out. Anybody that's on this space, they are trying to make sure that it's like, no, go get a second job, third job if you have to. Like, no more content creation for you guys because, yeah, you might, like, or you guys might want to shift to the other side. Wink, wink, snarl, snarl. Hence why I'm trying the thing with the thumbnail crap and all this, because realistically, that's what we got now. And apparently the ones that are not getting hit as bad are like the Midas touch and shit like that. Roy, nobody really cares, man. You know what? Here. Take 10 minutes. Go calm down. Honestly, I don't care about your right-wing shit right now. I really don't. I don't care about any of that. I'm talking about something that's going to impact most people, because if you're only able to get one side, that actually is bad for you too. Because the more that people have the one side, they're going to start recognizing that one side is at fault. Somebody had said this yesterday about like the Thomas Massie thing, like what happened in Pennsylvania, which we'll go into that later. But they were saying specifically that the right wing is shooting itself in the dick because they're not going to have anybody to blame anymore. And that they kind of need that. That's where I was saying that my theory is that Trump actually wants the Democrats to win because he wants to be able to blame them. And honestly, he's good at that, and it's effective. It really is. I mean, look at the fact that you can see just through his first term and also like through Biden's term where the spikes came in his popularity. It's something that the Democrats have to wake up and, smell the fucking coffee on that. Wasn't this a Project 2025 bullet point? Yes, it was. It's almost like if you actually like read the thing and kind of cared about what the strategy was like with the Republicans and the right wing, that and we kind of knew that this was coming. But oh my god, my fucking neighbor. All right, sorry. See, that's what sucks is I was on a nice little roll there, and then Stan is going completely nuts on the neighbor. But yeah, like I was saying specifically about having like no opposition, especially like on a place like YouTube. Like, could you imagine watching like an Andrew Wilson debate and it's just constantly him debating a right winger? Because that's what you're about to get. I don't think that you guys want that. Deep down, I know you guys think you want that, but then they come for you. Because you're not right enough. And I've been saying this since the advent of reading Project 2025, where it's just like, okay, so NSPM 7, if this is actually enacted and they start locking up leftists, it's like, all right, there goes America. That's literally the death of liberty. I know you guys don't like Democrats and you guys don't like, the people who vote against the Republican Party, but you would be very, very stupid to think that that's a good thing to start locking up your own citizenry. Because I can't say this enough, you're next. To quote Goldberg, wait, why would people be locking up? Look up NSPM 7. That's all I'm going to say. NSPM 7. That's on you to learn about. I'm not here to do that anymore. Like, if you guys don't know about it, then I'm going to just tell you to go look it up, read it, and then get back to me. Because they're pretty much telling you exactly what is going to happen. So, all right. Might help if I actually had this. All right. So, with that being said, I do. There we go. Have the video of Ring of Fire covering this and where we are at, because right now I'm literally seeing it.
Guys, I need to break the fourth wall for just a second. If you're watching this video, you're part of a shrinking
Pep, you are the streamer. It is kind of your job, just saying. True.
club. Not because our show
All right, fair enough. Not now. After this segment, then I'll cover
is
it.
shrinking, not because our subscribers are shrinking, because YouTube is quietly making it harder and harder for videos like ours to land in front of you, or frankly, in front of anybody new, or anybody at all. And it's not just us. This is happening across pretty much every progressive YouTube commentator you watch. So this story here is about us and about all of us. And I'll have to tell you about the company called Alphabet, whose biggest donor relationship took an interesting turn. I'll tell you about that in a second. But internally here at Ring of Fire, we have been talking about this in our editorial meetings on this team for weeks, maybe months. We watch the numbers. We run the A/B tests. We ask.
The thing is, YouTube tells on themselves by giving you the impression rates. If they didn't do that, I don't think that a lot of us would have a lot of ground to stand on, because we'd just be like, well, this is weird. We have nothing to compare it to. But they literally give us the tool.
Ourselves the same questions over and over again. Why are the numbers down?
Mm-hmm.
And then a couple of days ago,
that's why I think I'm going to start labeling all of my upcoming videos either comedy or entertainment.
I saw Farron Cousins, our friend.
This is the nice part about being me and making this a personality-based show.
The predecessor here at Ring of Fire, he sat down and did a video about this problem. And
yeah, YouTube tried to tell me that I don't watch political content. They think we're stupid. Well, that was the thing. Yeah, you guys remember the year in review? I had the same thing happen to me, where it was just giving me like the entertainment channels that I watch and the wrestling channels that I watch. Not a single political channel showed up.
Listening to him talk through the problem was like hearing someone else.
And it's so convenient that that happened right after they donated $1 million to Trump.
Read your own diary out loud. Farron's seeing the same thing we see, confirming the same thing we've been saying for weeks. And what is everyone in this sphere seeing? Things that normally work in our favor aren't.
Yep.
When we have great content, when you engage with it, YouTube is still ignoring it. And when YouTube does show one of our videos to a human being, the human beings like you click. Our click-through rates are not just above average, they're way above average.
Yep.
They're doing the job. We're doing the job. You are doing your job. But the impression rate, that's where YouTube shows how often they're showing one of our thumbnails to anybody in the first place.
Yep.
It's at an all-time low. The faucet is closed. And I see this in the comments. I see you guys. Some of our biggest fans will comment, I've hit the notification bell, I subscribe, I do everything you asked me to do, and you're still not in my feed.
There it is. There it is. That's the thing that got me to go, holy shit, this is happening to all of us.
And I want to address something with you guys, by the way, about our thumbnails, because you may have noticed. Our titles, they can be loud. Our thumbnails, a little bright, bigger text, named targets in the headlines, Trump's face in 3/4 of them, bright yellows, bigger fonts. And I want to tell you, that's not us
I literally took what he said and I was just like, I'll use that.
being clickbait. That's us just trying to get through YouTube's throttle. Every single video, every single day, every single week, our team is running tests. Headline A versus headline B. Thumbnail with Trump's face on it versus a thumbnail with a chart. Loud versus quiet, specific versus general. And we're doing these tests constantly because the algorithm shifts under our feet. What worked Monday might not work today.
Yeah.
What worked last month may get completely ignored. So we are solving a constantly shifting puzzle in real time with our editors, our researchers, and frankly with you.
No, they're trying to shut everybody down. And like I said, this impacts me.
And all
Like,
we're trying
I'm one of the first people that is going to get hit, like, and essentially, I'm going to just say it. I have been toying with getting a second job because this isn't doing the, you know, it's no longer getting the numbers that it did before. It's not getting, like, the growth is essentially done. Yes, I have a very, very, you know, supportive base here, and I do, like, genuinely like love and appreciate all of that from you guys. Like, thank you so much. But realistically, that's just,
to do is get our
this fucking sucks, guys.
information in front of you. Because if
You know,
nobody
I've done a lot of joking here about how I should have started a wrestling channel, or like I should have started, you know, an entertainment channel or something completely different.
sees the story, nobody learns the truth. And nothing in this world changes. When you click, every click is a vote that content matters. Every comment is a louder vote. Every share is a fist fight with the algorithm. So if you see a thumbnail and think, oh man, that looks a little loud, just know that the loudness has a job. And the troubling part here is that the problem seems to be on the progressive side of YouTube.
Yes, this is not happening to the right wingers.
A lot of us talk. David Pakman, Sam Cedar over at the Majority Report, the Young Turks, Farron. We all see the same pattern. Videos that should be hitting hundreds of thousands of views are getting tens of thousands. Some not even cracking 10K.
Yep.
And meanwhile, cable news ratings are going up, which tells you it's not a slow news cycle.
No.
People want to see this stuff.
They're just not putting it out.
YouTube is just deciding not to show it to you. Now, this could be
I do feel better. Like, I feel less crazy for this because, like, legitimately, I did kind of have this, like, almost paranoia about this where I was just like, oh, is it just me? What's going on?
an accident. Sure, algorithms drift. YouTube rolled out their Gemini AI-powered recommendation engine this year, which, in their words, prioritizes satisfaction over watch time. And maybe a side effect of that is that pissed off political commentary gets dinged because it doesn't leave you, the viewer, in a satisfied state. Maybe that's possible. Maybe you should try smiling more when you watch me. Or let's follow the money. Stick with me here. The good part about greed is that greed is trackable. And one of my favorite websites, opensecrets.org, when you look there, you look at Alphabet, and you can look at Google's parent company's history. And typically, Alphabet leaned Democratic in all their corporate donations. In 2020, their company's employees and their PAC gave nearly $22 million to Democrats. versus 1.4 million to Republicans. But that was during the Biden era. In November 2024,
Which makes no sense.
Trump wins, and within 2 months,
Yep.
Alphabet donates $1 million to Trump's inauguration. The same month,
And what I'm saying makes no sense is that you would have bigger numbers during Biden's administration. There's absolutely no way.
YouTube's
Everything, every day is a new fucking outrageous headline.
lawyers send a letter to House Republican Jim Jordan saying the Biden administration created a political atmosphere that sought to influence the actions of platforms. It's their mea culpa, basically. And then in September of last year, YouTube settles a lawsuit that Trump had filed against them for $24.5 million. $22 million of that went directly to fund Trump's White House ballroom. Let me say that out loud and again. YouTube paid for Donald Trump's ballroom. Quid pro come over. And just last month, reports show that Sergey Brin, the co-founder of Google, has been deeply involved in lobbying the White House on a billionaire tax fight in California. So you've got Brin and Trump
Yay.
side by side talking, negotiating.
And this isn't gonna be fixed by starting an alternative YouTube. I'm sorry.
Working
That's just a
this out.
fact.
And this is the same Sergey Brin back in 2017 was protesting publicly against Trump's Muslim ban. I think his relationship has gone sour, Sergey.
Yeah, and then you got Bezos on. This is the thing he won't bring up because they're not really focused on Twitter, but Twitter on Twitch. Twitch is doing the same thing.
So now the company that decides what gets to be on your YouTube homepage and gets recommended after the video you're watching now, what gets buried, what gets shown.
Yep.
That company's senior leadership is now actively, transactionally embedded in the Trump regime.
Yep.
Their corporate donation.
So now, guys, for real, if you guys don't have your notifications on for every leftist channel that you watch, you're likely not going to get recommended it, and then it's likely going to fall off.
Patterns have
And like I said, guys, this is going to impact the people on this space first. This space could fold by the end of this year if this continues.
flipped. They paid $24.5 million to Trump on a bogus lawsuit. They paid for his ballroom. Now, I'm not saying that
There's a reason that this space hasn't grown at all, and it's not because of the fucking lack of content or any, of us trying.
rich guy personally fired up the algorithm on a Friday night and typed progressives into the dumpster.
But I'm also going to be completely honest here. It doesn't help that we don't have, David Dole, Humanist Report, even Majority Report. We could really use them kind of every, once a week, kind of giving us a little bit of a little bit of, props, and also kind of giving us some promotion, because
I don't have
I didn't take chorus money because apparently that would have been a bridge too far for a bunch of people within this contingent.
evidence of that. Nobody does. That's not how the companies work. They don't work that way, though, because they don't need to. The algorithms, they encode the priorities of the people who tune them. They tune them for satisfaction, where satisfaction might mean they want low controversy. And if they define controversy,
Low controversy. Yeah, right.
it might
I'm going to tell you right now that's bullshit.
mean
Because YouTube literally, I'm going to just say this much. They sent me an email saying why my stream was doing well. It's because I am controversial and I was not afraid to tackle these topics and engage with other people.
anything that
Why is taking money from chorus bad?
pisses off the wrong donor. And in
You got 2 hours?
that case, you get a very specific kind of throttling, a quiet throttling that hurts very specific channels. And like Farron said, Ring of Fire and our friends, we're going to be okay. We have
Honestly, I think it's because Taylor Lorenz was fooled by a fucking psyop, and then she became part of that psyop, and she kind of kneecapped a whole bunch of creators because of it.
you guys.
But she got paid. She got paid from her billionaire.
We have a great
So
big
I can't stand her.
audience. But when you look at smaller progressive creators, the ones that are doing the hard work out there, the ones that are stepping up to the plate,
Hey,
they
it's me. He's talking about me.
they cannot survive this.
Nope.
And to echo the comments that I've heard, I do think that YouTube is actively trying to silence the people that are bucking the mainstream media.
Yep.
Now, whether it's the goal or just the side effect, the effect is the same.
Yep.
Less reach, less new viewers, less of us.
Yep. Because you guys remember, I was averaging over 100 people, like live viewers, for a while there. And then all of a sudden, fucking went down to like 50, 40, 20. So now I've been fucking averaging around 20, 30, which it's fucking insane.
Well, here's what you guys can do right now. And it doesn't matter for us.
Which honestly, I think that I'm going to start demonetizing my videos, or like I'm going to not demonetize, but I'm going to take the monetization off of my videos. Yeah, because fuck them.
But I mean, it does.
Listen, they don't pay enough ad revenue for me to fucking keep that on and for them to use my content the way that they have and then bury me. Like sorry there, guys.
Video, comment, whatever. But I'll tell you the thing that is huge. Become a member.
Yeah, that does help, but at the same time, it really doesn't. This is the thing. You guys want to help out the channel? Hit that StreamYards, the Streamlabs link.
Now, we're still sitting here trying to figure out the best way.
I've tried. I've tried to be a good fucking soldier here, man. I thought that, promoting the super chats, promoting the memberships, doing all that was actually gonna, do the thing that they insinuated in these contracts that I had to sign with YouTube. Where, yeah, you do some work for us, and you do well, then we'll reward you. Well, there's no fucking reward anymore. So, YouTube.
To reward our members. And hopefully,
hey,
we're doing a good job of that. But trust me when I say that we are going
you said it, I didn't.
to add even more value. But that is a huge way to support independent media. But if you don't
let's effing go.
have the funds to become a member,
yep,
click the next video.
Sounds like a lawsuit? I don't know. I don't know about that.
Click.
Does it? I don't know about that.
Any of our thumbnails when you see it.
Let's just say that if some of these bigger money guys start, thinking a little bit about that kind of stuff.
Watch the videos.
Kind of does,
subscribe,
doesn't it?
Leave a comment. Because every time you do that, you're telling the
But we live in Trump's America, dude.
algorithm that you want to see us.
Yeah, okay, so here's Farron's video on this, because Farron did the first bit of coverage on this, and you know what? I love Farron. He's one of the guys that you can tell that his principles still stand.
I had a conversation with David Pakman Saturday morning.
Despite the fact that Pakman's his bro, but you know what? I don't judge.
He was asking what's going on over with your traffic.
Yep. Now, here's the thing. I already know that a lot of people are also going to say, well, yeah, because David Pakman has had a fallout with the left, and then TYT has also had a fallout with the left. But that doesn't explain how these news cycles, like how you see less traffic than you did under the Biden era. That's just it. I'm sorry, that doesn't make any fucking sense.
On YouTube, we're still being pretty suppressed. In fact, he admitted that one of the days this
I thought Chorus was Canadian.
past week was actually one of the worst he has ever had.
Are we talking about the same Chorus? Like it's like a group of leftist creators where they have some money behind them.
Our traffic, of course, as I have mentioned, for the last couple weeks now, has been going down. If you look at the view counts for us, for David, for Majority Report, for Damage Report.
I find this with the Breaking
Ring of
Points channel.
Fire,
I'm sub to them on YouTube and rarely see their
Jesse
videos on my
Dollamore,
homepage. Yep.
I mean, it's across the
Yeah, I have to go search them out.
board, with the exception of, I think, like Midas Touch and Kyle Kalinske. Kyle's videos are doing better than ever.
But that's also what kind of I was going to say this would kind of fly in the face of all this, but
Everybody else is being suppressed somehow.
yeah.
And Pakman said that he had talked to Dollamore, and it's the same thing. Nobody can figure
For
out what's
Dollamore to be
happening or
feeling it
why
too.
it's happening. But yeah, Pakman told me he basically had the worst week or worst day ever. And then that day, Saturday, was our worst day ever. And I'm talking about worse than the very first day we launched this channel.
Yep.
And Sunday did not.
Yeah, when you saw they had the same thing. Okay, so I had that when I posted my walkthrough video of all things, where it sat with 0 views for way longer than I have ever had.
Get better. I don't
Like,
know what's
This is inside baseball to create content creation, by the way. I don't care if you watch political content or if you watch fucking, unboxing content. This is how it works.
happening. I don't know why it's happening. I have heard from people that say, no, your videos still show up. And I have heard from even more people saying, I haven't seen your stuff
Over the weekend, I totally saw a ton less political content. Yep.
in weeks. This is some sort of algorithmic shift
Yep.
that somehow, some way, really only seems to be affecting liberal and progressive channels.
Weird.
Does it seem suspicious? F yeah, it seems very suspicious. But this is not sustainable
No.
for any of us.
No, and that's the thing. If it's not sustainable for these guys, I hope you understand. It's just like, no.
So I'm going to sound the alarm
If I
bell.
all of a sudden go to late night hours and only doing, 2 to 3 shows per week, then you know what happens.
Right now, there are smaller creators
And at that point, you can just say it. It's just like, yep, Trump won.
that are being pushed
Not just
out of-
like he won the presidency. Nope. He actually won the war on information, and he's successfully silencing smaller creators that could threaten his regime because, smaller creators we're unpredictable. You don't know when we could hit.
existence. They will not be able to survive this. Larger channels, those with, 1 million or plus subscribers, kind of like us and like everybody else, we can weather the storm for a while.
Yeah.
I know last week I said, look, we can weather the storm. We'll be fine. If this keeps up, we cannot.
No.
We can't.
Yeah, Saturday my algorithm was filled with slot machines and First Amendment auditors. I've had that. Dude, I've had the auditors popping up on my channel like crazy.
Month
Is that what they want me to go do?
and a
Oh, you don't want that.
half? Sure. No big deal.
I'll go audit Google.
You start to get to 3 to 4 to 5 months, I'm out looking for a new job.
Yep. Yeah, we all are. See? There
Not
it
just
is.
me, many others.
Yep.
That's how bad this has the potential to be
Yes.
if it doesn't,
And these are guys getting ad rev, by the way.
correct itself or YouTube fixes it or whatever. And maybe that's their goal. I don't know. I don't know what's happening, but I will tell you I'm freaked out.
Yeah, everybody is.
And I'm freaked out partially because everybody else is also freaked out.
Yeah.
This has the potential to wipe out a lot of creators.
Yep.
Starting with the small, obviously,
Thanks.
and working its way up. So I want to put that out there for everybody because this is the worst it's ever been.
Bro, good luck. At least you have something in it right
We've been
now.
through times like this
There's
before.
no job out there
and
unless
it
you
will.
own a
In the
big
past,
rig
it has.
outright and can farm.
Uh,
Yeah, no, I'm fucked.
Suddenly change overnight. And everything goes back to
No,
normal.
I would have
everything's
to get a
great and wonderful.
part-time job that would push me right to 40 hours just to make sure that I don't qualify for benefits, even though that's technically that's why anyway.
This
yeah, no, it's
feel-
fun. It's fun, and then going bankrupt because, the possibility of going bankrupt because my wife got cancer. No, being an American rules. Are you
different.
kidding me? Oh my God, I got close to actually living my
That's all I'm
personal
gonna say
American
about that.
dream, where I was gonna be able to make money doing content creation and possibly quit my job and do this full time. Like, dude, that's where I was. And it's only been a month or two. I blew up for some reason after the Minnesota stuff, and
It's
Yeah.
not good.
Yeah.
So,
at least I know it wasn't me. It's not just it wasn't like me, that people hated. It was me that the algorithm hates. Yay!
I am asking you all, not asking for money at all. Don't. I am asking to share the content. And when I say the content, I don't just mean get on Fair and Balanced, copy and paste my videos and send them to people. Everybody, if you are a fan of any progressive, liberal, left-wing talker at all, share.
Thank you.
Get it in front of new people. because that is what helps right the ship when YouTube sees, oh, okay, more people are going to this that have never gone to it. Obviously, people like it. We'll stick it back into the algorithms. So yeah, I'm giving you guys a task here to help save us all, because without you, we can't. And a lot.
No, but dude, I was sitting at fucking 12, like around 1500, like forever. And then all of a sudden, yeah, no, I crossed that.
A lot of people I can see going through the chat
Jesus, Mitch, the fuck?
are like, this is intentional. They're doing this. They're suppressing you. Listen, maybe it is. Maybe they do want to push us out.
Are you
But
surprised
again,
that once you actually get close to making 3K in a certain amount of time, like, dude, I haven't even been doing this for 2 years, and I know people that have been doing this for 10 years that aren't even at 1,000.
this has happened many times before.
So politely go fuck yourself.
It's just never been this intensely bad. So I don't know, but just wanted to arm you with that. Sharing the content, interacting with it, not just me, everybody that you like, or else you're going to start seeing a lot fewer people doing that.
That is crazy. Thank you.
Thanks for watching, and if you are not already subscribed to the channel, please do so, and do not
Neither's
forget
good.
to like and comment.
All right, let's see what you do. If you don't have a bigger channel than me, you're getting banned right away. 2 subscribers. Bye. Why don't you go hit your fucking cock? Since you're a hitchcock. Go fuck yourself. Anyway. Fun times, right? Like, that's where we're at. Like, we're fun. We're having fun here. All right. I haven't looked fully, but I don't even know what how much my chemo treatments and stuff were billed out to my insurance. Yeah. Like, yeah, we also get to deal with that, you know. God forbid you get cancer and get sick in America. But according to some on the internet, apparently we deserve that somehow. You do understand, like, okay, so political polarization is one thing, but these people are just assholes. Like, there's a difference between the people that are, like, they truly believe in, like, their political goals and their leader, or even Trump. And then there's the people that are just broken inside, and they always were. And now they just feel empowered. And those are the fucks that I have absolutely zero tolerance for anymore. So you know. Hopefully it's temporary. I don't think it is. I don't think it is, guys. Like, this is where I'm a little afraid of this. Like, you know, my averages are still good. I average around 2K per stream as far as views. So that's not bad. But yeah, I'm actually, like I said, more so worried about the people on this space. Like, dude, any breakthrough creator is going to get devastated by this. And I think that Brandon Sutton actually escaped that through being an entertainment channel. If you guys don't know about Brandon Sutton and the discourse, I think so. I heard that after he had his whole thing where he got taken down by somebody falsely reporting him, that he started just saying that his stuff is like just entertainment based. I think I'm gonna do the same. I'm going to move out of news and politics. I'm going to cover some more, like, I'm going to cover entertainment stories now. So it's going to be, you know, little goss here and there, but for real. If it gets bad, do you think you'll have to do the gaming thing? Yeah. No, I'd have to, well, I'm not even sure if that'll work. The thing is, listen. If it doesn't work, if I don't get back to kind of like where I was before, you know, close, you know, we're getting close here. Like, it's crunch time, and I hate to say it, man. Like, yeah. YouTube is going through the same problem Amazon did in having to recoup money for the failed AI investments, plus Gemini just got hacked again. Yeah, I saw that. I'm glad that I never put my stuff through Gemini. But yeah, yay! AI is just saving all of us. It works so well. Pep is going to be stepping on cakes for people on the internet. Yep. Yeah, I'll do a cake stomp video. You guys want to know something funny about me? I have absolutely no interest in using AI. I'm probably going to be one of those guys that's like in his 70s, just like I can't communicate with any of our fucking robot overlords because I never used ChatGPT and it has no fucking has no memory of me. Because I've never used a chatbot and I never will. Okay, never is actually, that might not be fair, but I do not use a chatbot. So I don't know how to even, I couldn't even tell you how to do like creating a picture with prompts or any of that. You guys are probably way better educated on that. There we go. Did anyone else see the video where a college used AI for the reading of their names at the graduation and they had to stop it because it failed? Yay! That is funny, though. Couldn't even do a college commencement ceremony. Come on. Or a graduation. Graduation, my bad. They couldn't even read the names. Yeah, that's fun. That's fun. But yes, yeah, we're supposed to trust that this sophisticated, or this AI is sophisticated enough to go through each freaking video that some shithead has, you know, a little temper tantrum on, and then they're just like, yeah, you know what? This person that actually makes us money, we're gonna make his life like way harder. Like that's the biggest thing that I have a fucking problem with is we are out here making them money. And they like dangle it over our fucking heads. It's disgusting. I was saying this to my therapist about how this is actually worse than having like a job. It is. Like you think this is all fucking like sunshine and lollipops and roses. That is not the fucking case. If you guys have a salary, if you guys even make minimum wage, you're actually doing better than me as a streamer. Congratulations. That's just how this goes. And the saddest part is, yeah, anybody that has pretty much under 10K, that's how they're all living. Because, yeah, once you get that ad revenue, that helps a little bit. But, yeah. Don't do the Hassan Piker take the streaming. That is hard. No, it's not harder than having a normal job. It's the fact that I make less than minimum wage doing streaming. It's the fact that guys like honestly, fuck Hassan. Hassan makes $1 million a fucking, like, a year or more. Like, and I do almost the exact amount of hours. I have a very similar stream. But here we go. Like, but I'm just going to say, like, yeah, no. Now they're playing games with this where it's like they're taking the algorithm, like the work that we did to get into the algorithm. You know what, dude? I'm done with you. Timu Mike from PA. It is the same fucking joke day in, day out with you. I'm bored with it. Get new material. Freudian slip there. Anyway. Yeah, Bordy. Have fun not being seen on my channel anymore. You finally did it. Are you happy? You got your gold star? Apparently, there's like some real weirdos out there where it's like they collect bans from YouTubers, which get a fucking life, you loser. You can't put as much work into streaming as you would any other full-time job. It won't be as lucrative. That's not necessarily the case, but that's also not necessarily fair because dude, I put in a lot of work to this fucking stuff. Honestly, Ghost, you're starting to piss me off. You're like, this is starting to piss me off. I spend 8 hours out here fucking entertaining you. And you know what, Ghost? You ever donated to my stream? Or do you just fucking take advantage of people providing you with hours of content and entertainment and also interaction? Sorry. You work hard as hell? Yeah, I do. Okay, cool. I was hoping that I was misunderstanding that. You know what? I don't need you on this. I don't need you here today. Bye, Roy. Go find a right-wing shithead that you can fucking agree with. Like, this is what I mean, man. Hey, Roy, you know what? No, fuck you. Seriously. Now you understand, and now you get to understand. You don't get to just come into my chat anymore and just be a shithead. Is that what you want? Because it's weird. It's almost like that's my whole fucking point. That you're not going to be able to do that. Not just with me. You're not going to be able to do this thing where you guys have a pathetic fucking life that you need to waste your time trying to ruin other people's days that are trying to also, like, that these people are trying to actually engage with people, bring joy, or just fucking, they're all doing more than you, cocksucker. This is like losing a mascot. Hassan, PD, call me Chris, are all from the early days. RWJ is getting targeted now for his AI. Wait, for his AI? If you're here to troll, get laid instead, that's not going to happen. Trust me. They don't exactly have what I would call shining personalities that would get them laid. Plus, I think that they would all fucking piss their pants the second that they saw a hot chick. And then they'd be like, look at her inappropriately dressed, making my pee-pee hard. Shh, don't tell them that. Let them find out by themselves. I'm giving them a futile task so they don't come back. No, Roy's, the thing is, I actually gave Roy his final timeout. So, like a child, because these people act like children, he has his final timeout because I think that he might be getting it. That he wants somewhere to kind of interact with his bullshit that isn't just a right-wing echo chamber. But that's what apparently they want too. Paradox. So grow the fuck up. Start learning to appreciate the opposition there. Because this is the weird thing. This is actually where I've kind of thought about this. I still don't want like a uniparty. I don't want my country to be a uniparty. I don't want everybody to think like me. So just timed out, not banned. Not full. No, he's not. He does not have his full ban yet. See, I'm pretty fucking kind here. I'm not like your average leftist streamer that just fucking bans everybody that pisses him off or everybody that says, you know, something, you know, right-wing adjacent. Some people are just, like, they're children. They're literal fucking child-brained morons that just do not have, they don't know how to act in real life or on the internet. They want an area where the opposition agrees with them. Yeah, well, good luck selling your ideas in your little fucking echo chamber, like I said. He's not even popular enough with his own base. That's kind of pathetic. You know, that is my favorite part about Trumpers is, like, they all act like they have this unity. But their only unity is hating people like us. Like I said, you take us away from that, then they're going to start hating each other. First, the blacks and the Mexicans will get there, like that, you know, do their little right-wing shtick. They're first. Oh, the gays too. Dave Rubin, he's fucked. I'm the creator of Amazon. Jeff Bezos founded my idea. Should I be paid? Rightoids are such miserable fucks to be around that they crave left spaces secretly. Well, it's the same way that they like that report just came out that in Texas, apparently, like, GOP accounts and all that, they're the ones, like, they disproportionately always search for trans prawn. So weird. Insists everybody agree with them. Conservatives can think for themselves. That's one of the dumbest fucking takes that I've heard from you, Jeff. Are you? Wow. Where'd you hit your head today, dude? Because damn. Do you not get it? Wait a minute. What exactly do the conservatives all think for themselves on? You guys all parrot the same bullshit. I don't ever hear a fucking original thought, even out of you, Jeff. You show up here daily. You're one of these fucking weirdos that likes to hate watch people. Again, no hobbies. And if this is your hobby, then and you enjoy it, then I don't know, contribute a little, do something. Like you can pay for some of the content that you enjoy. I mean, I'm not trying to go there, but for real, you seem to be here every fucking day and you don't offer anything. Do you hit the like button to at least get my content out there? Do you share the stream? I don't know. Do you do any of that, or are you just a useless piece of shit that is just a taker? You're ironically a fucking welfare queen on YouTube. Conserve the same idea and ignore any advancement. Yep. The fuck? Sorry, I thought I had a bug like near my my mic, but it was actually a piece of hair. Diversity sounds like everyone agreeing. Yeah, exactly. That's what these guys want. They want their, like, seriously. Like, well, they pretend to want that. Like I said, too. All of us will be gone, and then what? Oh my god, they're actually going to have to, like, try and fuck conservatives? What will you jerk off to? Bunch of fucking tradwives just going like, no, not tonight. I ate Taco Bell. No. Feeling a little rumbly tumbly. Alrighty. Well, that's the details on what's going on here. If you guys do enjoy my content and any smaller left-winger that is trying to grow their channel, trying to actually break out in these content spaces, then do what you can. Everything that you guys can. I mean, the ball's in your court here, guys, as the viewer or as the consumer of progressive media. Because unfortunately, it's an uphill battle at this point. So, but at the risk of sounding like I am complaining a little too much, like I said, it just sucks. It just sucks to put the work in and still, like, this is where I'm just saying personally, it does feel thankless sometimes. Like I said, and that part's not on you guys. That has nothing to do with you. It's the fact that I have to worry about the almighty algorithm just all of a sudden arbitrarily saying, we agree with this guy's report. Or we agree that, we sent it through the AI. Like, this is what happened to me. Got a false report. They sent it through the AI. Fucking banned the channel for 24 hours. Yes, but it still was a ban. Then, when I did the AI appeal, nothing. If I didn't, dude, I can't say how I did it, but if I didn't have the go around to actually get a hold of somebody, I'm pretty sure that would not have been a 24-hour, but that's where we're at, guys. So it's cathartic to have someone say the truth. Well, I don't know how much longer you guys are have voices like mine. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Like, this is where I am going to do the, like, little bit of fucking fear-mongering on this, because it's applicable. They are trying to silence people like me. Oh my god, he thinks so highly of himself. But for real, anybody that does what I do, anybody that has the fucking balls to go out there and face a fucking camera and put our, like, do you understand how fucking, like, how much of a big, like, move that is alone? Just putting yourself out there as a public figure? Especially doing political content. Dude, I literally had to mentally prepare myself for getting doxxed, for having people fucking, like, knowing that people were going to try and swat me, that, like, all of it. And then this. Like, yeah, it sucks. And I think that if I didn't have the love for the game, like, honestly, if I was doing this for money, I think I would have already been long gone out of this. But for real, you guys are dangerously close to losing all the voices that you value as far as having truth out there. Now, Hassan, you might not lose him right away, but trust me, they can't wait to ban him. And the second that Twitch bans him, he's going to get banned on fucking YouTube too. And once he gets that perma, then what? Then what? Yeah. I see you guys doing the... Oh, thank you for becoming a member, Rev. I really appreciate that. Or thank you for gifting a membership. Hey, look at that, Kyle. Got a membership. Thank you. See? No. That shit... I wish there was a way that I could just, like, kind of give you guys a little, like, bit more there, where, like, for real. Dude, thank you so much. He'll never be permabanned. Stop saying never. You do understand that the second that they, change the TOS to something, like, where it's arbitrary, where it's just, like, if you ever said XYZ about Israel, then boom, perma. Talked about the possibility of this happening. Yeah, no, I think he did. Where did I see it? Because I didn't see the clip, but I think I saw it on Twitter. There's this creator that Christina follows. Her name's M. She always posts about Hassan stuff, and she posted about that. Don't you just love Trump playing hooky with the Iran ceasefire? I know. Yeah, right? Yeah. Nene Goblin also. Welcome to the show. Appreciate having you here. Thank you for all hanging today. If you guys have not already, please hit the like button. And, yeah, sub to the channel if you haven't already done that as well. Because, yeah, like I said, there's also the other... Jesus fucking Christ. Fuck you. Seriously. Fuck you. Whoever... God damn it. There's nothing worse than when it's just like, oh, let's go see if I gained any subs. Lost one. Yeah. Whatever, man. Sometimes this game sucks. It fucking sucks. That's the other side of it. It's like, I don't even know if that was one of mine. Could be. Yeah, if you guys haven't subbed to the channel, please do. Fucking A, I feel like it's always 2 steps forward, 1 step back. 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Cha-cha. Cha-cha. Fucking doing the YouTube samba over here. That was Ron's sub. Oh, he was actually subbed? Oh, yeah, you know what? Because he probably wanted the notifications. Yeah, whatever. Welcome to America. That's how all change happens. If you ain't pissing someone off, you ain't doing it. What are you doing? Oh, yeah. No, like, honestly. that bothers me in the moment. Because, yeah, I'll also just be completely fucking real with you. I'm at 2839. I was at 2840, or what did I just fucking say? Yeah, I was at 2840 today. And then, yeah, just whatever. So it's like, the nice even numbers now all fucked up and like, whatever. Like I said, guys, I don't plan on not telling it like it is. I don't plan on fucking playing this this game. You know, I'm not gonna become a right-wing grifter. I'm also not going to fucking become a liberal shill. Like, dude, I really do. I'm going to have my Anna Kasparian moment here. I really sometimes do kind of feel like it's just everybody does hate me. Like, the left hates me, the right hates me, the center hates me. I'm sitting here in my own, like, on my fucking park bench, just like, okay, like, I'm definitely more leftist. And then they're like, oh, you're very moderate. You're a moderate centrist. Like, it's a fucking bad thing all of a sudden. Just whatever, man. If you guys want the full details on, or like the full, like, just insight on why I kind of have been, like, cracking a little, that's why. Like, I already have to deal with enough bullshit here, so it's kind of shit. Like, there's nothing worse than when it's like, oh, so we actually agree on some politics. Cool. And then they're like, I don't like your take. Unfollow. Whatever. Political compass test live on stream. It actually might be time to do that. I already did that. I already did my political compass test. What was it? Anna, you were here for that one. God, I feel like that was at the beginning of my career here. Endeavor to be further left than Bibi Netanyahu? Okay. It's easy. Reverend, that would be interesting. Oh, wait. Reverend, what'd you say? Yo, tier list. Nah, I'm not going back that far. But either way. Yeah, this is where we're at, guys. Like, and sometimes, like I said, sometimes people just contribute to the literal, like, silencing of creators that technically they agree with their politics, but it's just because, oh my god, this is just one little thing I get a problem with. I can't follow him. Oh my god, he made a poop joke. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I think I'm actually more annoyed by people like that, where they love my politics, but they hate my crass humor, or they're yeah, you didn't have to go there. Oh my god. Fuck. And this is also why I was bringing up, like, oh god, like maybe I fucked up. Maybe like the biggest mistake I ever made was like not going and continuing my stage career. Even though, like I was trying to say, I like this more. This combines the elements of both things I wanted to do, radio and comedy. I don't care for Hassan, I don't agree with him, but I can respect the journalism he does. There you go. And he would actually say himself, I'm not a journalist. Like, dude, that's the thing. We're commentators. Like, the journalists are the ones actually out there doing the on-the-ground reporting and also just giving it, like, I gotta say, like, Mercado Media is probably, like, the closest thing we have to, like, guerrilla journalism. You know, same with Status Coup. Even though Status Coup, they got that cash infusion from Midas Touch, and all of a sudden, a little bit of a change to their fucking attitudes. I'd say it's time to start heavy clipping the shorts, but we've seen where that's laying some other creators. What do you mean? Yeah, no, yeah, but the thing is, Sylvie, I don't have time to do that already. Like, I have a hard enough time clipping my content and editing my content that, yeah, just constantly clipping into shorts, like, I don't know, guys. It's annoying. All right, I'm gonna just say it. It's fucking annoying. Like, I'm trying my best, and realistically, it is just kind of like, it's just, oh, my dad loves this phrase, the straw that broke the camel's back. It really is, because I think that if you're a long-time viewer of my show, you know that I've been dealing with a lot. Like, a lot. The last year and a half has probably been the worst time of my entire fucking life. Hands down. I don't even have to look for a comparative. But somehow, some way, I'm able to come on here, focus on the news, which, like yesterday, I finally reached that point of just being like, yeah. Like the fucking, the bullshit that's going out there about the fucking the trans shooter, quote unquote. Not trans at all, by the way. I love this. They keep saying they had a trans relationship. Same thing as Tyler Robinson. Turns out, all bullshit. All bullshit. The fucking family came out and said, what are you talking about, trans? No, he had long hair and he was a wrestler. Just like I fucking said. No, but the disingenuous cocksuckers out there that they get fucking beyond platform. Oh my god, they get fucking boosted by fucking Elon. Like, dude, we're in the crux of this now. And now we're really feeling it. Now you're seeing it in real time. They're burying fucking progressive voices. They're burying anybody that is technically anti-Trump. They're burying Candace Owens. That's where I was saying, it's not like she's a fucking leftist by any means. Viva Cuba. Yeah. Did you know the guy that the guy was paying like $100K a month to get clippers to comb through his channel and post them? Who? Hassan? That makes a lot of sense because he has like 80 different clippers. I know that he's got like he has M who does it, and then he's got God, what's her face? Pavi or something like that. She's like his main clipper. Oh, Clav was doing it. Oh, that makes sense. Listen, I'm not trying to get fucking famous. Like, I hope you guys understand that. Like, I'm not doing this to be famous. I don't want to necessarily be famous. Having a little degree of internet fame, good enough for me. Like I said, my goal is to just make enough to do this full time. Have a little corner of the internet that we can just kind of keep. Like, I would have just kept to myself too, but now they're like, you want to see fucking people get really active? You want to see a fucking real activist out of Pep? All right. Bet, Google. Like, fucking, let's go. God, all of a sudden I'm going to become like one of the fucking main voices on theoretical fucking protections for online creators, you know? Hassan has an open IP. Anyone can become a clipper. That helps with the amount of them out there. Yeah, no, it doesn't. It doesn't, though, because he's not, like, listen, that's great for him. That's getting his name out there. He makes enough. Off of just his one stream, he makes enough. That's why everybody else can go fucking, like, honestly, this is where I fucked up. I should have just done a fucking Hassan clip channel and been done with it. 1.5K live viewers on a fucking, like, a total unofficial Hassan clip, or like what do they call it, Hassan pirate radio or whatever. You know, that's where I'm getting a little fucking beaten down. They reward bullshit. They reward fucking people who take other people's content. They reward fucking scammers who literally fucking they're not even live streaming. They're putting up a whole bunch of fucking bullshit. Like, whatever, man. I could still do one on the side. Yeah, well. It's that pesky time thing. Well, I guess I could. You know what? No, I guess I could. I could probably just lock my show down to doing 4 hours and 20 minutes and ending it after the 420, no more front half, and then I'm going to become a Hassan clipper, because fuck it. Apparently, like, putting the work in to actually entertain people and enjoying it yourself and having passion for something, it's not going to get rewarded. So why the fuck should I continue? I guess that's literally where I'm at. I like how I just kind of like went full circle there. Where I was just like, you know what? There it is. Pep mocks clips of Pep going after Hassan. Huh? It sucks. It's to suck the air out of the zone, per se. There's actually a YouTube channel that restreams us on the pirate flag. Oh yeah. Or they use the pirate flags on the channel. Yeah, no, I saw that. That got recommended to me. That's what I mean. Like, I saw that they had like 1.5 like K live viewers on a fucking restream, and I was just like, you've got to be kidding me. And that's where I'm saying, guys, I get it. For him, that's free advertisement. For me, that's literally somebody stealing my content. Like, I'm glad that he could be the bastion of socialism when it comes to that kind of stuff, but he is literally putting his money where his mouth is. But like I said, he can afford it. Cheers, by the way. But I barely watch Canadian politics because nothing crazy is going on besides failing Alberta's separation attempt. Yeah, you guys have, like, oh god, you have the politics that I wish we had. Yeah, and then on top of it, you get to pay attention to our bullshit and just laugh at it, you know? Ugh. You started in a time it was a privilege. You started in a time it was necessary. or a necessity. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, and let's be real. He also started with a boost. He had his TYT audience already there. You know, like, I'm not trying to be a dick, but realistically, he is a Nepo baby. Let's be fucking real, okay? His uncle, if he did not have Cenk Uygur running TYT, Hassan Abi would not be the Hassan that you know right now. Period. And the only reason that I'm getting a little shouty about that is because I've heard people say otherwise. And that, I'm sorry, you're fooling yourself. He had his stupid fucking videos where he's like, "What up? It's Woke Bay Hassan." You know, I hate to admit it, I hated him when he worked for TYT. I thought he was cringe as fuck. I reckon that the oil companies were behind the Alberta separation push. Yeah, that makes sense. It definitely makes sense. I mean, he's been doing it for, 10 years now? He said he had help from his family. He doesn't deny any of this. Sorry. I know I'm coming across combative, but I'm not meaning to. I get it. No. Like I said, I understand, and that's the thing. I understand that. Like, and yeah, but he's totally short selling it. No, if Cenk Uygur did not have TYT as a network, Hassan would be literally, okay, he's been doing it for 10 years. So let's see. Average streamer has been doing this for 10 years. But if he didn't have that first algo push and like an audience that followed him, because he also built his Twitter based on his TYT audience. It's a lot different, but that's where I'm saying for anybody to combat like somebody calling him out for kind of being like, yeah, But I'm also not trying to call him out. This isn't a bad thing. Hassan is not, listen, what he does, fine. His content, fine. Honestly, I actually do like applaud all of the action that he's been taking, especially lately. Like, he really is. He's grown, man. Like, and I give him a lot of fucking credit. And also he has made this space more palatable. He's brought some interest to the left that I don't think would have been there before, and that's great. Not saying that he's not a great voice for this. But like I said, yeah, Hassan is a symptom of broader economic concerns. Yes. Like, Hassan is the equivalent of, what's her face? Oh my God. Let's see. Who had a famous uncle, not necessarily famous parents, that became famous? Nicolas Cage. Nicolas Cage, technically made it on his own. He changed his name because he didn't want to be associated with the Coppolas. But he was a Nepo baby. He was a Coppola. To be honest, he probably agrees with everything you're saying. He's just a dude at the end of the day, but people put him on a pedestal. Yeah, no, I know. No, dude, I would love to talk to Hassan off stream and actually, like, hang with him for a little bit and just kind of get the vibe. Because, like, I do think that we would probably vibe. Especially if he went back to smoking for, like, at least a day, where it's just like, bro, come on. No, dude, like, and that's where I always want to preface that it's like, no, I admire Hassan and what he does. I have my disagreements with him, and also I try to call it like it is, where it's like, I do get kind of touchy about that, which, but he recognizes it, too. Like you said, he recognizes his own nepotism there, so... but whatever. I'm not going to harp on it too much. What up, Hermit, by the way? Just saw you pop in over on Twitch. Appreciate you being here. We are talking about the algorithm fuckery that is going on over on YouTube's, because, yeah, there's a lot of it. And this discourse is the type of convo the left shouldn't be afraid to have, because it's all in the name of progression and understanding. Yes, thank you. Man, Ravi, you're crushing it today. Thank you for your comments. Because yes, I think that you're right about that, and I think that unfortunately, too many people are afraid to have these conversations because, like, there are so many creators. Like, this is actually the thing that I hope you guys understand, and where I am taking a chance. there's this unwritten rule in content creation that you never want to talk about somebody that you would technically want to collaborate with. Devil's Advocate knows what I'm talking about. You play the game much better than I do. I don't care. The thing is, I genuinely don't care. If I don't get an interview with somebody because I'm telling the truth, then fuck them. Or telling at least, my truth. But realistically, I had this understanding, like, when I was doing comedy too. Like, I didn't like the fact that there was, again, this, like, you didn't know, like, the public didn't know about it, but backstage or in the green room, you would always hear, like, oh man, you shouldn't do like a Joe Rogan, like, perfect example. You should not do a Joe Rogan bit because you would be ruining your future by stifling your opportunity to go on the Joe Rogan podcast and promote your stuff. Yeah. Which I think is ridiculous. Especially when Joe Rogan actually kind of makes it, like, so easy to make bits about him. What up, folks? Yo, DA, Devil's Advocate Productions. Everybody check out Devil's Advocate Productions. We're all going through some shit. I have a day job that pays me well, enough to tune into most of your streams. I work hard enough to engage. Dude, thank you so much.
At Ghost Dog, it's $20.
I have time in the afternoons. Good luck with. Hey, Ghost Dog, by the way, man. I apologize for getting snippy with you.
Actually, when I have time in the
should have done this before you.
Good luck.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. No, for real though. I had this problem yesterday too, where I was like reading some comments and I was not, like, I wasn't taking the context because it's kind of hard, but for real, sorry about, like, getting snippy with you earlier. And I do appreciate that. Like, thank you so much. Like, again, these contributions definitely go hard. You're burning out. Oh, thank you for that, Mouses. And not in a good way. Oh, thanks. Thanks for the shout out, man. I have a new review of The Boys finale today, folks. Hell yeah. I kind of gave my 2 cents on it, where I was just like, Nah, Mouses, I wouldn't call it burnout necessarily. The burnout, like, so... The stoner version of burnout is canoeing. Oh, yeah. I mean, no, because, like, this is this is the bitch of me kind of keeping this to myself for the little time that I did. Because I would say that I was bottling this up for about 2 weeks. I noticed this about 2 weeks ago. Last week really hit me. And then on top of it, I've just had other shit going on in my life. So, yeah. You're doing what you can, but you're being smacked up against a wall. Yeah, I really... no, I am. But, Mouses, I appreciate the honesty. And do not be afraid to tell me that stuff. I, again, sincerely apologize. I'm not even sure if you hear it again, Ghost Dog, but I'm sorry for, like, popping off. Like, that wasn't cool with me, okay? But also, I need to get this off my chest. Like, I really do. I like your hat. Thank you, HDMI cable. I appreciate that. I always like a good compliment, even if it's something small like that. Thank you. I really, I like when I'm just kind of out and about and somebody says that too. So, anyway, random. But yeah, guys, that's where I've been. And I hope you guys just understand that, yeah, it's not been the easiest thing to deal with. That's why I feel a little bit better now, though. Like, that was therapy right there. We had about an hour of therapy where I got to be just fucking open about what was bothering me. We come for the honesty. We're sick of the filtered lies. That's why stuff like this is cathartic. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, I'm not here to blow smoke up my audience's ass. And like I said, like, there have been times where, like, I misread a comment and then I feel very bad for popping off. That happened with what's her face, Lisa Ann, yesterday. Actually, like I remember, because she was just, I mean, she did kind of make a shitty comment. She said she called, you know, poor people beggars. So that was kind of like a, what now? You're good, kiddo. Thanks, dude. I appreciate that. That means a lot to me. Oh, it's funny, dude. I saw this random Vin Diesel like video. Well, it was talking about like his early life, and I was just laughing. I'm like, "Hey, DA, what up?" He knows this. They're talking about his brother. I'm just like, "Yo!" He was lying. She meant the first way. Ooh, you missed the beggar comment? Yeah. That got me pissed. What up, Nick? How you doing, brother? Yeah, no. And like I feel like any content creator that doesn't have these conversations isn't necessarily a bad creator at all, okay? Like I'm a different type of fucking person where, you know, it's kind of like I was saying about like not talking about other comedians or talking about other performers and that kind of stuff. Like, now, should I be a little bit more that way? Probably. And maybe it's like, maybe it's a little bit of like content, you know, growing up kind of thing where you're just like, listen, you're a professional entertainer now. You should probably play nice and not go so hard in the paint with some folk, but yeah, that just requires me to have a layer of like a filter, you know. Not trying to add another layer to a filter. Come on now. But I guess the you know, I'm gonna wrap up this segment because I've gone on for an hour and 34 minutes about this. But yeah, guys, if you do enjoy independent content creation, specifically creators like me that we're growing, you know, like we're at that point where like devil's advocate here, you know, when you see us out there doing this, like just know that this is for the fucking love of the game. And also, yeah, follow Devil's Advocate Productions. Let's grow his channel too. You know, rising tides and all that. All right. I do appreciate you guys sitting here through my pep talk, or my pep rant, or pep crash out. I don't know what you want to call it, but either way. Either way, I will end this with my favorite drop.
Your fucking PepTalks.
Yeah, man, this is all me getting out my creativity and my rage. Yeah, no, it's kind of like, yeah, that's a little bit what I do here. Like I said, there's a little side of this that is therapy. Yeah, because I read, God damn it, I just saw, he said we're all going through some shit. Yeah. I hope Ghost Dog didn't fucking actually, like, leave the channel. I think he might have. Damn it. I just read that, like, holy fuck. Well, whatever. There we go. I just realized that my chat was doing this exact same thing. Thank God I had my fucking YouTube up. Yep, guess I'm going through YouTube Studio again. Darmatobius. You do what you need to do. I like listening. Oh, thanks. No, I appreciate that. I missed it, but I hope you're okay. Steven, I'm all right. I'm a little worried, man. Like, I'm a little worried that, like, they're going after smaller content creators, especially in, like, progressive politics. Like, it seems that is exactly what's happening. You know, these algo pushes that benefit you for, like, a short period of time. Like, I don't know. It's always like the carrot, you know, you're chasing the fucking carrot on the stick. But at the risk of making this sound like I'm bitching about how hard content creation is, because I hope that's not what you're gaining out of this. Although, guys like Dieter, I would argue they do more. Have you tried different hashtag? Dude, I've literally done all the fucking hashtagging. I've done it all. I put my tags, like I tag my videos. I put everybody that, is part of my like content lineup. So I'll tag breaking points and everybody that I like. No, I haven't done anything differently. That's kind of the thing is like, and I'm still saying less than, oh, wait, I have to keep it at less than 15? Is that what's going on? I didn't know that. Including the tags that are usually on my channel. Let's see. How many do I usually have? I can look at that. This is definitely more than 15. 27. 27 tags. Okay, so I might went a little tag heavy, okay? It says 30, but if you do 16, it freaks out. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, I was keeping it under the 30, but good to know. Okay, here, let's try this one. We used to do SEO at one of my old jobs, search engine optimize. Yeah, that's how I even know how to do this. Is I have a friend that was helping me early on in the channel, with SEO kind of stuff and giving me the details on how to break that down. I think that helped me a little bit. But thank you for actually, for that. That stuff does matter. Hell yeah, it does. Fuck it, I'm gonna just delete all my tags. I'll just go and redo that. But yes, SEO is important, guys. And that's like, if you guys ever have questions about doing content creation, I'm an open book. I'm not going to fucking lock the door behind me, even with, where I am here. I want everybody to try it. Like, if you guys want to do this, then I want to help. Like, I want to, I don't know. I want to try and be better than some other content creators out there that kind of slam the door shut, Although, let's see. Has anybody really done that in the left? Can't really think of anybody off the top of my head, so. I'm in a certain AI reads the titles to match to people that recently watched similar videos. Oh, okay. You aren't going to be a gatekeeper? No, I've always hated gatekeeping. I hate people, like, I don't care what it's in. Like, if it's in a hobby especially, like, oh, God. Done what? Are you talking about the tagging? Like, just using certain tags? SEO? But yeah. Sorry. Anna, you popped in kind of randomly, so I don't know what you're asking about. All right. So, I should probably get to some content. I just put my headphones back on. Oh, shoot. Yeah, we're talking about SEO, search engine optimization, which, yeah, you add your tags to your video. I just found out that using over 16 is apparently a bad thing, so I'm going to stop doing that. Actually, Steven, you might know this then. So when I do that, do I just use my @PepTalks TV and then, like, maybe put PepTalks and then dash talks, and that's it? Because, like, the way I was doing it was I would put all my tags in, and then I would just put, like, different variations of PepTalks and High on Politics to kind of try and get that. I hope I was doing that right. Either way, This is fun though. Like, I'm gonna be completely like honest with you guys. This is fucking. I love. These are the types of moments that I love on this stream, where I can just ramble about this shit to you guys. Like, this is awesome. That's where I'm gonna say. Like, I do appreciate you guys. All right, so here's where I'm gonna do the ask. Can you, if you haven't already, can you please hit the like button, double tap the screen, and sub to the channel if you have not already done that. Yeah, man, really, really helps out. And also, if you guys are, doing this with other left-wing creators, if you guys check out other left-wing creators, do the exact same thing, please. The second that you get into their stream and you know this is somebody that you like, hit the like button. Allegedly, it will tag in similar SEO tags. Like, you don't have to do #cats, #cat. Oh. Okay, so yeah, I've been doing that wrong then. Okay. Well. I will update that then while we go into our news segment here. Which we are doing. We're doing the news, which I've been avoiding because, yes, yesterday was pretty heavy news day. Like, the last few days, actually. Mouses, thank you for recognizing the burnout. I think you're right. Which sucks. Okay, so because I was planning on streaming tomorrow too. Which that doesn't usually help with burnout, you know? In the old days, that's how it would have done because it was matching database, etc. But by now, I'm sure it's more AI using it, search for videos, so that would be most likely to be engaging. Oh, shit, okay. So yeah, do a couple of PepTalks tags and then the other stuff with relatable topics that you cover, news stories, things like that. Yeah, that's why. Okay, cool. Not too different, just less. Cool. Thank you for the advice, guys. I appreciate that. I've been there in other professions when work feels like you can quit any time you want. It's time for a break. Well, that's the thing. I'm not. I hope that that's not what you guys are taking from this. That I'm like that. I want to stop. Like, not at all. Like, it's actually the opposite. Where I want to do more of this. I would like to be able to commit more of this. I can only say this so often, but that's my main goal. No, it's just, I think, like I said, it is the straw that broke the camel's back situation where it's just like, with everything else that I've been worrying about off stream and just, yeah, there's those moments where it's just like, God damn it, really? Oh no, it starts feeling like an addiction. And yeah, I had that a little bit. I had to pull back a little bit from that, I will admit. Like, your dopamine comes from production. Yes, I do have that. I think I explained that when I first did comedy, that the most addicting drug ever was getting a whole room to laugh. Once that happened, it was immediate, where it was just like, oh. Oh. And then you learn, like, honestly, and then you learn how to bomb. And it's, once you realize that these things that you feared before are not that fucking scary, it makes it makes it so awesome. Like, this is why, again, I love doing this. I love doing this show. I love performing for you guys. I love just being able to even talk politics and make it something that's palatable to people, because politics in general is, how much shit I've taken for even starting a political channel from people in my life where they're just like, why'd you do politics? I'm like, but it's a huge high. No, it is. It's a very big high. And like I said, like, doing this it does kind of give a little bit of the, same gratification. Like, make no mistake, guys. For all this bitching that I've been doing, I'm gonna just also say I'm not gonna take for granted what I have. guys, even like now, I got, tens of you guys watching, but fucking A. Do you know how happy that makes me to just to have an audience in general? Like when I started this, no bullshit, I was surprised when I got like my first person watching. And I have a friend, I was about to give him a shout out, but I'm like, I should probably, yeah, you know what? I'll be careful on this one. I have a friend that's been on Twitch for, I think, 6 years. And, he grew his channel. I think he has like 600 followers. He has like more than me, but it's, yeah, I'm going to just, it's essentially a dead channel. Like he gets maybe one viewer per stream. And, the thing is, he's happy. And that inspires me to just be like, you know what? Fuck this. Who cares? That's why when people come in here and they make fun of my view counts, I'm just like, whatever. Laughter helps shut down your amygdala and reduces oxygen to your exclusive functioning. Like, it's like a shot of whiskey. Oh. Interesting. I guess that kind of makes sense, but. Well, I hope I do bring the laughs here for you guys, even though today isn't like I know. Like I just realized what I said to him too. Oh fuck. Like I'm gonna harp on this a little bit because it was just like fuck. I called him out on not contributing to the show. And that's shitty, guys. I don't want you guys to feel guilted into contributing monetarily to the show. That's bullshit, okay? When I say, like, for real, when you guys just hit the, like, you do the basics, that does matter, but, fuck. I feel bad. This is always how it goes with me, man. Like, every argument I've ever had in my life, I always do this, like, man. And, like, I hate the fact that I have this ability, too, to, like, to go there. You know what I mean? Yeah. Wait. You feel what? No, I'm just saying, like, I think that this is also why I've always had like the thing I had like in hockey, where yeah, I can get in a fight, but then literally after the game, I'd meet up with the dude at the fucking either the bar or the parking lot, and I'd be like, beer? Come on, man. Most of the time, I'd end up actually making friends with them. Oh, I feel bad about Ghost Talk. Yeah, no, I do too. I do too. Like, I feel bad that I singled them out when that wasn't necessarily them I was talking about. You know what I mean? That's why I hate blocking. You need the ability to talk it out afterwards. That's kind of where yeah. Like, the thing is, I only block people when they are real pieces of shit. Like, it happened yesterday. One of my regulars asked me, they're just like, hey, so when are we actually like going to, silence some of these guys? Because it's like, this is getting to be a little much. And it's just like, okay. Yeah, well. They weren't quite spamming, but I'm not unblocking that guy no matter how many times he brings it up. Oh, that's right. He was... That's right. Okay, I forgot that was him. I don't know. He was being combative yesterday, too, though. I'm going to just say that much. Like, that's kind of why, like, when I saw his comment, I was like, oh, shit. Like, I don't know where that was coming from, but... Tinkerbell. Tinkerbell's here for it, man. No, I'm sure it's Mouse House. He's talking about me, actually. Oh, Steven! Oh, God. Well, I'm glad you guys can work it out, Oh, God, you just triggered Steven again, guys. Like, damn, why'd you have to bring that up? Like I said before, Ah, man, this is gonna sound cheesy as fuck, but I'm gonna go for it. I truly do love and appreciate you guys. Like, you guys bring joy to my day. And also, like yesterday, yeah, it was a harder stream, but at the same time, I felt the joy, that I get. Although near the end there, I think that some of y'all might have caught that. Yes, it was that time where I really, I chilled a little bit more than I usually do on stream. I notice every day we're both semi-regulars. I would dare call you guys regulars, but you guys are like, that's the thing. You guys like to check out these, I appreciate that you guys check out my stream and enjoy the content. Like, but I'm starting to beat this dead horse, so well, that's fun. You don't have to simp, but thanks. Cool. Yeah, all right. Go into watch mode. There we go. Game? No game. We're doing news. Maybe game a little bit later. I don't know. I also got Pepagana. I got live Pepagana tonight. We got a long night of content ahead of us, so we're gonna go in for it. Guild Wars, the first one. No, I have not. Is it fun? I don't know. I'm about to start Crimson Desert coming up here. Not on stream though, because my buddy bought it for me on PS5. Had he asked me, it was a very, you know what, fuck that. That was a very, very nice thing. But if he had asked me before, I would have been like, oh, can you do it on Steam? But it's all right, whatever. It's getting updated and re-released on mobile, originally made in 2004. Oh, geez. Oh, wait, that game? Holy shit. Yeah, no, I know exactly what game you're talking about now. Best MMO ever, in your opinion? Really? Okay, interesting. I would dare say Sea of Stars is the best MMO I've ever played, but it's better than Sea of Stars, all right. Which, if you guys have not played Sea of Stars, do that. It's so fucking good. All right. So, we're going to get to the news. And before I do this, I do just, again, want to sincerely thank all of you for hanging, for being cool as fuck, for supporting left-wing creators like myself that, you took a chance on me. And that's awesome, guys. Like, the fact that you guys clicked on my stream when obviously, it's not like I'm the most popular stream that you guys could click on. But, yeah. That's where I'm fuck, man. It's cool as shit. So, all right, guys. On to the news. Now, this is, my new, I'm not sure if you've noticed how I've been doing more local news stories and some weird news stories that you guys wouldn't really hear about otherwise. So I'm going to continue doing that. That's pretty much be the new structure of the show, where no matter what, unless we have something like the Farron Cousins thing where that I could just go into. And honestly, I'm kind of glad that I covered that at the beginning of the show, because now I don't have to really focus on the algo BS right now, even though I'm literally staring at it right now. All right, so teenagers born in 2009 will be banned for life from purchasing cigarettes in the UK.
Most teenagers in the UK will soon be banned from ever buying cigarettes at any point in their lifetime. That's down to a new law that just passed the British Parliament.
It is a landmark bill, my lords. It will create a smoke-free generation.
Which says that anyone born on or after January 1st, 2009 will never legally be able to buy cigarettes in the UK. So even in 20 years, when today's teens are in their 30s, they'll still be barred from buying tobacco products. Around 1 in 10 British adults smoke, according to government data, a similar proportion to the US. And supporters hope the new law will cut down on the 64,000 deaths linked to smoking every year.
We have great optimism that that this change in the law will mean that very many fewer people who are currently 17 and younger will ever smoke.
But critics say that grown-ups should be able to make their own decisions about whether to smoke. We head onto the streets.
Grown-ups? Did a grown-ass man just say the term grown-ups? Like he's from fucking Rugrats?
Of central London to ask people what they think.
It would be quite good for not only people's health, but the environment and other people if you were to ban smoking, because obviously everyone knows how bad it is for you.
To make it illegal, it actually adds on like that adrenaline, I guess, of doing something that is banned for that age. That would like make it seem more cool.
We should empower people to make their own decisions about themselves.
I think it's a good idea. I think it's worthwhile. It's a health initiative.
It's always these old fucks that already got to like experience the whole thing. Okay.
But the law does give the government new powers to regulate vape flavors, advertising, and packaging. All of it aimed at discouraging young people from taking it up. The new law still needs final approval from King Charles, and it's expected to go into force at the start of next year.
Wait. I thought that they didn't have anything to do with like the government. You're telling me that this motherfucker is now the president of the UK? Like they just went and did it, or it's just like, yeah, you know what? We still need the royals to be part of what?
A potential,
or has it always been like that? I've just had a fundamental misunderstanding of how Parliament and you know, the royals work.
Major first step.
That's how it's always been. Oh, okay, so I guess thank you.
Stubbing out cigarettes for good.
What a waste! What a waste! Oh my god! Oh my god! Look at how much they wasted right there.
Out cigarettes.
That's ridiculous. And they put it out so they can't short it?
Good.
Yeah.
And Morgan, a similar law was passed in New Zealand back in 2022, but then they had an election, a new government took power, and they scrapped that legislation. And part of the reason for that was they said that the government needed the tax revenue that comes with the sale of cigarettes. So kind of a grim trade-off there between public health and that tax revenue. We will see what happens here in the UK, but the government says they are committed to this for their entire lifetime going forward, and so we will one day see no cigarettes at all sold in this country.
I mean, that is really, really interesting, and the way they did it is fascinating. Ralph Sanchez, thank you for bringing that story to us. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, the way they did it was fascinating. It's almost like that's how Trump does his executive orders. Golly. All right. The Elon Trump election stealing accusations are, they just got bigger. Yep, here you got Phil going full tank top again.
A former MAGA influencer and an Elon Musk baby mama just seem to imply that Elon used satellites to interfere with and sway the 2024 presidential election. That is just blown up online, and obviously there are tons of questions and skepticism surrounding it, so let's kind of break everything down. So her name is Ashley St.Clair, and she used to be a major voice of the MAGA movement. She did work for Turning Point USA, and she got over 1 million Twitter followers posting about right-wing politics. Now, she says she's moved away from that. She considers herself ex-MAGA and has spent the last several months exposing the behind-the-scenes of the movement. We're posting videos discussing her relationship with Elon, the women of Mar-a-Lago, saying that there are paid agitators on the right coordinating what to post, and a lot more. And yesterday, she posted a Get Ready With Me video discussing the 2024 election, which happened at a time when she was close to Elon. And she says, in October,
Elon tells me that he is ready to release his, in his words, anomaly in the Matrix. And I am like, oh, like, who's that? And he says that he has 10,000 lasers in space, referring to his satellites. I say, because I am like rather uncomfortable and I know the gravity of
I know that we watched this yesterday, by the way.
what he's trying to tell me right now. I say, wow.
I know that there was a few of you guys that did not hear about this, though.
Finally, a focus on the Jewish vote.
We're not going to watch the whole thing.
He keeps going and he says, you know, this is not something on, this is not a piece that they'll see on the chessboard. And I straight up tell him, I say, I would ask more, but I really don't want to be deposed. To which he says, very wise.
It appears after this, Elon gets involved with America PAC and starts sending her real-time Delta vote metrics.
And I am just like, how the do you have this sort of data? You don't get this from door knocking.
Now, she doesn't share any further details about the data, how it was acquired, anything like that, but she did know that she started to sort of have a crisis of faith, especially since she's always hated big tech.
So then to have arguably the most powerful man in the world who is sending me things about, you know, using his space technology in the election, this was something that I was internally wrestling with while publicly not really showing that I was having any of these internal ethical conflicts with myself regarding this information.
Then comes election night. She says she was at Mar-a-Lago, Elon leaves early, and
He told me over text, he's like, yeah, I knew hours ago that Trump won. My team has the best real-time data anywhere. First of all, how the fuck do you have real-time data on elections? I saw some shit and I'm fighting really hard to keep my voice because I saw shit that impacts everyone. Talking about this just sounds crazy. Like, I feel like I sound like a crazy person when I'm like, yeah, he told me about his space lasers and the election. Like, this is... What the
but with all this, she notably kind of stops the allegation there. She never fully says the sentence, Elon rigged the election. She also never says that his satellites would have been used to interfere with votes, but the heavy implication to many in her video is that somehow he did, or in less direct words, that she's suggesting that Elon did something to sway the results in Trump's favor, or with her saying things like,
I am increasingly concerned about our lack of regulations and investigations into how technology is being used to thwart democracy.
Actually also claims that she has backup.
I really do hate that, like, it's working for her, where she's successfully, like, swapping audiences and getting audience capture.
With many people, with instructions in the event anything happens to her, right? Kind of implying that she could be in danger for revealing this. She also fears maybe being sued for defamation or other retaliation.
Oh, yeah. And we only found out about it because of whistleblowers, and we're blocking people or saying you don't get a voice like that. That's outrageous. Well, and that's... like kind of going back to the entire first hour of the show.
And that she was offered deals.
It's almost like they are going after anybody that kind of brings attention to this kind of stuff.
To stay quiet, and noting now that she's gone public, the people responsible could try to clean everything up before they get into any real trouble. But with all this, she said she opted to speak out because she just couldn't live with the burden of keeping this to herself anymore.
I've been a very scared and broken individual for basically my entire adult life.
No shit. You fucked Elon Musk. That should tell you exactly.
Having kids
like,
makes you ask the question, like, am I going to fight for something bigger? Like, what example am I going to be to my kids?
And as you'd expect, there have been a lot of different responses to all this. Obviously, left-leaning groups especially latched onto this claim, Occupy Democrats sharing it and saying there should be a full investigation. Others have also pointed to remarks that Trump and Elon have made in the past that they feel back up Ashley's points. Or like back in June when Elon was sparring with Trump and wrote, "Without me, Trump would have lost the election. Dems would control the House and the Republicans would be 51-49 in the Senate." Well, obviously, that could refer to what he was doing on Twitter and the rallies and all the other strings that he was pulling. For a long time, people have kind of wondered if he meant something else there. Also, others have noted that throughout 2024, both before and after the election, Elon frequently referred to so-called anomalies in the matrix, which is a phrase that Ashley claimed that he used when discussing satellites in the election. And that includes one post that said, "Until about a month ago, early voting in 2024 favored the Dems even more than 2020. Leading Dems told me with extreme confidence that they would win Pennsylvania. They were certain. Then there were some anomalies in the matrix, and now Republican early votes vastly exceed 2020. Some have also shared this video of Elon on Tucker Carlson's election night stream, where they feel that his son's revealing potential secrets that he overheard.
Should we help President Trump?
Yeah.
Well, you have.
Foreign space acts and quietly just do whatever we want. But never know.
As well as pointing to this clip of Trump talking about Elon.
And he knows those computers better than anybody, all those computers, those vote counting computers. And we ended up winning Pennsylvania like in a landslide. So it was
like in a landslide. Honestly, that's the one that convinced me that it's like, I'm pretty sure that they did it. Like the actual,
So
I don't
thank
know,
you
man.
to Elon.
Right, at the
It's
time, all these
language.
clips, they
It's
made some
literally just
people
the
wonder and
flippant,
speculate a
like,
little, but of
ways,
course,
just
it was
like
very
the
conspiratorial
computers,
to
you
talk
know?
about that, so it really nothing ever really came of it. But now with Ashley St.Clair making these videos, you people kind of circling back. But of course, with all this, like, I think it's important to remember, we are still in conspiratorial territory. Right now, the public does not have hard evidence here, and this is an enormous allegation, or at least implied allegation. Well, some, they've said that she is very brave for speaking out, others saying we need an investigation. Others, of course, are incredibly skeptical of her claims, with some thinking that she's just making things up. Others sincerely questioning how satellites could even be used to interfere with voting, some just doubting her credibility for a number of reasons. For people noting she was a MAGA grifter before, but is now on the outs with them, so did she just decide to kind of switch teams? And
Yeah, and that's the part that, and honestly, she deserves all that criticism. So doesn't mean that we shouldn't investigate it. All right, so here's the Trump phone thing. You know what? We're gonna do the Graham Plattner situation first. Fuck it, I will like this video for him. I'm gonna
the presumptive nominee for.
All right. I'm a little upset about the t-shirt, I'm not gonna lie.
Senate in Maine on the Democratic side is named Graham Plattner. And Jaden, if you throw up that photo, this is Graham Plattner. Let's just say it this way. He's that guy. You know what I'm saying? He's a guy's guy. Oyster farmer.
He's that guy. He's a guy's guy. He's been doing that a lot more lately, by the way.
Oyster farmer, former Marine.
Is that him trying to break from trying to be like an off-brand David Pakman?
Has some scandals, but some of them are
I know it's his energy drink brand.
Fun, like this one. He's that guy.
He looks like a big Pep fan. That's right. Luke knows what's up.
He's Graham Plattner.
The funniest part is that's not too far off from this. The fonting's almost there. Which I guarantee you I had that way before him.
So the latest one, this is what happens in politics, right? Someone becomes kind of famous because they're running. This could determine the fate of the Senate. He's going up against Susan Collins, who is the notorious Republican senator who goes, I'm so moderate, and Trump does something bad, and she's like, I'm very concerned about this, and then still keeps supporting him, okay? So she always tries to pretend, since Maine's a very independent, sort of middle of politics spectrum, sort of stay, but different. She always tries to appeal to those more moderate voters by going, I'm very concerned by what Trump just did, and then keeps supporting him. Shameful. It is people like her who enable Trump's damage. The loyalists are going to be loyalists, and we're going to judge them for that. But the people who know better, who speak out against him in words only and don't reflect in their action, are the ones who really enable the damage. So Plattner's going to be going up against her. She's been a political juggernaut, so she's going to be very difficult to defeat. But his pro-working class message, the resonance, kind of the background of not a politician, an actual outsider vibe, but then he experienced the very Middle East wars as a Marine vet, has PTSD, has spoken in depth about the damage to him, the damage to his friends, the people that he saw die because of the type of foreign interventions that were unnecessary, that now he speaks out against. He comes from a place of credibility on that issue. But that's Graham Plattner, okay? He has been in some headlines that are less than positive. And we'll talk about the other ones in a second here. But the one that came out today, what I was going to explain to you is once someone starts rising up, then operation, especially if they're not already a politician, dig up whatever you can starts. And unless you're me and you've just been the most milquetoast your whole life, and so you don't have like any old social media posts where you say weird stuff or talk about masturbating or anything like that, other than very few people, almost everyone has some skeleton in their closet, okay? And just weird, embarrassing past things they said a decade ago. It just happens. Especially, let's be honest, a dude who was around a bunch of other Marine dudes, they're not exactly speaking in politically correct terms, all right? But sometimes these outlets, I think Fox News, Fox News dug up this reporting. They're trying to get on we found more.
What up, Natch?
Wacky posts from Plattner on Reddit, but it just doesn't hit as hard because they've already scraped through all the actual notable stuff. Quickest pause to report.
Hey, by the way, man, if you weren't here for the beginning of the show, kind of went through some important things for the future of the channel and all that, but I also just want to say you may not have been here for my sincere thank you for being a contributor and also just enjoying the show. Thanks, guys.
Request that you click the subscribe button if you're not already subscribed. It's completely free, and it's the simplest way to support the work that we do right below the video. Click that. They drunkenly got a tattoo, and it was supposed to be skull and crossbones. Skull and crossbones? Yeah. And then later he realized, and the media pointed out, that it looked a lot.
We'll catch the VOD. Cool.
Like a Nazi tattoo. So then he got it removed. And people say, no, I think he knew it. And you're like, I believe his explanation that he didn't, to be frank with you. that he just thought, oh, that looks gnarly, and then realized that it had that historical connection. But this one is not a bombshell headline. That real concern. You go, I need a good explanation from you as to why you had that tattoo. And I'll show you his explanation on it. This is not something I need an explanation on. This is called just being inappropriate. And that happens when dudes be talking, okay? This is the headline. Democratic Senate candidate lewd Reddit post revealed. Have to jerk off every time I sit in a porta shitter. So hold, because I want to show you.
What the fuck?
Clips of him talking.
That's just objectively weird.
Because then you'll realize.
What is it? Because somebody's, got some fucking sick art or something where you're just like, whoa, those are some photorealistic titties.
Don't let this be his only characterization, all right, is my point. He has a sweet way about him. And I understand the concern around the stuff has been brought up and posts that he's made before, a decade ago. But when I hear his story, and I've really taken time, you might have noticed, before analyzing this on the show, to get to know his campaign and look at a lot of interviews, he's compelling to me. Okay? He's compelling. And I believe his explanation. Now, if you presented me other evidence, and he's like, I'm getting a Nazi tattoo, I'd be like, I'm out, obviously. I believe, though, that he didn't know. Democratic main Senate candidate Graham Plattner made several bizarre Reddit posts about porta potties, including a post about masturbating in portable toilets. This is not, I hate this. I hate this type of reporting. Let me explain to you why. You put it in an article form and it sounds so weird and creepy. But if you see some of the texts dudes send to each other when they're chatting to be silly, and if you know the context, it's just guys being guys. And you might go, doesn't that sound like what people said about Trump? No, because in this case, it's just him talking about masturbation, okay? This is just him being inappropriate. Not like Trump's audio. According to Fox News, Plattner opened up about masturbating in portable toilets in a 2017 Reddit post, writing, I still have...
The weird part about this is, it's the right wing that's trying to be like, aren't you guys outraged about this?
I have to jerk off every time I sit in a porta shitter. That blue water smell conditioned me. The post was reportedly made as a part of a discussion about nostalgic smells in the military. So he's talking with some guys on Reddit about having nostalgic smells, and they're used to, going to the restroom in a porta potty, and maybe that was the only private place he could find to pleasure himself. And so then now he, to this day, remembers that smell, and he's making a joke like, oh, it triggers me so much I have to masturbate. That's actually...
I'm just going to say that this is a weird discourse to have in general.
Funny.
And this is coming from me.
If someone said that to me right now, I'd be like, got it. That's
what?
Funny. Everyone's like, oh, when I smell this type of meal, it reminds me of being back in Afghanistan. And he's saying, when I smell the porta potty smell, I think of jerking off, because that was the only private place I could. Funny, fine. Have you been in the Marines?
I forgot how much this fucker annoys me. Yeah, me too.
If you haven't, you.
Sylvie, don't ban him. I was about to say 1 minute.
Can't care about this. In another post.
Yeah, Steven's not like, he is actually. Strangely, this is the only time I see him being a little disagreeable, where I'm just kind of like, dude, chill the fuck out.
4 years later,
we get it. Like, my God.
And also praised a piece of foul.
I will say this much. I've never seen somebody freak out this much about getting fucking blocked by just normal chatters.
Like
No, I know you didn't,
Sylvie. He had seen in a portable toilet while deployed to the military, giving a detailed description of the beautiful, engorged and veiny penis with its penetrative glory. So we don't know what a penis is now. We're a bunch of children. Okay, I see. We're all just goofball out here.
I'll be honest. Okay, yeah, this is stupid. Fucking just vote for fucking Plattner, okay? Otherwise, you're voting for Susan Collins. This is all fucking psyop bullshit to get the left to hate him, okay? Don't fall for this bullshit. So if you're in chat, I need you guys to do me a favor. Sound off, say whatever. One's in chat right now, because I need to prove a fucking point right here. My viewership is saying I have one viewer. Seems like I got a lot more of you in chat right now than one viewer. Well, isn't that fun? Right there, proving that wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Says 8 here. Oh, see, I got mine. Hold on. There we go. Yeah, with your bullshit. You see 11? Whatever. Sometimes stream. No, this isn't Streamlabs. No, this is actually YouTube. This is YouTube Studio messing up. Hold on, let's do this. Okay, there it goes. Fix it. Nope. Did not fix it. It actually made it worse. Whatever, man. sometimes I float around 7 to 8 when I know I only have 1 or 2. Oh yeah, Streamlabs. Okay, no, yeah, you're right about that. Streamlabs gives you like false. Yeah. Whatever. YouTube gets wonky. The thing is, if you missed my first hour, I kind of went through the whole like why YouTube might be getting a little wonky. I mean, Alex, they're like when I said that you did the smart thing by making your channel like entertainment oriented, like, bro, this is. I hope you guys like you understand. I was being so fucking genuine about like how I envy you doing that. You did something that might save you from what I'm going through right now.
It's official. It's happening. I am getting sued by
Oh, that is not the Oops, might have just given a little peek into what we're going to be going into in a minute. So yeah, here's the fuck it. The Trump phone. So you know how there was news going around last week where they were saying that the Trump phone had apparently been canceled and how they were keeping the deposits. Well, they had a whole lot of blowback from their own supporters and the people that bought the things. So they decided to rush out I guess it's like a 2 or 3 year old phone called the T1. It's Chinese made crap. Which now when you say that might be a little different, but in this case, it is actually Chinese made crap. And they kind of did this thing where they accidentally leaked a bunch of info on the people that bought the phone. So let's get the details on that.
I'm making this video to let you know that TrumpMobile.com is leaking customer information. And I know that because, sadly, I am one of those customers whose mailing address, email address, everything short of credit card number is being leaked via a security exploit that I'm not going to go into too much detail to explain, but it's not complicated. I mean, exactly how it works was explained to me. I'm not a computer expert, but even I can understand the mechanics of it, meaning it's very low-hanging fruit. Basically, this past weekend, I was reached out to among many other people who have Trump Mobile accounts to let us know that our identification was being served up. This was by somebody who said they had no interest in doxing me, but they just wanted to let me know that this was happening. This person had my order information, my mailing address. They had other people's information as well that they shared with me just to prove it was real. Of course, blurring out the actual address data. From what I can tell, the person who contacted me, they're just interested in getting this fixed. They contacted the Trump Mobile team. They didn't respond. After seeing this, I conferred with another famous YouTuber who's also a Trump Mobile, orderer. They were also concerned their information is on there. So we reached out also to the Trump Mobile team, thinking maybe, somebody with more kind of reach will hopefully be able to escalate this. We have received no response from the official team. So basically how we feel is there's a public interest in letting people know, do not order on TrumpMobile.com unless you're ready for your information to be leaked. It's basically that bad. And also raises concerns given that Trump Mobile is offering a cellular service.
Double time on the banning of these accounts. Holy crap.
I don't know how much of a view they would have into people's browsing histories, call history, location data, but I would assume they keep some of that data, and if that is the case, I'd be very...
Oh yeah, happy lurking mouses. Yeah, Steven, chill the fuck out, man.
...concerned given how...
Now you're starting to like kind of borderline harass other people. Like, dude, I'm interacting with you. You do not have to make this about everybody else in chat. God damn, man.
...much, or should I say, how little
and realistically, bro, I just want you to know this. I got no problem with you.
Protection they give to
but
your
you keep this up like, bro,
information, which should be obviously like under
it's
lock
weird.
And key. Now, among other things that were discovered while realizing that my address is out on TrumpMobile.com being served up to anyone who knows this security exploit, we also found out that the real number of customer orders is much lower than we thought previously. It had been reported that 600,000 people ordered the T1 phone. Turns out that number was basically made up from
Anna, do me a favor.
Air, but actually looking at the customer, unique IDs.
Untime them out. And honestly, like, Steven, enough interacting with them. I actually, like, can you just be cool, man? Like, I I like having you here. Seem like a good dude, man. Like, this is the one time I see you, like, going after them. It gets, number one, like I said, it's weird. Like, just, who cares? Like, if you feel left out, just know that's in your head, bro. Like, you're not left out. You still get to enjoy the show. You still, some people just don't want to fucking conversate with you.
It looks like the real number of actual customers on this website was more like
roughly
10,000 unique customers with roughly 30,000 unique customer phone.
How do you remove a timeout?
I don't know if that also includes Trump Mobile itself as a cellular service
Yeah,
plan. I'm not exactly sure, but it looks
the same
like
way you put them in.
30,000
You just gotta click it, and I think it says remove timeout.
Orders went through, much lower than previously reported, about 5% actually of what was previously reported, which might explain why this has been seemingly such a low priority for Eric Trump and the people who are involved in this. It seems like there have been delays, changes, all sorts of stuff. Looks like they're trying to back out of this thing, only to then later say, no, we're actually going to deliver it. At this point, I don't know if it's more just to get this off the legal liability ledger, because it doesn't seem like there's as much interest in this device as was previously reported. And in some ways, it's good because it means the blast radius might be about 10,000 customers, which is still bad, to be clear, but much lower than was previously thought. So I just wanted to let people know, as one of the people affected, this sucks. I wanted to get it fixed before.
It is kind of funny that he wasn't planning on making a video about his info getting shared. Like, he would have made this video regardless because, this impacted a lot of people, but
going public about this. And now it looks like, unfortunately, we just have to report on this. If you're someone from the Trump Mobile team and you're wondering how this exploit works, you can get a hold of me. I've tried to get a hold of the US-based support team and have not received a word back. So, yeah, let's get this fixed.
All right, now here's the surprise. I know that he didn't say who it was, but Penguin Zero, Charlie, came out and said it was him.
Genuinely just wants the problem fixed, and the whole purpose... You ever seen a man's soul leave his body? You have now.
You have now.
So, about 5 months ago, decided, let's take a peek into this whole Trump phone thing, because they're long overdue on delivering this golden phone that'll
I know, bud.
Reinvent my understanding of what it...
Just take a breath and try not to care. Like, honestly, when it comes to that kind of stuff, just...
means to deliver a phone call, and I don't know.
I understand where you're coming from, but I also understand where they're coming from. So in the best interest of the show and moving forward, just chill.
Ask
okay?
Grok
Thank
to
you. And I sincerely appreciate that, okay?
Put me in a bikini on my mobile device. And, well, that started a bit of a snowball effect where I got really wrapped up in the whirlwind of trying to get my hands on this fucking mythical device. I would probably have better odds of finding a real-life Dragon Ball than a T1 device. Anyway, I don't need to regurgitate the lore for how we got here. Point is, there's been a new development, a huge disaster, and I mean this isn't a meme, I'm not being exaggeratory. What's unfolded is a complete fucking catastrophe. There is a massive security problem with TrumpMobile.com that has led to thousands of customers getting a big cock in their mouth.
I'm making this video to let you know that TrumpMobile.com is leaking customer information, and I know that because, sadly, I am one of those customers whose mailing address, email address, everything short of credit card number is being leaked via a security exploit that I'm not going to go into too much detail to explain, but it's not complicated.
Yeah, being a proud customer of Trump Mobile here, trying to get my...
He did it as a joke.
My paws on that T1 device has put me on the hook here of this security vulnerability. So this individual had sent me an email, as well as CoffeeZilla, as well as a lot of other customers, about this vulnerability that they discovered on the Trump Mobile website, which allowed them to access every piece of customer information except credit card number. That seems to be like the only thing that they weren't able to look at there, but everything else was just right out there frolicking, and they were able to look at it and were able to prove that this wasn't some hoax, that they actually did have this big security breach that they were able to get all this information from. Basically, they have the whole kit and caboodle of everything Trump Mobile. They got them by the titties. They're squeezing on the honkers. And they were able to provide a lot of information about it, as well as like divulging the method, which neither CoffeeZilla nor myself will get into, but it is a big whoops-a-daisy that needs fixing. So CoffeeZilla and myself, as well as this individual, have...
The security was not encoded because it was shipping, it was shipping information, yep.
Reached out to Trump Mobile in every possible avenue we could find to put this on their radar for them to fix it, because this is a huge issue. All of us have been met with radio silence. This individual does not appear to be some kind of like malicious bad actor trying to use this for some kind of nefarious purposes.
No, he was literally just a dude that was like, oh, this shouldn't be there.
This is someone that has actively been trying to get it fixed.
And then really good.
When he's been met with nothing but crickets from Trump Mobile, as well as a couple of other outlets that he reached out to, that's when he reached out to myself, CoffeeZilla, and multiple other people as well that were customers here, victims of this security flaw. So since no one from the official Trump Mobile team is receptive to this kind of alert, what else is there to do besides just make this video and CoffeeZilla's video publicly talking about it, so that way maybe they can, see it and fix it, because this is a huge problem. And this should hopefully dissuade other people from purchasing.
Ooh, Pep in chat, let's effing go. What up, Patch? How you doing, bro?
A Trump Mobile device, because it is not safe to do so right now. It is actually dangerous. It has a huge security issue.
I mean, exactly how it works was explained to me. I'm not a computer expert, but even I can understand the mechanics of it, meaning it's very low-hanging fruit. Basically, this past weekend, I was reached out to among many other people who have Trump Mobile accounts to let us know that our identification was being served up. This was by somebody who said they had no interest in doxing me, but they just wanted to let me know that this was happening. This person had my order information, my mailing address.
Yeah. This is just the funniest part. There's no worse creators that you could have done this to.
They had
CoffeeZilla and Penguin Zero kind of have a big audience specifically for kind of, outing this kind of stuff. I mean, Penguin is, Charlie does more like, entertainment, just like Jason's shit, but
other people's information as well that they shared with me just to prove it was real. Of course, blurring out the actual address data. From what I can tell, the person who contacted me, they're just interested in getting this fixed. They contacted the Trump Mobile team. They didn't respond.
Bro, I fucking swear, the Trump Mobile, the T1 device is like the mummy's curse. It brings nothing but misery and plague. Like, everything Trump touches is literally the cheese touch. Holy fuck, man.
The cheese touch.
I bought the phone as a joke, just to see, A, if it would ever actually come out, and B, if it does release, if it's any good whatsoever, like what actually even gets served to me. And as a result, now I get butt-fucked. This is the President of the United States, man. Just the concept of this would be something that people would insult and critique if they saw it in some kind of like satirical context in like a show or a movie. Because it's so over-the-top stupid. The fucking president of this country has a company, and has had many companies that are complete fucking shams, but this one in particular is not only extremely shady and unable to deliver anything that it has been hyping up and taking orders for so long, but also has a security flaw that is actually disastrous for the
everyone's secretly named Charlie
customers. It's just unthinkable. So you can't trust your information with the president.
He spells it the right way too.
That is backed by the president of the United States of America. Like, I knew this whole thing was a bunch of barnacles, like everything with the T1, just another one of Trump's endless money-grabbing ploys, like the Trump Bible and all that. But I would have never expected it to be this much of an absurd, throbbing headache. I'm porky pigging right now. It's just so annoying.
We have received
porky pigging.
no response from the official team. So basically how we feel is there's a public interest in letting people know, do not order on TrumpMobile.com unless you're ready for your information to be leaked. It's basically that bad. And also raises concerns given that Trump Mobile is offering a cellular service. I don't know how much of a view they would have into people's browsing histories, call history, location data, but I would assume they keep some of that data. And if that is the case, I'd be very concerned given how much, or should I say, how little protection they give to your basic customer information, which should be obviously like under lock and key.
That's exactly right. This is a massive safety concern. Giving your information to Trump Mobile is like covering yourself in raw meat and jumping into the grizzly bear habitat at the zoo. It's a recipe for disaster. So, since they haven't responded to any of us reaching out to try and get it fixed, this is the only option to let people know. Do not place any product orders with Trump Mobile right now. And if you already have, goose is kind of cooked. Sleep with one eye open, I guess. Cold sweats. I don't know what to tell you. There's not a whole lot you can do. We don't know if this is the only individual on the planet that's figured this out, or if it has been exploited by like malicious entities that have been...
I would guess it has. The thing is, if this guy got a hold of them randomly and said, hey, by the way, your information's out there, there's a good chance that the rest of the dark web like kind of saw this and has the unredacted code or whatever.
Scraping this data for dubious reasons, and they just haven't made it known to anyone yet. We have no way of knowing that right now. This individual reached out of concern, and they'd been trying to get it fixed themselves to no avail. So then reached out to us to try and get it fixed, and we also got radio silence as well, so there's not a whole lot of other options left. But this appears to be someone that genuinely just wants the problem fixed, and the whole purpose of talking about this is this shit needs to get fixed. This is a huge fucking issue.
Now, among other things that were discovered while realizing that, my address is out on TrumpMobile.com being served up to anyone who knows this security exploit, we also found out that the real number of customer orders is much lower than we thought previously. It had been reported that 600,000 people ordered the T1 phone. Turns out that number was basically made up from thin air.
Oh, what? You're telling me that Donald Trump made numbers out of thin air?
Actually, look.
No way! The guy that said 600%? That's crazy!
Customer, unique IDs. It looks like the real number of actual customers on this website was more like roughly 10,000 unique customers, with roughly 30,000 unique customer
level of surprise
phone
0
orders. I don't know if that also includes like Trump Mobile itself as a cellular service plan. I'm not exactly sure, but it looks like about 30,000 different orders went through, much lower than previously reported, about 5% actually of what was previously reported.
Yeah, that was a wacky little nugget that came as a result of this individual having access to basically the fucking mainframe of Trump Mobile. They were able to comb through and look at the total number of product orders that were placed. And according to that information, the numbers that have been reported with like the 590,000, that's straight fucking horseradish, apparently. Which shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone, because making up numbers has become the bread and butter tactic of anything Trump adjacent. So I guess I shouldn't be surprised. But I
wait.
Guess I just...
This is a scandal, but it kind of sucks that it's going to be a bigger story than the large scale crime. I'd rather these two bring up the $1 billion slush fund, not something that affected them personally. I think Coffee did or is making the video on the $1 billion slush fund, because I saw him tease that on his Twitter.
I just really thought that Trump Mobile was like more successful with like brain dead lobotomites. So this is actually something, I guess, positive. You could look at this positively, like, oh, there were only roughly like 30,000 suckers, and maybe a handful of them were like myself and CoffeeZilla, who were there to try and see, like, well, what is this piece of shit? Like, is it even real? That kind of thing, like investigating it, I guess. Who knows? But it is a much lower number, according to what has been discovered through all this, than what they have been saying it is.
Which might explain why this has been seemingly such a low priority for Eric Trump and the people who are involved in this. It seems like there have been delays, changes.
I mean, I'll be honest. The fact that they got called out and they saw all the outrage and were just like, oh, we have to actually like put something out
stuff. Looks like they're trying to back out of this thing, only to then later say, no, we're actually going to deliver it. At this point, I don't know if it's more just to get this off the legal liability ledger, because it doesn't seem like there's as much interest in this device as was previously reported. And in some ways, it's good because it means the blast radius might be about 10,000 customers, which is still bad, to be clear, but much lower than was previously thought.
I think that was a great point from CoffeeZilla there, because that would really explain why this has been so low on their list of things to do. They promised a phone a year ago and then just let that fall to the back rooms and hope people forgot about it. And that seemingly did work for a while. People were just more than willing to just forget about it. Like, they got neuralized by the Men in Black. Until recently, where it started to bubble over and people started paying attention. Now that the pressure's on, they all of a sudden have this phone that they're ready to start moving on. So, since the number appears to be so much lower than what's reported, that explains why there hasn't been a whole lot of chirping about it. If there were truly 590,000 people that put in $100 on this.
That's why everybody freaked out when they heard that it wasn't going to come out, because everybody assumed that there were 500,000 people that weren't getting their phones.
And never got any.
And then you had the guy that was just like, I bought 3 of them. 3 of them.
And still don't have anything yet, by the way. I imagine there'd be a lot more anger and many more people being vocal about it. Because it has been, for the most part, pretty quiet. And they've been more than willing to let it stay that way. Even changing their terms about if we ever even deliver a phone, if this phone that makes it to production, if you even get a phone, that kind of thing. So that was a really interesting thing that dropped, in addition to all of the terrible shit that came with all of this.
So I just wanted to let people know, as one of the people affected, this sucks. I wanted to get it fixed before going public about this, and now it looks like, unfortunately, we just have to report on this. If you're someone from the Trump Mobile team and you're wondering how this exploit works, you can get a hold of me.
You guys, again, you fucked with somebody who has 18 million subscribers.
To get a hold of
That's
the
not
US-based
a small
support
person.
team, and have not received a word back. So, yeah, let's get this fixed.
Exactly. Let's get this fixed. Please. We're at the point now where we have to grovel and beg for them to fix a security vulnerability that is exposing their customers' sensitive information.
What?
All of it. This should be something that they take seriously and start to move on ASAP. Fingers crossed. Please. This whole fucking Trump Mobile thing, this whole saga, this entire adventure, has been a bafflingly absurd journey. I just can't believe this shit is real. The state of things is fucking... Oh, it's rancid. Anyway, that's really about it. So,
yeah. Exposing a $300 million scam. Oh, yeah, here's the other one about his Trump phone not coming, because this is when initially they had canceled it. So, that's kind of funny. All right, we'll go to the next segment here. Appreciate you guys. If you guys are just joining us, welcome to the show. Also, Etch, I've been kind of almost going one by one with all you guys. I just want to tell you how much I appreciate you, man. Seriously. Today's been a little bit of an emotional day, specifically with the just being real about this content creation game and just how it can sometimes be a lot. So it's a good watch. Even he calls customer service and gets hung up on. Really? Oh, shit. Here.
Well.
All right, fuck it. I wasn't planning on doing this, but let's do it.
Man, I've got some bad news. My Trump phone has still not arrived. I don't know what's happened. Maybe a angry horde of goblins got in there and stole my Trump phone, my treasure, taking the one piece for themselves, because I was told over a week ago that in the next day or two I was going to be getting my email with the shipping information for my Trump phone, my T1 device that I put $100 on, and I haven't received that email, and it's not like they were saving it as some kind of surprise gift for me or anything, like a fucking birthday clown scooting in with the T1 device in hand for me. Nothing. Crickets, again. And also, I did just learn about the Trump Mobile terms and conditions. I don't know if these are new and I just missed them, because no sane human being on the planet is actually perusing the terms and conditions and going through line by line checking, at least not normally. but I've also been told that these are new additions to Trump Mobile. Either way, they are fucking alarming. I'm going to get to that here in a little bit because I also called customer support about the terms and conditions, because if you actually dropped 100 clams on this and then took a peek at those, you should be sweating. It is wacky what they've put in there. But before then, I did give Trump Mobile a call yesterday before learning about the terms and conditions, just to check on the status of my order, because surely, after I was told that it'd be shipped out in the next day or two.
Did you get moist on your show? I'm watching his video about him contacting Trump Mobile.
Something must have just been cause for the holdup. Maybe Trump went in there personally to start kissing each and every phone. His lips got a little dry, so he had to take the day off before getting to mine. I can understand that. There must have just been something in the pipeline that went a little cattywampus, but is probably soon fixed, and I'll be getting my email any day. Well, it's been almost a week since Trump Mobile support told me that I'd be getting an email about my T1 mobile device shipping, but I think the email must have got lost in the cyberspace somewhere.
Charlie,
so I kind of want to just check in and make sure that everything's still going according to schedule, and I'll be receiving
that's a boost.
My T1 mobile device in my hands any day now. I just want to make sure everything's all right.
Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. For English, press 1. Para español, oprima el número 2.
One day I'm going to press 2. One day I'm going to press dos, but today is not that day.
Press 1 to open a new Trump Mobile account. Otherwise, press 2 for support with an existing. Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. Your call is very important to us. To ensure
Let's
the
see what's
highest
going
level
on.
of customer care, this call may be recorded for quality control and training purposes. Please hold, and our next available representative will be with you shortly. You can also visit our website at www.trumpmobile.com.
Yeah, did you see the Ben-Gvir video of him parading around the flotilla people? Yes, it's disgusting.
To apply for a new account or access your personal account portal.
No hold music? What happened? Where's my hold music? Why is it just pure silence, just crickets? Did they not want to pay for licensing rights for just fucking elevator music now? It's absurd. I'm supposed to be a valued customer and you can't even blast me some goddamn tunes? No boner jams while I wait? Jinkies, it must be busy over there at Trump Mobile. What in tarnation? This is taking quite a while. It must be a company-wide issue that the emails didn't go out to all the Trump Mobile customers that are eagerly awaiting their Christmas gifts.
Supposedly they will give a refund if they don't deliver, but I'm not sure about the particulars. So they changed the TOS again.
Hey, hello. I just wanted to check on the status of my order.
It's been in a whole separate window.
Hello? Oh. Hello? They hung up on me. What the fuck is that? What? Pardon? Wait, what?
What? Damn, dude.
I'll call back. Must have been a misinput there.
Shout out to Leto the Usurper.
Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. For English, press
Okay, here I
Para
come.
español, oprima el número 2 shortly.
Man, I waited so long for that too.
www.trumpmobile.com. To apply for a new account or access your personal.
Amazing service.
Hey, hello. I was just hoping to check on the status of my T1 device.
I can definitely assist you with that. Can I get your first and last name?
Charles White.
Damn, it's weird. We both got
Right now,
his is more like, obviously color than object, but
right, we're still waiting on the phones to be shipped out. We don't have an exact date, but it's still going by first come, first served basis.
Oh, okay. I called last week and I was told that I should be receiving an email in the next day or so because they were shipping out at the end of April. Did something happen?
So they were supposed to get shipped out at the end of April. They just did not. It's now been extended. So you would have gotten that email if it did, but you get an email when it does shipped out. That is correct.
Okay. All right. So when is there's like no ballpark estimate on when that might be though?
No, sir. We have no exact date.
Okay. Well, do you guys have the T1 though, right? Like it's there, right?
Like here in office, we have one here in office.
Okay. So all right. Well, that's reassuring because now I'm starting to get a little concerned about the whereabouts is all.
Oh, got you. Okay, yes, we've got ours shipped here in the office yet. The phone just hasn't been shipped out to the customers yet. That makes sense.
Okay. Understood. I appreciate the update.
No problem. Is there anything else I can do for you?
No.
That poor service lady didn't get paid enough. The thing is, I'm pretty sure that she's one of those like so it's like a call center that covers like multiple companies.
That'll be it. Thank you.
Have a nice evening.
You as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's...
He did not sound happy. I have to imagine there is a lot of rowdy fucking worms that are calling, blowing up their phones about the T1 device. It's not cheap, by the way. That was supposed to come out in August of 2025. So I bet there's people that are like actually steaming. So I never want to be like aggressive to them. I mean, it's not their fault. It's their job. They have to take the calls.
Damn,
that's got to be
dude.
fucking brutal, though. I can only imagine what that's like.
That
So
does suck.
looks like the end of the month in April didn't quite pan out, which I can't believe. It's unlike them to miss dates and deadlines and expectations and break promises. That's so odd. And I guess the last customer support rep, when she told me that I'd be receiving an email in the next day or two, I guess that also fell through the cracks. I guess it's back to any day now, which is exciting. So any day now, I should be getting my Trump phone. I can't wait. Maybe. So after looking at the terms and conditions, which I was told are new, but I have no way of confirming if that's true or not. I just never even checked them because why would I? You would expect it to just be like normal boilerplate shit in a phone terms and conditions, but Trump Mobile's terms are very weird. Like I'm talking like goofy shit. This like, oh my. Let's dive into this League of Legends champion lore. So deposit purpose will start there. A pre-order deposit provides only a conditional opportunity if Trump Mobile later elects in its sole discretion to offer the device for sale. That's already sounding alarms in my noodle. What do you mean? A conditional opportunity if they offer the device for sale? The device is for sale, isn't it? They are taking my money right now. They have my 100 doubloons. So surely the device is already for sale, right? Like, isn't that how that works? A deposit is not a purchase, does not constitute acceptance of an order, does not create a contract for sale, does not transfer ownership or title interest, does not allocate or reserve specific
Red
inventory.
flags all the fuck around. What the hell?
And does not,
I'm going to assume that everybody that purchased one of these didn't even think to read the TOS.
not guarantee that a device will be produced or made available for purchase.
Yeah.
So they're not even guaranteeing that the device is being produced or will be made available for purchase.
If we lived in a perfect world, all of this would be like one sentence.
Say that it does not reserve specific inventory. That's the whole idea of pre-ordering something, that you are reserving that specific thing that you are putting money into. You are putting $100 into this phone that they are selling, and they're telling you the price of the phone is like $500, but $100 is supposed to grant you access to purchasing that device when it's available. Like, it is supposed to hold it for you. That's the entire idea behind a pre-order. And it's, again, not cheap. Thousands of people put $100 down. They allegedly made millions upon millions of dollars off the...
As somebody who's kind of like a TOS nerd,
T1 device. And then here in their own terms, they're saying that, well, it doesn't
it's a
actually
weird thing
do
to nerd
anything.
out over, but because when I started doing this, I wanted to make sure that I, didn't miss anything
at all. And then,
what sucks is that they updated about every like month or so.
There's also a section about no binding sale, which goes through about how until you satisfy these 4 conditions, the 4 commandments of Trump Mobile, then you don't actually have anything that's enforceable.
Laughing my ass off. So there was no intention on delivering. How many $100 did they get?
And then this
10,000.
This one is super eyebrow raising, where it says no price lock or
Nowhere near what
promotion
they
guarantee.
said, but...
The deposit does not lock in pricing, promotions, service plans, taxes, fees, shipping cost, or other commercial terms. Final pricing and offers will be disclosed at the time of purchase, and you will have the opportunity to accept or reject the final terms before completing your purchase. Pricing and promotional terms may change any time prior to purchase. Any applicable taxes will be calculated at the time of final sale and may vary based on shipping location and then current tax laws. Any prior advertising, marketing materials, product renderings, feature descriptions, or estimated timelines are informational only, and do not constitute binding representations, warranties, or guarantees. So if I'm understanding that correctly, one of the big things there is that the price is not fixed. It is subject to change, which is something I talked about in the last video, how it's looking like it's going to be more expensive. But there was the idea that you were grandfathered
Get the
in once you
one-time
put
deal where it's $500, then it goes up to $2,000.
on this deposit at the $500 they were saying that it is, and have been saying that it is for almost a year. This phone was supposed to come out in August of 2025. And when it missed that deadline, it said at the end of 2025. Still, it hasn't come out now.
How you doing, man?
May of 2026. So they're also saying that, well, you can't hold it against us. The estimated timelines it's all hooey. We're pulling it out of our ass. But the price lock is very interesting. It's saying explicitly it does not price lock. So when you pre-order, you put the $100 down, you are not price locked. But if you look at the top of the page on the website itself, as I'm looking at the terms and conditions, look at the top left. Lock in your T1 phone promotional pricing now. So it is advertising that when you put this money down, you are priced.
Damn, dude. This is just another fucking class action just waiting to happen and get thrown out because he's the fucking president.
Locking. That's what it's telling you. It is literally telling.
Mark Moore, thanks for making real content, bro. That means a lot to me. Thank you, like, so much. Fucking A.
That's what you're.
Thanks for
very
making
kind
real
words,
content.
man. That means the world to me. Like, because honestly, man, like, yeah, it's been a rough one. So thank you.
But then when you look at their terms, it's saying no, that's not actually what you're doing.
Also, thank you
How
for
is that
the
not fraudulent?
kind donation.
That's just a fucking lie then. Also, it says all of the information that they've been providing for
takes us
a
to
year now about what
1720.
the T1 is and its specs and all of the renderings and all of that aren't actually representative of the device. It's saying that, nope, all of that could just be a bunch of hoo-ha, a bunch of mumbo-jumbo, and that's okay. So then you are advertising something, knowingly advertising something that may not be representative of what is actually getting sold to the customer. Again, how is that not fraud? You are blatantly misleading them on purpose. And then in your own terms, they're saying, like, yeah, we might be doing that. Can't hold it against us.
Because it's the president of the United States doing it.
What the fuck? It continues. No guarantee of release, delivery, or timing. That should make you feel much more comfortable about the $100 you spent on the pre-order when there's not even a guarantee of release in their own terms and conditions. They're selling you something and also letting you know, like, it might not ever come out. We haven't actually decided. Estimated ship dates, launch timelines, or anticipated production schedule are non-binding estimates only. Trump Mobile does not guarantee that the device will be commercially released. Well, you see, they are actually just selling you.
Oh shit, Godzilla God King, thank you. Does that meant the world to you? I'll copy his homework, but change it a little. Thanks for making content that is real.
Godzilla God King,
Dude,
$10.
thank you guys.
Since it meant the
Godzilla, I
world
really
to you,
appreciate
I'll copy
that,
his
man.
homework, but change it a little. Thanks for making content that is
An
real.
idea.
And just because you have a cool name doesn't, you guys.
Of something that they might release potentially, but we'll take $100 just for even providing you the idea and the website for the idea. It's
thank you guys.
Fucking lunacy.
Fucking A.
See, regulatory approvals, including FCC authorization, will be obtained. Carrier certification
to
will
make
be
a,
secured. Production will commence or continue, or delivery will occur within any specific time frame. Trump Mobile will not be responsible for delay, modification, or failure to release a device due to causes beyond its reasonable control, including but not limited to regulatory review, carrier
Thank you, Televani, for the gifted flower.
certification delays, component shortages, labor disruptions, government
change it
orders,
up.
acts of God. Oh, I can't even imagine what that would look like. God comes in and is like, no, the T1 device is too powerful. It will allow you to do too many things. The calls are too pristine. The camera's too good. The steak is too buttery. I will smite it. I like how they threw acts of God in here. But also, according to Trump's spiritual advisor, Trump literally is Jesus. And Trump likes to compare himself to Jesus all the time, too. So why would
God, after watching The Boys, it's so crazy.
come in and try and disrupt the T1 device, the gold-plated T1?
I hope that a lot of people do watch The Boys and then see what happens there, and they use that parallel to be like, I guess that is a little ridiculous that he does that.
Mobile device, that wouldn't make any sense. Transportation interruptions or third-party
Much love, Pep. Thank you.
supplier failures.
Thanks, guys.
Next, there's no guarantee of network
I needed
compatibility
this.
or performance.
I just needed the reassuring words, to be honest. Like, fucking A.
Well, also, if we do deliver this, there's no guarantee it's going to be compatible, and it also might blow major ass. And you have to agree to that. You have to know that. Device compatibility, functionality, performance, and feature availability are not guaranteed and may vary materially based on carrier certification, network conditions, regulatory approvals, software or firmware changes, geographic location, and service plan configuration, except as expressly set forth in the final written product specifications at the time of sale. Trump Mobile disclaims all representations regarding operation on any specific carrier network or support for any particular network technology.
Whoa, dude. And if any of this came up in any contract I was reading, I'd be like, I'm out.
And there's also product changes that are permitted, device specifications, features, software, hardware components,
Well,
storage.
it just wrapped up today. So yeah, watch The Boys. And honestly, I loved the ending. So I can just say that, yeah, check it out.
Capacities, bundled accessories, colors, and configurations are subject to change prior to final sale. Images, prototypes, beta demonstrations, and marketing renderings are illustrative only and may not reflect final production units. That's so crazy, man. They are just saying, like, everything we've been telling you, everything we've been showing you, everything we've been saying is probably a lie. It is very potentially a lie. It is only there for illustrative purposes and to get suckers on the hook to give us money. And you have to know that. You should have known that.
Yeah.
And so now we're just telling you point blank to your face. Also, this device may never be delivered. And if it's not, that's okay. If we fail to deliver it, no problem. Then we'll take it home here. Deposit amount and application.
They know that their fucking base is so stupid that they wouldn't read this.
Amount of the deposit will be disclosed at the
This is like barely cover your ass shit.
time of payment. If you complete a device purchase, the deposit will be applied
they
as a
still
credit towards
said,
the purchase
lock
price
in
at
your
checkout,
price.
unless you request otherwise or unless the deposit amount exceeds the purchase price. Deposits have no cash value except as expressly disclosed. Then they let you know that you can cancel it before completing the purchase for the refund. So if Trump Mobile cancels or discontinues the device prior to sale, they'll issue a full refund of the deposit amount paid, which that's nice.
That's
cool.
Thank you for that.
If we decide not to
reassurance.
release it, we'll give your money back, we think. And then if Trump Mobile cancels, delays, or does not release the device, I love how this is a core component in the terms and conditions. Like, listen, guys, we really might not release it. This really might have all been a lie. They keep driving that point home. Your sole and exclusive remedy is a full refund of the deposit amount
Hey, thank you, Ken. I appreciate
actually
that.
paid, and you waive any claim to equitable, injunctive, or specific performance relief relating to pre-order priority or device
bad.
allocation. Trump Mobile shall not be liable for indirect, incidental, special, consequential, exemplary, or punitive damages, including loss of opportunity, loss of anticipated savings, loss of priority status, or loss of profits. Now, like I said, I don't typically take a peek at the terms and conditions of products that I buy or pre-order, but I have to imagine it's not entirely standard to constantly reiterate if the device doesn't come out. Also, all of the material you've seen about it might be a lie and not indicative of the actual product if the product ever releases, if they decide they want to release the product for sale, if the product ever gets made. They keep saying if there is a product here, constantly saying if the product comes out, if this, if that, in regards to the production of it. So what the fuck are you putting $100 on? Like, this is craziness. So
You're just giving Trump $100.
In the most recent video I made covering this, where the Verge did see.
I mean, you would think that they'd be like, we also reserve the right to just take this as a campaign contribution.
A T1 device.
Like something like that.
It's very possible that that's not the device you're going to get, because in its terms, it's saying everything you see about it might not actually be representative of what they ship out, if they ever even ship out a phone. And if they don't, you might get a refund. On their own website, they are the ones constantly telling you that there might not be a phone that's released here. The T1 might not go for sale. They are saying that. What the fuck, man? Why is that even allowed? I feel like if I did something like this, I would be in trouble legally. If I said, I'm releasing the Charles device, the Charles mobile device. You can fucking contact aliens. It's got 55 billion gigawatts of power harnessed from the goddamn Tesseract that I've implanted in each device. I need your pre-orders now at $100 to lock it in. It'll be a $500 phone. Now sign up now. I feel like if I was promoting that, and then I had no phone or anything to show for it, I would face some consequences for it, because it would be labeled a scam. Even if in my terms I'm saying, oh, this is all just marketing. This isn't representative of what I'm actually selling you, if I'm even selling you anything in the first place. Like, I would get in trouble. Anyone would, because anyone would look at that and be like, ooh, that seems like a scam. This feels fake. You are even saying that it might not come out. So even though they're saying, if it doesn't, you can get refunds, you are still hawking something that's not even existing. That's fucking absurd. So anyway, after reading that, I wanted to call Trump Mobile support, get some answers directly from the source.
So ring, 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 ring. Pepper phone.
I got them on the horn to at least just ask about what my pre-order
would actually
means,
kind of, hold on.
In their own terms, it says that it doesn't even hold the phone for me. Really, that's what it leads you to believe, that you're not actually securing anything.
Press 1
I'm
to
on
open
my
a new Trump
Pepper
mobile
phone.
account. Otherwise, press 2 for support with an existing Trump mobile.
I've become a
Thank you for
master
calling
at
Trump
navigating
Mobile.
this.
Your call is very important to us. To ensure the highest level of customer care, this
I
call
love
may
the
be
fact
stress
recorded for
testing their
quality
services
control and
here.
This
training
is
purposes.
actually
Please
interesting.
hold, and our next available representative will be with you shortly. You can also visit our website at www.trumpmobile.com to apply for a new account or access your personal account portal.
It doubles as a vape.
Wasn't there typically 2 stages there? Previously? They hung up on me. What? What is going on? Wait, what? Did they change their support?
I've had
There's
that.
typically 2 things I had to do before getting on the horn with a rep. Time to call back.
Press 1 to open a new Trump mobile account. Otherwise, press 2 for support.
Man, it must be nice to have a non-annoying cowlick.
With an existing Trump. Thank you for calling Trump Mobile.
Yeah, it
Your
seems like
call
they
is
took
very
out the
important
Spanish
to us.
option.
To ensure the highest level of customer care,
They
this call may be
got rid of
recorded
that
for
one.
quality control.
Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. My name is Jamie, and I'm assist you today.
Hey, I just had a couple of questions about my T1 device.
Okay.
I was told like a week ago I'd be getting an email about it being shipped out to me in the next day or 2, but I haven't received that email. Is that still on schedule?
Yeah, we haven't got an updated date yet on exactly when they're going to be shipped. We're just told any day now that they're going to be going out. So all we're doing right now is just pretty much playing a waiting game for those emails to be shipped out because we don't even have a like ETA on the shipment or anything. Like we don't have a tracking number. So we're just told that they're going to go out.
I'll say this much: I'm kind of surprised that they don't have like an AI response.
Individually to each.
I'm surprised that they actually have like, an actual customer care team.
Yeah, it could be any day now. That's all I know.
Okay, no worries. I was looking on the website because I was getting a little concerned, so I checked out the terms and conditions. It said that the pre-order deposit only provides an opportunity if the phone gets released and doesn't actually like reserve specific inventory. So does my pre-order not hold a device for me?
Yeah, as far as I know, that's supposed to definitely hold your device for you. Like all I know is like we have a phone here in the office, so we know that the phones are being shipped out because we, ordered one here just so we can actually physically see it and play with it and everything like that. So what I know, everyone who has pre-ordered the T1, that holds a space for them to be the first ones to get the phones when they ship out.
Okay, and then about the device itself, on the terms it says that like everything that's been advertised about it is all just illustrative and might not represent the phone itself. The phone you have there, is it everything that's been advertised?
Yeah, so what I was told that the phone did go through about 3 different models before they decided on one. So I believe maybe what you're seeing was before they decided on the actual model that they were going to stick with, which is the one now. If you go to trumpmobile.com, the one you see there, that's the one that we have. But I heard they did go through about 3 different models before they landed on this one.
Okay, that's awesome to hear then. Yeah, it's just reading through the terms was a little concerning because it keeps reiterating that the phone might not release and that it's not guaranteed to release, and then the pre-order thing just had me a little concerned. But like, it's definitely coming though, right? Like it is guaranteed.
Right. Yes, exactly. It's definitely coming. Yeah.
Okay, then I don't know why they would put that in there. That's scaring me.
Yeah, that's odd. Because I didn't even see that one. I don't know. We'll have to get a little bit more information on that just so we can have updates. But all I know is that so far, yeah, we're just waiting on those shipments to head out, and we do have one here, so I can confirm that the phone is real, and we got to play with it in person and everything, and so it's pretty real. And I'm just waiting on those to ship out for the ones who's pre-ordered it, so they can go ahead and have theirs as well. But yeah, if you ever have any other concerns, then just reach out.
She's like, I got mine.
We'll just get it escalated up to our back-end team to look.
She doesn't get paid enough.
Awesome, I really appreciate that. I just had one other quick question because in the terms it also said that the pre-order doesn't price lock per se, but when I put the money down, it said it did. So do we have an idea on what the final price is? Because it was supposed to be $500, but reading through here, it said that could be subject to change, at least as I understand it. Is it still $500?
So the phones are, yes, $499, and then of course you did the $100 deposit, and we don't charge the remaining $399 until the phone has shipped to you.
Okay.
So it is $499 with the $100 deposit, and then the remaining $399 will be charged once the phone actually releases and ships.
Is this the same lady?
Okay,
Definitely
awesome.
not the same lady.
It is locked in there.
No.
For me.
Yes.
Perfect.
Because the other one sounded like it went through a call center. This one actually sounds like it went to somebody that like, works from home. They might work for a call center. Technically.
You as well. Take it easy.
Thank you. Okay.
Bye. Oh, see, I had nothing to be worried about. The terms and conditions got me all riled up over nothing. Everything they say in here is apparently just like a multiversal possibility that maybe they don't deliver the phone, maybe it's not as advertised, maybe you're not price locked, but after talking to support, turns out I am price locked. It is coming, and I can't fucking wait. And it is reserved for me. So I'm going to get my T1 device any day now, which has become the slogan for Trump Mobile. Any day, as it has been since August of 2025. Shit. Any day is coming, and I can't wait. That's really about it.
All right. Well, Zach, it sounds like you need to go and get into, boxing or something, because, sparring.
Very cool. Very awesome. All right. That's it.
All right. Well, okay. That was worth the watch. I really do appreciate the recommendation. All right. So we got Majority Report talking about this situation, though. And, why not? We'll end the segment.
This is a guy named Christopher Webb on X. I don't know if that's the Instagram account. No, it's a TikTok account. Code name Steve. It is. And here is the half of it is the Trump announcements on the mobile phone, and then the guy's response to it.
Today we're here to introduce Trump Mobile, making phones in America. It's about time we bring products back to our great country.
Eric is such a dork.
We're having call centers for Trump Mobile in St.
God.
Louis, so we're keeping our data onshore. We plan
Your
to
dad
build
saved
phones in
all the
America.
Riz for himself.
All of our customer support is in America. A lot of people are getting ripped off, to say the least, because they don't pay attention to their cell phone plans. So I think we can do it better.
Hey, Trump supporter here. This goes out to Don Jr. and Eric. Where the is my phones? I ordered 4 gold Trump phones.
Oh, yeah, this was it. This is the one I was talking about.
Now we can't get any updates on them.
Well over 500,000 people each paid a $100 deposit to get in on the planned and promised Trump phone. Not a single confirmed customer, though, has gotten one. This is a report from the IBT. Meanwhile, the website for the so-called Trump Mobile, which isn't very mobile.
All right, pause it for a second. We should just say this is Ari Melber, on MS Now. I'm trying to do the math. 590,000 buyers paid $100. So add 2 zeros to that.
Well, they do it at 59 million.
$59 million
just for nothing. For
And
promises.
It's like that's better. I told you a story where when I was a kid, like in the back of
Going to IKEA? Hell
like
yeah.
comic books, you could get make money by stuffing envelopes.
Mm-hmm.
You can make hundreds of dollars a week by
I
stuffing
just covered
envelopes.
that recently where I was looking at the prices at IKEA. I was like, what the fuck?
So I'm like, I got time to stuff envelopes.
Used to be the cheap option, not
And
anymore.
You send away for it, and they send you back basically a mimeograph sheet that says basically you do what we just did. Which is put an ad in and say make money by stuffing envelopes, and then all you're doing is you photocopy this sheet and you mail it back to them. And
It's like box tops too. Do you remember that on cereal boxes?
But everything you guys are naming is so much more work than what they did.
Oh, yeah.
yes. In
But-
fact, they didn't mail anything back except for a receipt for the $100.
But by the way, I think Steve was the guy in the TikTok video that was responding to this. This was put together by Christopher Webb. I think he did the compilation. But how many of these buyers do you think were just foreign investors buying them in bulk? That's the
Meatballs are
question
fucking
to me.
fire.
That could be too.
I mean, who the hell bought this? Everyone knows that you go to AT&T or Verizon or T.
So easy for me to believe that there were 590,000 Americans.
Hey, how's it going, Janice?
That's
like,
Thanks for being here.
I'm gonna get a gold Trump phone.
Like, you buy your influence with the crypto stuff, but these phones, like, who's putting down a $100 deposit for a phone? It's a rube.
No.
It could be either. Honestly, it could be either.
No, it could be either, but but it's like those watches. It's the same thing. Remember the watches?
Yep.
They're not getting any of those, or if they're getting
You know
them,
what?
they're
Isaac
like
Saul, I think, forgot the watches.
Yeah, but those are big money. This is like $500.
Yeah,
for a
but
phone.
you could order.
Buy them in
you
bulk.
just go on and order because the delivery charges is exactly the same. It's $0 for one.
$0.
phone,
We're gonna have to take
and
them.
$0 for a million. Like you could go on there and
Right.
say, like, I'm gonna buy 100,000 phones.
Right. I wonder how they estimate that number of buyers then. Because if it's bulk, then, you know, I don't know. But
and then they just like forward the receipt to Susie Wild or something.
Well over 500,000 people each paid a $100
From the
deposit
International Business
to get in on the planned and promised Trump phone. Not a single confirmed customer, though, has gotten one. This is a report from the IBT. Meanwhile, the website for the so-called Trump Mobile, which isn't very mobile, includes a disclaimer. A pre-order doesn't guarantee a device will be produced or made available for purchase. I mean, that is just out there. Yeah, a pre-order means not a pre-order. We just hold your $100 and we might never make the phone. They haven't shipped.
Wow, it's been so long since I actually watched MR.
Any phones. The company's selling point was that this somewhat gilded device would be made in America. You heard that in some of those clips. Now they say it will be proudly American. I guess that's kind of how the phone identifies. It will be designed with American values in mind, but that's not how.
Yeah, like
God, I can't think of the last time I've watched a full episode.
like cheap labor.
Exactly. Exactly.
Make the children watch American football while they make the phone.
You can identify as a gender that's different from birth, but if you're a Chinese worker working at some sort of sweatshop to make these gold-plated phones, you can identify as American in your heart.
Rebadging, the Huawei phone.
But this goes with all the corruption. It's just unbelievable. And honestly, like I think somebody could write a thesis. You could write a book on just the structure that exists in the American media and body politic. That this is like number, I don't know, 15, 20 on the list of all the scams that Trump and his children have run, both as a dollar amount, like a dollar amount, and sort of just the audacity meter. And had this happened with the Biden, did Biden sold Biden phone?
I mean, I'm glad that he's at least saying it, because I mean as much as the Biden, what if Biden did it is kind of passé. It's also very true.
We'd still be talking.
They're still talking about Obama phones.
And those were started by George W.
And dude, they make fun of it too, where they're just like, "Oh my God, let me guess, you got your Obama phone."
Bush, and they weren't private; they were just phones that were given out.
I mean, at that point, it's like, yeah, at least they have something to show for it.
Well, Trump has effectively bullied the press into avoiding the most meaty parts of his corruption and his scandal.
I think there's something else, because George W. Bush got away with a bunch of this stuff too.
Yeah.
And like it was.
I guess.
I don't know how long this is going to work. He's like kind of floating halfway on and off my lap here.
I mean, I think it's definitely worse now.
Being held up by the desk.
There is a specific structural dynamic where, these type of scandals.
Well, it's also what
versus
we talk,
like Benghazi.
But that's a perfect example of what we talk about all the time. The Republicans bully the press into covering what they want, and they force the issue, and the Democrats respond to the press.
Yeah.
Like, that's a big part of it. But I also think that they're afraid to touch things that aren't the reality TV show spectacle scandals. Like, Trump, his approval is horrible, and you don't really even need to go there. But they like to play into the circus, too. That's why he's a master at the media. He can, even if he's being spoken about negatively, it's nothing that really matters here.
Yeah.
Like, for his purposes, which is lining his pockets, it's his uncouth nature, it's his unpredictability, it's the frickin' ballroom or whatever. Nothing about, like, what his family is doing to ransack the country. I think they're afraid to touch it.
They have his sons on to talk about all the great plans they're doing for phones. So.
And also the part is like his base. We didn't get to bring this up in our interview, but they like this.
Yeah, he said that a little bit. He touched on that idea.
We could have talked about it more. I mean, I just like
this
is the prosperity gospel president. So any way that he gets rich is just further proof that he is some sort of divine entity to them.
It's the mesmer effect too, which I think the idea that like when he's stealing from them, even when he's stealing from his own supporters, they feel like they're on the
a part
right
of something.
side of the steal.
I had a friend that had one of them.
That's exactly what Jennifer Welch talks about, where she sees people. She said when she came on the show, she told a story of.
I remember seeing it and being like, "Holy shit!" Like
her friends growing up, her mom could barely afford gas money and had to pinch pennies to get to church. And then when they got to church, she saw her put all of like even more money than they paid for gas into the pail for the televangelist preacher that was there. It's like
my mom was very much that way. I got mad about that because my mom also attended 2 different churches.
Unfortunately, there is a certain
so we would go on a Saturday and a Sunday, and she would essentially give close to 3% of whatever her income was at that time.
The population that has an authoritarian bent, and they are literally
for her. It wasn't like it was an unwritten rule in the church, but it was like my mom lived by that rule where 3% or God sees it.
People that bow down to power and money.
Like, what if you have nothing? She's like, then I give a few cents. Even if I have to give a few cents, I give 30%. fuck cults. Yeah.
I think there's definitely a clinical
The sad part is she got that from the Catholic side.
explanation for that.
This is that mesmer thing Sam's talking about. We had Emily Ogden on the show. Jesus, a long time ago now. To talk about this book,
It was
Credulity.
like probably 8-9 years ago.
Pre-COVID, yeah.
It's still, that book explains a lot. We should find that interview. Maybe, we should probably replay that maybe at one point if we have like ever a...
Feels like a Trump first term classic.
Net, not gross. Yeah, net.
Let's cancel the show tomorrow and play it.
Let's... Hey, folks, don't...
Yeah. I mean, my mom barely made money. Like, at that point, God, that was even the worst part, is like she didn't have a job for a while and she was living off of disability. And yeah, she would even give some of that. It's insane. And like she was, food insecure. Like her rent was, it was always and that's what, like, I'm glad that they brought that up because that was something that always bothered the crap out of me. Where I was just like, Mom, what are you doing? And the thing is, she also wouldn't utilize the programs that the church had put out there because she didn't want to be shamed. Because there was a level of shame that came with using those programs, because then all like the church moms would talk in their little fucking, Bible study group, like behind their backs, just like, oh, did you hear that Shannon had to go on assistance? I don't think that I think that there's something wrong with her and Todd. I think they're having a little bit of a rocky relationship. You know what I mean? That's not very godly, but you know what's godly? Us laughing about it.
Don't forget to hit the subscribe.
Let's not pray for her. Let's pray that this continues our to be our entertainment. Like seriously, like that fucking cliquey mentality. Oh my God, it's so prevalent in the fucking church. All right, we'll be going into this in a minute. Let's do this. I need to chill for a second. Let's talk. Let's just talk. Let's fucking chill. Cue the lo-fi. All right. Sounds like a really nice religion. It was great. Then my school was all about we have to prepare for the end time, so it's all about saving your soul. Like, my gym teacher, God, I wish... this would be funny if it didn't happen to me. My gym teacher had this whole thing where he would always talk about PT. We gotta have PT for the grand battle, and he would call it like God, it was like he would go short of like saying end times. Most of the time he would even say it like the battle for Armageddon. Didn't have a southern accent, by the way. He was from Ohio. But still, he would always be talking about, like, you got to be in shape for the end of the world. It's like, okay. Yeah, it seems a little odd. Man, that reminds me of a study old girl did recently with a baby crying on a soundboard. She called a bunch of churches to ask for formula because her baby hadn't eaten. Oh, shit. Yeah, I would like to... Yeah, you know what? Might have to cover that on an upcoming show here, because I think that would play into me going a little bit deeper into the cult I was part of. Well, cult. I'll call it the religion, but it was a culty... It was the cult religion. Wait. 100% Democrats vote party line. That's a cult. Enjoy the Kool-Aid. What are you talking about? Dude, Biden literally, like, Obama and Biden both said how they wanted a strong Republican Party. I hope they were happy with what they got. Like, what are you talking about? Dude, you got Republicans that are even saying that shit, that are like the milquetoast ones. Like, that's why South Carolina's not going to do the gerrymanders, because they're like, we're not going to be part of that. We actually like having healthy competition, because they recognize that having all red districts could easily turn into all blue districts just as quickly because of how unpopular Republicans are right now. So it's pretty old content, but I'll second it. It's really good content. I'll check it out. Cool. Shit, speaking of like old content, I saw the you guys remember that penguin that fell in love with a cardboard cutout like I was like 8 years ago? But I that came across my algorithm and I watched it. I was just like, "Oh my god, it's so sad." His wife left him. This old penguin's his little life partner left him. And then he fell in love with a cardboard cutout that they put there of, I don't know the name of the girl, but she was like a penguin anime girl that they were doing a cross promotion. And he fell in love with the cardboard cutout and he died apparently right next to his cardboard cutout. It was hard. Yeah, dude. Oh, yeah. Oh, the poor baby. He didn't deserve it. He deserved love. He deserved love. Hey, do you believe in the theory of evolution? Every once in a while. Every once in a while. I get asked that question, and then it goes, well, looking at... No, I'm not gonna do that. Club sombrero. Jesus. Why do you ask? Also, Zach, I just saw your comment. I hope you're still there. Don't do that. Don't go to a bar to... Dude, stop. Come on. Like I said, go to a boxing club. That will definitely get it out of your system, and you will get humbled. Trust me. Had that happen. Turns out I'm not as good of a boxer as I am, balance on ice and just kind of flail a little bit, but... All right, that is horrible. Yeah, I know, right? Poor penguin. Poor penguin. Sorry, I'm kind of stalling here. I'm trying to get this thing. Oh, here we go. Lito, you have got your claws in my knee.
It's official. It's happening. I am getting sued.
All right, so Noah Samson is actually getting sued by Ethan Klein. I hope he saved all that money.
By Ethan Klein.
Honestly, because he said he was going to send it to Palestine if the lawsuit didn't come to fruition. I really hope that he didn't call it.
Ethan Klein, millionaire and host of the H3
Ravy, if you're here, do you know anything about that?
Podcast, has sued me for defamation. Here's the complaint. It's 31 pages, and I'm getting sued. About a year ago, I released this.
Watching some evolutionist versus creation debate. I can't believe how stupid people can be. Yeah, no kidding. Same with flat earther and round earth debates. Yeah. Club Sombrero, welcome to the channel. Appreciate having you here. I appreciate the questions. I'm gonna ask you to do the thing though. Hit that like and sub. That goes for all of you. I do appreciate it, and it really helps out the channel. Thank you.
Video, the YouTubers who backed the genocide. And in response, Ethan Klein immediately began threatening to sue me. Then, a year later...
You guys can take a little bit of pride knowing that you really helped out a small up-and-coming YouTube channel.
Just 2 days before the statute of limitations was up, Klein filed his lawsuit. In the complaint, Klein alleges that I defamed him by falsely painting him as a supporter of the genocide of Palestinians. The complaint presents 6 allegedly defamatory statements, including the title and thumbnail of my video, and it makes several claims related to statements made about Israel, Palestine, atrocity propaganda, Nakba denialism, misinformation, and more. There's a lot of stuff in this thing. It's 31 pages. For now, all I can say about the lawsuit itself is that I think Ethan's claims are meritless and I intend to defend against them. But to do this, I need your help. A full-length defamation trial can cost hundreds of thousands.
No, you did a 24-hour stream so you could prepare for this eventuality. No. That's actually...
thousands of dollars, and I don't have that. So I started a GoFundMe. It's linked in the description in the pinned comment.
Are you going to talk about the last one? What is going on here?
You can also find it by searching Klein.
Done. Liked your video. Thank you, man. Appreciate
Sampson
that.
on the internet. I set the goal at $200,000, but any funds we raise above this goal will be donated immediately to Palestinian aid. And any money that goes unused or is recuperated once legal proceedings.
This was released 9 hours ago. I just had to check.
Last year, around the time of Ethan's initial lawsuit threats,
all right, here we go.
did a fundraiser for UNRWA, an organization that provides aid to Palestinian refugees, and we raised over $500,000. So it would be cool if we could do something like that again. I'll be hosting a fundraising live stream this Friday, May 22nd, starting at 10 a.m. Pacific time. It's a marathon stream, so it will go for 4 days straight, maybe longer. We'll have lots of guests calling in to hang out, play games, or do tier lists or whatever else. So far, we've got FD Signifier, Boy, Big Joel, Denims, iDubbbz, Frogan, Elliot Sang, Chris Kunzler, Overzealot, Spooky Scary Socialist, Ahmed Sarsour, Colormind, Holy Sun Via, Cavernacle, and more. We'll have lots of fun donation goals. You may get to see me chug a gallon of milk, take a pie to the face, wax my legs, cosplay your favorite influencers, do the hot chip challenge, run a marathon, and more. We'll have the wheel going as well, like we did during the last fundraiser. And for the grand finale, if we hit $500,000, I will ride a bike 120 miles from San Diego to Hassan Piker's house to beg him for more money. Klein v. Sampson, GoFundMe, link in bio. Donate to help defend free speech on YouTube, and send money to Palestinian aid as well while we do it. Thanks for watching. See you on Friday.
I apologize.
Okay.
Theo, he knows I love him, and he said that, and we laughed and we joked around about it, and
I'm just pretty much moving on. Whatever. If you guys
apologize for the way
are into
I
that,
talked about
fine.
this, but I felt like I need to explain to other people
Fucking grin
to get just like what was going on in my mind out, and it certainly wasn't like covering for Israel, and it certainly wasn't like trying to paint him out like he's damaged or treat him like a child. I just want him
Well, you totally did.
to be okay. And when you're dealing with someone, or when you have like had experience dealing with someone where it winds up going very badly, and then you're just left with this feeling like, what could I have done? You know, I didn't do a good job of it, you know, especially like the Marcus King thing. Like, that's terrible what I did. I didn't mean to. I was just trying to. You don't think sometimes when you're in the middle of a podcast, you're just having a conversation. You don't think about the impact that it's going to have.
All right, so Joe Rogan.
That's actually kind of true.
Rogan just addressed the Theo.
Everyone's like, that's. I kind of explained that at the earlier stage of the show when I was talking about this YouTube stuff, and I do have to say there have been times where I've said something about somebody and immediately gone like, oh, that wasn't good.
Vaughn controversy that everyone has been talking about. You know, this is pretty big news. So during his most recent podcast, after the guest left, him and Jamie stayed and did an extra 15 to 20 minutes where Joe just talked about how badly he feels for telling Theo he was losing his marbles a few months ago, and then the other day bringing up him being depressed and making it sound like he's barely hanging on. Like, Joe sounded pretty emotional about it, and he said he apologized to Theo and they're good, but he really regrets the way he talked about him. He also said Theo's been doing really well recently, so...
How can one cat be so diabolical and yet so cute? Trust me, I ask myself that literally every fucking day.
Kind of weird he was acting like Theo was going through it just last week. But I guess since the topic of antidepressants was brought up on the podcast, it just made him think of Theo and him trying to get off them, and then Bommy's Netflix special. But just the way Joe randomly brought this up was kind of strange. Like, it's been 8 months since that happened, so it seems kind of random. Also, though, I think maybe the reason Joe brought it up had something to do with him telling Theo he's losing his marbles, because Joe got a ton of backlash for that, and everyone was saying Joe's trying to gaslight Theo because he's ranting about Israel and Palantir, and Joe's trying to silence him. So I think maybe he believed if he brought up how Theo's actually going through it and struggling, and he's been trying to help him, then people would understand that he's just trying to get Theo to calm down because he's been losing it recently. But of course, it just made things so much worse, and the conspiracy theorists think Joe is trying to make Theo seem crazy or trying to make him go crazy, or is even setting him up to be suicidal. Like, people think Joe's telling people Theo's depressed and going through it because somebody's going to take him out, and then they're going to claim it was a suicide. And there are a bunch of people saying this in the comments on Twitter, so the conspiracy theorists were really running with this, and they're all telling him he needs to cut off Joe and he's bad for him. But it sounds like Theo and Joe are still good friends. He's not.
Wait, Marcus King was on Rogan. Wow, he's a really good blues guitarist. Oh, cool.
Theories yet. I mean, it might happen at some point, but Joe said he called him, apologized, and they're all good. And it sounds like Joe's been trying to help him off the air, which he should have just stuck to that. Like, having Theo on his podcast and talking to him like he's out of his mind and he needs to calm down was a bad idea, obviously. And then I think it just snowballed from there and resulted in everyone thinking,
hello from Mississippi. Hey, Mark, how's it going? Hello from Chicago.
Rogan's trying to stop Theo from speaking his mind because he's exposing Peter
Welcome to the
Thiel
show.
and Israel too much.
This is your first time. I think this is your first time here.
And
unless you have been lurking.
Well, and afterwards,
appreciate you stopping by.
He said something to someone in the audience where he said, "I'm just trying to not take my own life or not end my own life." I forget exactly how he said it. Certainly shouldn't have brought that up in that context. And I probably shouldn't have brought it up, period.
Doing good?
But I just sort of wanted to kind of explain why I have this thing with Theo where I just want him to be okay. And, you know, we did a podcast a while back where we were talking about, he started talking about Israel, and I was like, I think you're just losing your mind. And a lot of people are like, you're covering for Israel. And it wasn't what I was trying to do. And it is my fault. It's clunky, and I was just trying to talk him off the ledge because I had seen this video, and you'd seen that video too. Yeah. From that perspective, from that podcast on, Theo has gotten off the meds. He titrated off. He weaned himself off. He's doing yoga every day or running every day. He's doing something. He's much happier and much healthier. So it's for him to see that I think that he's suicidal. Like, fuck. That's my failing. That's my failing as a friend. That's my failing as a person. And it's also me talking to Marcus almost sort of selfishly ham-handed.
Oh, we got people from all over in this chat, Mark.
Try to explain why I talk to him the way I talk to him on that podcast. Then it comes out, like Theo has to defend it, and then I called him up and I said, I'm so sorry. I didn't even think of that, and that's very selfish of me. I didn't think that you would have to respond. I didn't even think of it. I just wanted to explain it when Marcus was talking about it, and I wanted to put it into a context. Theo is one of my favorite people.
Oh, hi, Mark.
A very unusual and very amazing person.
Fucking DA.
The last thing I would ever want to do is hurt that
I didn't hit her. I did not.
guy.
Oh, hi, Mark.
The last thing I'd ever want to do is say something that would have people...
I appreciate his introspection. The thing is, this is the stuff that makes Kyle still watch him. And this is why like Kyle and Pondering Politics and all the ones that do like all the Joe Rogan coverage, they get sad because they're like, man, he's so close.
Think about him in a negative way, which I'm sure I did. And this is one of the reasons why I wanted to make this video, and I wanted to apologize. But the whole this problem with
by the way, Mark, welcome to the channel. Appreciate you being here. If you haven't already hit the like and sub, please do that. Also, I I'm a little curious. What are your politics?
It's like people.
Not that you're gonna get chastised either way. We're just, we try to actually have like open political discussions here, good faith discussions.
That are suffering.
So, you don't want to answer, you do not have to.
Because I think he's doing well right now. But at times he has been. They don't tell you what's going on. And especially a guy like Theo, I don't see him that often. I see him every few months. And when I talk to him, it's fun. We have the best time. We laugh a lot. I love being his friend. I love hanging out with him. But I worry.
So if Theo was really going through it, Joe probably should have just waited to have him on his podcast.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, if you watch his last appearance, it seemed like Theo was having an existential crisis. And he talks to Rogan like he's a father figure, and he always wants him to tell him everything's going to be okay. Which it sounds like Joe is genuinely worried and wants to help him. Doing this publicly, though, is obviously really messy, but it is a tough position for Joe. You know, if Theo really is spiraling and having an existential crisis.
God-fearing man, but a Trump fan.
It's obviously a lot of pressure for Rogan to try to calm him down. And
we'll not find a lot of common ground here as far as for me, but... yeah, you know, we got some Trumpers in chat and stuff like that.
Sure, especially when he's trying to do this.
Why'd I move on from H3 lawsuit so fast? Because the video was over and there's honestly not much there.
On a podcast. So they probably should have sorted
Would have been nice had he actually kind of laid out the lawsuit, but he was more like, yeah, it's time for the fundraiser again, because I might have accidentally, oopsied and fucking gave all the money to UNRWA.
all this out behind the scenes first.
Which, great. I'm glad they raised that money, but the whole purpose of that initial thing was to save money for a lawsuit just in case.
Because doing this on a...
So here's the thing. Even with the threat of a lawsuit, like, you kind of want to wait until there's a statute of limitations on whatever he's suing you for.
Podcast only makes
to
things
kinda,
worse, obviously.
Use any of that money.
He probably wants to agree with Theo that his concerns
A
are
true
valid,
rainy
but
day
at the
fund.
same time, he doesn't want Theo thinking the world's ending and everybody's after him and trying to kill him, which it seemed like Theo started to believe. He said he thought people are following him around and he's all paranoid about Palantir drones.
There's a bunch of Trump-hating atheists in here.
People out. And then during his most recent...
You know what? I don't see the lie.
appearance every 10 minutes, he's like, I'm
not
scared.
exactly loving
Everybody's
him.
scared. Something bad is about to happen.
Yeah.
Joe, is everything going to be okay?
But neither is
It
America.
almost sounded like a kid talking
Dude's literally like the least popular president fucking ever at this point.
to his dad for reassurance.
And trust me, man, I'm starting to see it at the gas stations where people are just like you will hear fucking Trump. Fucking Trump.
I'm feared, dude. I'm scared, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
You're never change your mind? Well, you're a lost cause then. I'm sorry. If you're literally that locked in where you're just like, I would never change my mind. You're literally one of those ones that he could shoot somebody in the middle of the street and you'd just be like, that's my president.
You should be.
Come on, Mark.
I'm scared.
Well, it's a scary
better
time
than that.
because this is a real
people are
hot
scared.
war.
Think for yourself. You don't need You don't need a daddy figure to tell you everything that's wrong with the fucking country, that's totally manipulating you and totally fucking, scamming the shit out of everybody in every fucking way, it seems, on his end. He's scamming you guys. Like the Trump phone, that's you guys. It's not like he's getting one over on the leftists with that shit.
Well, it's just a scary time.
It's a scary time because people are willing to blow people up with fucking drones and missiles. And
Even blacks are getting scared, though.
For real?
Yeah. Everybody is scared out of their wits right now. It's like, but no, people are just
Some folks would rather gobble a goober than admit they messed up.
scared, dude. And
I mean, so this is where I'm going to be real here, though, Mark. How high do the gas prices have to go before you reconsider your support for the man?
everybody just feels scared, and it makes
You start paying at the pump, say $6.50 in Mississippi. Is that enough? Or is that still somehow Biden and the Democrats' fault?
Well, they should because a lot of things are getting exposed right now compared to 300 Win Mag.
I'm just scared, dude.
So 300 Win Mag, I think, is fatter.
I don't know. I think I'm just scared, and it's like,
Okay,
yeah,
you
what do you think is going to happen? You think we're going to be okay?
I hope so. Of course. I don't know.
That's what's scary too. You're like, there's just a
Scratch me
drone out there
here,
waiting
bud.
for you to say the wrong thing. And they put a bullet through you like some child in
all right.
Gaza who's just trying to fucking find his other deceased brother in a fucking pile of rubble. And it feels like, maybe this is crazy, but it feels like we're at the last cusp before something weird is going to happen. Didn't you say something weird might happen, Jamie?
So he was kind of freaking out during that episode, and ever since the Department of Homeland Security posted that video using a clip of him to promote ICE, and he got a ton of backlash for it and death threats, I'm sure, which this was right after Charlie Kirk was assassinated. So he thought he was next, and he was scared to leave his house, and he started freaking out, which I think them posting that video might have actually been an intimidation tactic. Trump tries to control people and get them in line through intimidation. Like, they had to know Theo would get a ton of shit for this, and the timing was awful. Charlie Kirk was just assassinated. There were a ton of ICE protests. Theo was already getting a ton of shit for supporting Trump, and he also had a comedy special he needed to record coming up.
And you got ICE raids where they're taking people that are American citizens and they're scaring the shit out of everybody. And they're
Yeah, dude, they made me the video thing. You see that thing where they put me on the video?
Oh, that was crazy. They didn't even ask you.
Bro, it was really scary for me.
Homeland Security, was that what it was?
Yeah, just put it up online, and it was
Was it
after
Homeland
the Charlie
Security?
Kirk thing. Yeah, and so
You're just making your... Are you trolling? Because you do understand that idolatry is literally one of the main sins, that whole golden calf thing.
then I was super scared. You remember?
And also they kind of do lay out the Antichrist and what he does. And it seems like Trump is using it as a fucking checklist, my guy.
Remember, I was texting.
So if you want to be right with God, I don't know. You might want to fucking look into who you want to impress, either Trump or St. Peter.
I was just texting people to make sure everybody's okay. I didn't know if they were like just
You
gonna
know,
kill people.
the main line to the big J.
That had been on TikTok or whatever. I had no idea.
But also, you should probably read, the book of Matthew, 2 Corinthians, and study up on God's love and acceptance, or Jesus's love and acceptance.
What they were gonna do.
I just can't believe they did that with you, where they just put it in there as if like you were endorsing that.
Well, it just kind of, and it was just a scary time. That was the same time as after the Charlie Kirk thing.
That?
And I think during his own podcast, Theo said he was scared to leave his house for a while and kept all the blinds closed. Then he thought somebody was following him around at the doctor's office and spying on him or something. Like, he got really paranoid and still seems to be trying to recover from it. But, I mean, this is what happens when you start rubbing elbows with Trump and J.D. Vance. Obviously, that was a terrible idea for these guys. Like, Theo's freaking out all the time.
It really was. It's backfiring on them pretty spectacularly.
For having Trump on almost every podcast now. Rogan gets a ton of shit, and Trump keeps trying to pull him back into MAGA. And now he has that UFC White House event coming up, which he seems really paranoid about. So getting involved with Trump.
Jesus is your idol, one and only. Actually, he kind of does have a thing about that, too. You're not supposed to idolize him necessarily.
Also, now everyone thinks Rogan's compromised.
You're supposed to want to be like him.
Isn't scared to talk about Israel or let anyone talk.
You're supposed to practice the tenets of which, he lived his life.
About Israel on his podcast.
Which, being a Republican is very antithetical to. Like, you guys are very stringent in your conservatism. And that means, well, I don't want to pay taxes. He says to do that. Give unto Caesar. There's the whole immigrants thing. He didn't believe in borders. He believed in, the brothers of all lands.
Podcast, which, I mean, like I said in my last video, I think
accept the neighbor, love thy neighbor kind of thing.
I think the narrative that Rogan's trying to silence Theo and is only saying he's losing it because
modern American evangelical Christianity is all about, I got mine. You know what? I'm right with the Lord. I accepted him into my heart, even though I don't live a single day of my life acting like Jesus Christ. I act like the American Jesus Christ. Pew, pew. Where's the raptor?
Against Israel is kind of exaggerated because...
Oh, it was rapture? God damn it.
Rogan always promotes Tim Dillon, who's extremely critical of Israel. He also has on people like Sam Tripoli, Kurt Metzger, Dave Smith, Daryl Cooper, and Ian Carroll, who thinks Israel's behind everything. Rogan also got into it recently with Gad Saad. He pressed him quite a bit about Israel. And Rogan even brought up the theory to him that Israel might have purposely allowed October 7th to happen, so then they'd have a reason to...
Do you think that Jesus uses the hole in his hand as a sight, where he lays it and he's just like, all right, pew!
Go into Gaza and demolish it? Which I covered all that on Patreon if you're interested. So in my opinion, it doesn't seem like Rogan is some hardcore Israel shill that gets all nervous when people bring up...
Just turns around, I see you!
...what they're doing to Gaza. I mean, he brings it up constantly, so I don't think he's trying to silence the
low-hanging fruit, but worth it.
About Israel. I mean, if you were to silence any of his friends, you'd think it would be Dave Smith or Tim Dillon. You know, they've done the most at combating the Zionist narrative. And Rogan promotes these guys like crazy. You know, Dave Smith is like his go-to political commentator, and Tim Dillon is his favorite podcaster. So I think the theory that Rogan is acting like Theo's losing it only because he speaks out about Gaza is kind of exaggerated. Like, I think he just started getting really worried about Theo and felt like he needed to calm him down. And doing things publicly, obviously, was just a total disaster.
I got scared, first of all, because I love Theo, and second of all, because I've known multiple people that have taken their own life that I was close to that I didn't know they were going to do it until they did it. And when they did it, you feel so fucked and so helpless. You don't know what you could have said or done differently. Since the podcast where I told them, who started talking about Israel, and people were saying I was covering for Israel, there's people that even say my wife is Jewish. She's not. I don't know why people are saying that, but I get how if you are conspiratorially minded, you would think that that's what I was doing. But if you've listened to the show, you wouldn't think that that's how I've had so many episodes where we criticize Israel. So many so that I brought in Dave Smith to argue with Douglas Murray because I didn't want Douglas Murray to be able to say these things that were promoting this war in Gaza without someone
talking bad about it.
Who's very...
So I'm making light of the fact that he had holes in his wrist. Oh my God. It's not even a blasphemous joke.
Educated,
it's just objectively funny.
Understands what's going on, which is Dave, and very good at arguing.
So Dave Smith and Tim Dillon talk about the same stuff Theo does, and Rogan encourages it and promotes it. So I think he probably feels like Theo just isn't cut out for politics because, I mean, it's toxic as hell.
But also, instead of praying for me, you should do what the Lord saith. Turn the other cheek.
And a dirty game, and look where him supporting Trump has gotten him.
Forgive me.
Like, I don't think he's really prepared for what he got himself into. You know,
it's
really
wholesome humor.
Like, he went to Trump's inauguration.
Dude, Natch, that was fire.
He interviewed him. He's hanging out with Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump and J.D. Vance. And now he's freaking out all the time.
I'm proud of
you.
you.
People are trying to take him out. Department of Homeland Security posted that video with him.
You might have got, you know what? That's line of the day right there.
A ton of shit
line of the day.
For that. He bombed his special. You know, he's been going through
wholesome
it. So
humor.
Getting involved in all that, I think, was a total disaster. You know, he flew too close to the sun, and now he isn't handling it well.
Wow.
But it's hard to tell how badly Theo was going through it because he says it was all overblown, but it sounds like he was really freaking out, and maybe he just wanted everybody to calm down. But either way, Rogan seemed to be genuinely worried about him, which maybe he was overreacting. But either way, it sounds like Rogan actually believed Theo might harm himself, and Rogan says he feels guilty about not talking to some of his other friends who ended up ending themselves. He also says Ari Shaffir was depressed, and he told him the same thing Theo said
so
about
bad at taking
how he's just trying not
compliments.
to kill himself. But then Ari got on antidepressants, and Joe says he thinks that actually saved his life.
Haven't been through this with like Ari, where Ari, like, and I should say this, like Theo got off antidepressants. Antidepressants probably saved Ari's life. There was Ari Shaffir. I'll never forget this. We were playing pool, and he was just seemed.
That is a very odd comment there, Bug.
Really weird.
What's up, man?
And I said,
welcome to the
"What's
show."
going on, man?" And he's like, "I'm just trying not to kill myself." I'm like, "Oh,
not offensive, but odd.
And then we put the pool
very
cues
specific.
Down, like, what's going on? Like, and so I think he was taking an antidepressant then, but it wasn't working. And I got him a different psychiatrist, and they got him on an antidepressant.
I like how he had to make this about him somehow.
And it really helped. And
He could have just said, you know, we got him a new psychiatrist, or he got a new psychiatrist. He didn't have to make this about him.
Then his life started getting better. His career got
He loves
way
doing
better.
that, where he's like, I took him to like this med spa, and it changed their entire perception on everything because, you know, I found the way. I'm so great at this.
When This Is Not Happening came out, he was killing it, and then he weaned himself off, and now he's fine.
Why is George there? That's the guy's like whole persona is that he's lazy. George Costanza. It's literally called Too Lazy to Try, and it is kind of funny that he's still using the same thumbnail, or the same not thumbnail. What do you call it? Same. Oh my God, VTube, whatever.
Not the only one. I've had a couple other friends that have gotten on antidepressants and it's fixed their life, at least temporarily, and then they got off of it. I mean, I don't think it's impossible. But I get real scared when people get attached to these things and they can't get off of them. And this is the case.
Screenshot. Thank you. A screenshot.
At least in some part.
Save me on that
Theo
one.
was on them for like 20 years. And I'd send him a bunch of these articles about these people that like lose feeling in their genitals and all these crazy side effects of getting off of these things. The problem with the nothing thing is then if they do something, you fucking live with it forever. And this has happened to me. You know, like the first guy that I knew that killed himself was this guy Drake, who was a writer on news radio. And he was a great guy. He was awesome, interesting. He was a comedian, fascinating guy who became a writer. And when he killed himself, I was like, what? That guy? Like how? I never saw it coming. I didn't imagine that he would ever do that. Anthony Bourdain was a hard one because he's one of those ones I felt like, fuck, if I could have been there and talked to him, I could have talked him off that ledge. You know, and you live with that. You're like, that feeling of I could have done something. And when I do sit down with someone like Theo and have a conversation, they start talking about either depression or not being able to get off pills, or I get very ham-handed, and you know, and in the context of a podcast, it's just not a good way to deal with something like that. It's not a good way to, like, you're trying to calm someone
Yeah, even
down.
in the apology, he's associating Theo with all these people. Yeah, that's part of the. Yeah.
And at the same time,
he's trying to
also
justify
to
it,
do
where
a
he's
show.
like, I saw the pattern.
It's fucking too weird. The Brody Stevens one was a really hard one too. because I knew that Brody was struggling. You know, there was a time when Brody got off his pills, and he had a different issue. It wasn't simply depression. There was a legitimate psychological issue. And I think I've talked about this before, but Zach Galifianakis reached out, and he knew that I was Brody's friend, and he said, hey, don't engage with him. He's off his medication. We're trying to get him back on again. And then sometime after that, Brody took his own life. And I remember thinking, fuck, what could I have done? Could I have said something differently? What could I have done? I'm a human, and I'm flawed like all of us, and I fuck up, and it's probably not the last time. It's definitely not. I'm going to fuck up again. But my intention is never to hurt anybody, ever. And that's why I very rarely, if ever, even get upset at anyone other than like corrupt politicians.
So too bad Donald Trump isn't one of those corrupt politicians Joe gets upset at. But that was basically Joe's response there. I think he was actually pretty concerned about Theo, and obviously this is a tough position to be in. And like I said, I think him trying to calm Theo down on a podcast was where he really went wrong. He should have just tried to handle it behind the scenes because it's already a really difficult situation. But I think this was a pretty good way to address it and try to move past it and put an end to it. We'll see if Theo addresses it and what he has to say. But let me know what you guys think about it all down in the comments, and check out the Patreon. I just posted a
Everybody check out Too Lazy to Try. I need to get better about doing this. Alrighty. Gonna move on to the next segment here. If you guys are just joining us, welcome to the show. Natch, I don't trust them. It's your life on the line to them. You're next in line. Natch had a good point about like seeing a doctor to try and adjust, because like you're not necessarily wrong. Like if you go on certain antidepressants for too long, it does just numb everything, and that's part of the problem. Yes, like I said, you're not wrong there. But there is a way to adjust that. There are different medications that will work because you're already on like a certain SSRI, that it's kind of not like the starting phase where you have like the waiting period, which that was always the hardest one, was getting over that hump, because yeah, like some of them do have like intense ass side effects right from the get-go. And you know what? I'll say this one, Lexapro. Lexapro was the one that, yeah, that one you have to be fucking careful on, man. An opinion close to that is how I got. Oh, stop! You didn't get blocked. Dude, Steven. Oh, dude, come on, just let it go, my guy. You will be at peace, my friend, when you just let it go. Whatever. Honestly. What? Tell me. No. No. Tell you more about what? Be very specific, and I hope it's not what I think it is. Because no. We're not doing this whole thing again. Oh, about Lexapro. Okay, so yeah, Lexapro. I can speak for myself on this one. That was the one that I got put on when I was in my teens. And man, it fucked with my psychology, my psychology. Like, yo, what up, Captain Ned? How you doing, man? Welcome to the show. Thank you for checking out the channel. So yeah, it made me feel very, very numb. It also made me feel sick. Like I had some stomach issues with it, where it like not only took away my appetite, but it also gave me like, I guess the only way I can really describe it is like I had really bad acid reflux. Like, dude, that shit hurt. I also think that that's what led to me having my ulcer, because it was like right around the time that I got my stomach ulcer. So, yeah. Although it might have worsened it, because I just thought about that. I got diagnosed with my ulcer when I was 14, so it was about 2 years. So someone with a schizophrenic disorder, medication is infinitely better. Yeah, it's about trial and error. Yeah, that's what happened with my mom. My mom actually was schizoaffective. So seeing her be able to to balance herself was that was awesome. You know, that's why it kind of made her passing so hard, is because, like, god damn it, she was doing so good. And for anybody that's wondering, she did not, you know, she didn't have a mental health crisis or anything like that. She had a heart condition that we didn't even know about. And she got pneumonia from COVID. She had COVID that turned into like severe pneumonia, and yeah, just stopped her heart. Rest in peace, Mom. I miss you. Because it pisses me off that someone makes an almost verbatim comment that caused a bunch of people to block me, like mouses and people. You still remember the comment that somebody blocked you with? Bro. Steve, like, for real. Can I call you Steve? Just let it go. Please. Damn. Like, it specifically just because it's like, I've never held on to anything that long in my life. Holy shit. This guy definitely holds grudges. Okay. Like, just let it go. Just stop. You got plenty of people here to interact with. Just because you got some people that don't. Just, okay. You understand that I have been blocked by people that watch my fucking show. Like, I had a situation recently happen where somebody was tuning into my show and people were responding to him, and I'm just like, why the hell am I not seeing this? And then it clicked with me where I'm like, oh. I still have to live with it every time I come here. Live with it. Who cares? Oh, okay, sorry. All right, brother, I'll check you later. Going live with Dieter on this space. Love you, brother. Take care. Hey, man, appreciate that. Yeah, have fun on your this space show, and hope you guys have a good show. Going live on this space about an hour after you guys get out. Right after Lumen, I believe. It's gonna be fun. Oh. I came here to boof the truth. Daddy Low, or Daddy Elo, how you doing, man? Welcome to the show. Appreciate having you here. Also, everybody over on Twitch, what up? Holding it down. I appreciate that. You guys are enjoying the Twitch. If you guys are not followed or have not followed already, please consider doing so. All right, we're gonna get to our next segment here. A little more serious stuff, I guess. So I found this interesting essay about The Online Left Does Not Exist by Michael Burns. If you guys do not follow Michael Burns, I do recommend doing that, because Mike is a fellow Chicagoan who he got out. I know that he lives in the woods somewhere. Like, I'm kind of jealous. I'll be real. Like, on one of his live streams, he was talking about how much money he's been kind of saving, like getting out of the city. I was just like, oh, that sounds nice. But then again, he also, has to forage a lot of his food. So there's do you think Thomas Massie will win? Will win what? He already lost his primary, or do you think that he's going to run for president? I don't know. I don't care. I'm not a Republican, and honestly, if you're a Republican and you want Tucker Carlson, go for it. Whatever. I'm more focused on what the left should do. And I'm honestly, yeah. You strongly dislike this man. Oh, what's up? Okay. Go for it. What's up? Do I need to watch the video for additional context here? I would after the Jacobin article he wrote comparing Palestine liberation to blood and soil nationalism. I was not aware that he did that. Oh shit, can you send that to me? I say this without judgment. Like I said, my oldest kid does the same thing, but that's why I see it in you too. That's a miscommunication piece I think you're missing. Oh, you're talking to Steven. I was like, what are you talking about? What did I do? Missed that bit. I was just like, oh shit. Yeah, but isn't that bad? I don't care. We're living through the worst case scenario right now. Like, realistically, you don't get much worse than the fucking narcissist that is Trump. There's a reason he's a cult of personality. Yeah, no, I'm more worried that Trump ain't going anywhere and he's going to subvert the election. And I don't know, man. I just kind of feel like he might have, like this whole thing coming out about how the election might have been stolen in 2024 and the Dems are just like not even entertaining doing a investigation into it, which is insane. When you have like Ashley St.Clair coming out, like you can totally get her to testify now, because she even said, I don't want to be deposed. Well, it's like, too bad, bitch. You gotta fucking give us some info. What the hell? You don't just go out and drop something like that and then just be like, I don't want to really get dragged into this. It's like, no, you are firmly in this. Okay, so here, I'm gonna just bring this up. No one's rights should be dependent on where their ancestors lived. Uh-oh. Wait, this is Ben Burgess. I don't think this is who you think. Wait. I thought I said Mike Burns. Or, like, I said Mike Burns. Wait. Alright, I hope there's no confusion here. Mark. Thank you for the sub, man. I appreciate that. Like I said, I always appreciate when somebody that doesn't even really agree with my politics. Oh my god, I heard Ben Burgess. No! Mike Burns. That's why I was surprised. I was like, Mike has been a pretty outspoken critic of the genocide. What? That's why I was so confused. All right, yeah, here. Yeah, this guy, Mike Burns. Yeah, you know, like, fellow Wait, is Ben Burgess from Chicago? I didn't know that. If that's the case, too. Is really cooked if AIPAC keeps going. Well, yeah. Well, the Republican Party, I think, is going to be cooked because of AIPAC's interference. Like, just because the Republican base loves Israel does not mean that the American public does. And if you mix in the Democrat and the independent base right now, dude, that's a goose that's firmly cooked. Double tap. Thank you. I appreciate it. Guys, thank you. I'm definitely feeling a little more mushy today about the whole liking, subbing, and just in general supporting my channel. So sincerely, guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out today. This has been it's been a wild day. I'm not going anywhere, just so you know. I want you guys to know. Like, I really, really do appreciate you guys. Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. I haven't seen one of these in a minute. Yeah. Okay. Gonna be talking some politics. Yeah. Sometimes you gotta talk about politics. Sometimes you gotta make sure that you can come together. Do the thing that's best for the people. True democracy, aha! That's why you should listen to the Macho Man, but you should also think for yourself. Yeah, wear the American flag. As a cowboy hat, all you want. True patriotism is asking what your country's doing for you. Yeah, it's almost like that guy. JFK or something, ask not what your country can do for you. Yeah, ask what you can do for your country. And he was talking about the people. Yeah, power to the people all day. Uh-huh. Appreciate the Macho Man call out. I get frustrated when people are accusing me of something that is complete. Stop. Macho Pepper, let's go. Yeah. Dude, I have got... All right, so since 4th of July is coming up, I have to get one of those, like, flag hats, like the flag cowboy hat, like Macho had. That would be perfect for the impression. I also have to find a version of Pomp and Circumstance done by somebody who doesn't have a copyright on it. Don't blame him, Pep. I kept the discussion going. Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that, Pinkerbell. Thank you for the clarification. All right, we're getting to the Michael Burns thing here. I'm sorry for stunlocking on the Macho Man bit there, but I had a Macho Man call-out. You guys can do your own Macho Man call-out by spending your points over on Twitch. Also, if you guys want a Macho Man call-out, you guys can do so through Super Chats and just say Macho Man call-out. There we go. Contract DJX to record it, Pep. Oh, shit, I didn't even think about that. I have very talented people in my audience that would totally do that for me. Huh. Thank you for that reminder. Every once in a while. I do kind of need to be reminded. All right. So this video got me... I did not do a pre-watch on this one, so this is important. The online left does not exist. This is in reference to the Contra situation that was happening. We covered that last week. Not sure if he's covered the Brianna Joy Gray thing, but check my DMs. Ooh, shit. Pumping so... That almost works better for the bit, I have to be honest. Yeah, little bit of kazoo action. Finish my colonial kitchen sink. Fucking A. That could also work for when I'm doing Trump too. I just want to say at this wonderful commencement, everybody, you are special. Each and every one of you, special to me. All I need from you is to give me $100 to my foundation, and you guys will have a bright future guaranteed by Donald Trump himself. I will sign off on it myself.
One of the most influential video essayists of our time, ContraPoints, aka Natalie Wynn. Well, she's been on a bit of a podcast press tour recently.
As every few months, like some large faction of the online left decides that I am like the villain of the month.
I mean, do you really think that like Nancy Pelosi, for example, didn't want single payer? Like, I think that she did.
Yes.
Like, I think
like this
Were those kazoos? Yes, they were kazoos.
was the most leftist girl possible at the time,
Yeah.
you know?
Now, there's lots to respond to and maybe even get annoyed at.
I mean, we'd have to fact check this out.
Yeah, she can be annoying, but the thing is, I didn't find a lot of disagreement in that interview specifically.
But there was one comment she made in particular that sent me into the gotta make a video about this zone.
Oh, God.
I think I kind of talk like a leftist still. Like, you can't unread theory. As much as I wish you could.
You like stare at it and it
yeah.
just, like, warps your whole mind.
Yeah.
That's why I've stayed away.
That's smart, by the way. Don't start. I don't want to do Marcus.
I don't want to be there.
Marcus Bible study. I don't want to do their little mission trips to Cuba or whatever. Like, I think it's fine. I just don't want to do it.
So let's talk about what we can learn from this recent press cycle, and also talk about how ContraPoints is less of a problem than a symptom of an increasingly inhuman content ecosystem. And to be clear, this is not a
Dude, I just went to go pause my lo-fi music, not realizing that's actually embedded in his video.
take down a video or some sort of personal attack. You know, she's one of the most significant creators on this platform.
Dude, is that Shorefy?
Her work and her words are worth taking seriously. She's earned
That's
that.
Shorefy. Oh, fuck, he's got one of the same songs I do. That's cool.
And also just shout out to Baltimore. I can't be that mean to anyone from Baltimore.
It's almost like I want people to like challenge me back. Like I want people to engage with what I'm thinking about.
And I think her comments on the value of theory and her comparison between leftist theory and a type of religion are worth digging into. Not only because I think she's wrong, but because the underlying logic at play here is something that's become way
Can't escape the
too
chillness. Fuck yeah.
common, especially amongst the type of leftist
Dang, Pep the trendsetter.
online creators that ContraPoint seems to be in so much opposition with these days.
I wonder if he's actually run into my mix.
I feel like
I've seen. You know what? That was one of the funnier bits. I was just looking for something on Spotify, and I realized on that mix specifically, I was like, "Oh shit, I got some follows."
When I'm listening to people talk about
That was
politics,
weird.
more and more, it's like people just like say stuff.
People like the
And getting
soundtrack.
at this underlying logic is not only going to help us better understand why theory is so important right now, but I think it can also help us see through so much of the BS on this platform that masquerades as critical or political analysis. Okay, before I defend theory, let's do a bit of our own theorizing. So if you saw my last video, I talked about how the financial logic that fuels platforms like YouTube ends up shaping the type of content that gets made on these platforms, and how this financial unconscious often pushes creative behaviors to align with algorithmic end goals. Now, I've been accused by one of my colleagues with using this line too much, but to paraphrase Daisy, when you are successful on YouTube, you're not a businessman, you're a businessman. I'm sorry that line works so well. It's not my fault. And this is most apparent for those who have had their personal brand turn into a proper noun. This makes ContraPoints not the name of one person's YouTube channel, but a word which signifies a particular ideological and aesthetic project and sensibility. Which is why the very notion of a ContraPoints video has its own sort of cultural meaning that we all understand, at least those of us on this platform. Now, this creates an algorithmic and financial incentive for ContraPoints to do and say things that are consistent with this.
By the way, 10-minute warning for the 420.
This is why we might want a new Kendrick album to sound like a new Kendrick album, or why we expect a Wes Anderson movie to look and sound like a Wes Anderson movie. And you know why people will lose their minds if the new Kendrick doesn't sound like Kendrick. In the same way, we associate ContraPoints with artistically made and philosophically informed video essays. I mean, at this point, they almost represent the...
Anybody know what happened to Mooncat?
Platonic form of a certain genre of video.
She's one of my favorites, and she
in
just
this
like
process,
disappeared for a while.
She's
Or
gotten
like just
millions of
forever,
views,
I guess.
and currently has almost 23,000 paid patrons, which is why she does not have to include sponsors in her videos. Shout out for that, but I don't. So sponsor coming at some point.
Hey guys, I have a question for you. Have you
So
ever
sponsor coming at some point.
traveled overseas and your
That's somebody that regrets.
phone doesn't work good?
Okay, so yeah, that makes me happy that I'm doing this, where I'm really not doing the sponsorship content, and that I am going to be focusing on my Patreon.
Like you can't do all your favorite internet things, or when you do, it's ridiculously expensive. Well, we're heading into summer travel season, so if this is you, check out this video sponsor, Saley. Now,
Oh God, he wasn't kidding. An eSIM site.
A situation where ContraPoints isn't just a philosopher on YouTube, she is philosophy on YouTube, at least for many. And you know, she was
Yeah, I like Mike, but he's so Riz minimum. Yeah.
also a key figure in that thing called BreadTube.
Yeah, he's got that teacher way of going about things. This is where I appreciate him for the knowledge, but yes, if you're looking for like infotainment, you are not going to be infotained.
Which means that her work has always been broadly categorized as part of a particularly leftist
Lindsay Ellis. Holy shit, that's another name I haven't thought of in a long time.
digital canon. And this is why in the last
Mike who? This guy's name is Mike Burns.
year, some people have lost their minds because their favorite left-wing YouTuber did the equivalent of Kendrick making an album with Drake, releasing a statement on the ongoing genocide in Gaza that was wildly out of sync with what one might expect from one of the legends of BreadTube.
So for someone who has written extensively about the alt-right and the Nazis and whatnot, I am shocked at how someone like ContraPoints, who is very well read on this stuff, cannot put two and two together. It makes no sense.
Now, this combined with her vocal support of Kamala Harris in the 2024 election suddenly put her on the wrong side of the very online ecosystem that she helped create.
Do you think that Kamala would have also bombed Iran?
You know, I really don't. I don't think she would have.
As Commander-in-Chief, I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world.
And listen,
That was so fucked up when she said that.
and as a leftist commie super soldier myself, you know, I don't like these takes. I don't agree with them. I don't think they're cool, but I also have not been looking to ContraPoints for my leftist political analysis.
Do we want Justin Bieber's opinion on Palestine?
But I have wondered.
It's actually a good point.
You know, like, why does she feel the need to suddenly engage with contemporary political discourse in this way? And when it goes poorly, why does she just keep posting through it no matter how bad the reaction is?
You kind of get addicted to the like egotistical rush of being a internet like micro celebrity.
At times it almost seems like ContraPoints is simply following the algorithmic drive to offer spicy political takes or critiques of muscled up.
I ain't gonna attack anybody that's trying to follow the algorithmic drive, dude.
Leftist streamers
Trust
for the
me.
sake of keeping the blue
You do too.
check economy moving.
Last year, I was finding myself doing like 10,
Even if
10
it's
tweets a
subconscious.
month where I was being angry at Elon Musk.
Shout out to Elon. And let me be clear here. Again, this is not a ContraPoints problem. This is a structural problem plaguing the entire cultural and media ecosystem. But in the specific case of ContraPoints, the algorithmic take production mechanism seems like it's coming into contradiction with the broader spirit of philosophy and critical thought that animated her previous work. In particular, her almost dogmatic defense of the democratic establishment is in total contradiction with the revolutionary optimism of the leftist tradition that she's fairly or unfairly been associated with in the past. But now I want to pivot and talk about the question of theory, or the value of theory.
So it's like, I mean, it's like Bible study for leftists, right? That's what theory is.
Dude, that's the thing. Whenever people are telling me about joining leftist organizations and stuff, everything sounds like church.
It's so church.
Okay, so let's start by taking Natalie's critique at face value. So she's implying that reading theory is equivalent to the dogmatic faith of the religious, which I take to mean that she sees a certain leftist commitment to the ideas of Marx, Adorno, or Zizek as structurally similar to those who treat the Bible like an infallible rulebook. You know, Protestants. Now, on my most charitable read, this critique is similar to one that was made by Soren Kierkegaard of the idealist philosophers and Lutheran Christians in 19th century Denmark. Now, Kierkegaard thought that both philosophers and believers were turning everything into objective systems, in which what was most important was the adherence to the axioms and ideas of those systems. So basically, one becomes a Christian because they agree with the tenets of Christian theology. And in philosophical terms, one looks at idealist philosophy as a system to be agreed with, a system that just directly describes how things are. Now, Kierkegaard, who like Natalie Wynn, lived alone in a big house with lots of books and cool clothes, he thought that this was dumb. Because for him, to be religious wasn't to agree with ideas. It's to live with a faith that informs your actions, you know, in which uncertainty and anxiety are ever present. He gets into this in a book called Practice in Christianity. Now, in terms of the theory bros of his day, Kierkegaard had a similar critique. You know, he thought that philosophical ideas shouldn't be understood as merely logical categories, but need to be brought into contact with existence itself, you know, categories of existence. So you don't just agree with ideas, you live your ideas. What I'm basically saying is that Soren Kierkegaard invented the notion of living your raps. This same notion that ideas needed to have a connection with reality was also motivating another 19th century thinker who also lived in a big Victorian house, Karl Marx. Now, while he would have probably found Kierkegaard to be a little bit too emo for his taste, his 11th thesis on Feuerbach shared these concerns. In that text, he writes, "The philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways. The point is to change it." And these examples help us get at the heart of the aims of theory, because the point here is to not just understand the world or to think the right stuff, it's to engage in the ongoing dialectical process by which our theory is informed by material practice, and our material practice is informed by that theory, and so on and so on and so forth, until we die or until full communism, whichever one comes first. Let me know in the comments, do you think things will get any better by the time you die? You know what I mean? I thought things would be different. I'm in my 40s, and I kind of thought by this point, I thought we'd have something. I thought we would have gotten like one thing at this point, and we have nothing. So reading theory should never be a type of dogmatic thing knowing. You know, the point of reading theory isn't to go online.
I got kind of sick of political philosophy. Yeah, I hate to say that I did too. especially because I was like at that halfway point of like leaving my religion too.
And yell at people who've read
So it's kind of like, information overload. Oh, shit.
But they interpreted it differently, right? The point of reading theory is to better think about the material, economic, and cultural reality that we live in for the sake of ultimately transforming that reality and ourselves along the way, you know? We got work to do. And when these supposed online leftists engage in content wars over matters of theory, they're missing the point while becoming increasingly fanatic and masturbatory. You know, when internet people spend all day arguing with other internet people in the closed loop of the monetized content ecosystem, everyone ends up with sticky hands and no one has gone outside. Oh my God, they're gooning. I didn't think about that. That's not written in my notes for this to be clear, but it is just gooning logic, isn't it? Is that the real point of all of this? Now, I want to quickly note that in the interview where Natalie makes these comments on theory and religion, she seems to not only miss the point of theory, but also of religion. And the host of the show that she's on goes on to say that leftism and religion are similar.
Hop off camera here for just 1 second.
Things like mutual aid, which
420.
Like these churches, they do mutual
Lighters
aid.
up. Let's
they
go.
do direct action. Yeah. They do, I can't remember all the phrases, but it's just they have a different word for it. But they have the same mentality for how to handle things.
Which, yeah, exactly. Exactly. I was very confused by that part. Because is that bad? Is that bad that sort of like religion and Marxism might both inform someone to take material action in a community that aligns with their values? Like, maybe I'm reading this moment wrong, but that's what it felt like to me. Because if there was a thing like Marxist church, or even just a theologically sound Christian church, the point would not be to just read the book together. The point would be to read the book together to better understand the conditions by which we can engage with and transform the world and ourselves. Because again, we all got work to do, guys. We all got work to do. But yeah, I guess rather than mutual aid programs informed by theory, we're supposed to vote for corporately backed candidates chosen for us by freaks.
I fully expect to vote for Biden and then protest the administration that I voted for.
I missed it. Oh no! Hi, I'm Tim Pool. I'm Tim Pepper. Oh God! Hey, look, there's another me over there. Hi. Kickflip. Now that's my music. All right, there we go.
I got frustrated with the opposition to voting for Biden.
I don't like that. Send me to Marxist church, man. Send me to Marxist church. If my two alternatives are like the Democratic National Convention or Marxist church, send me to fucking Marxist church. Honestly, if the two options are the Democratic National Convention and just like a normal church with a left-leaning priest or something, I would rather do that than the Democratic National Convention. You know? When am I going to see the Democratic National Convention? John Legend? I bet he's there. All that to say, the recent ContraPoints controversy seems to be grounded in the ideology of this closed-loop, masturbatory way of talking about politics on the internet for money or clicks that lead to money. You know, blue check economy. But even if this all
blue check economy
is a bummer
That's
for
real.
longtime ContraPoints fans, it's not a ContraPoints problem. I'll say it again. I'll relax and say it again. It's not a ContraPoints problem. It's an online political discourse problem, and one that's exacerbated by the system of financialization I've talked about a lot on this channel recently. Watch those videos. You know, I'll say this, when I tell you to watch other videos on the channel, 9 times out of 10, it's because I think they work together and overlap, and pedagogically, that's my goal. That's the thought I put into this. So just know that when I tell you to watch other videos, it's not just that I want clicks, but like, give me them clicks. I think they like tell a story together and help you learn things, theory, things of that nature. But to be clear, this is only a problem from the perspective of critical thought. It's actually quite lucrative in terms of clicks and likes and responses and engagement, which of course creates a contradiction for any well-intentioned political theory knower who makes their living offering takes and analysis on the internet. Now, while what I'm about to suggest is not a totalizing solution, I do think that one way we can navigate this as the consumers of political content is by simply asking ourselves, is this creator outside? And by that I mean, is this someone who is actively engaging with material political reality? You know, are they working with organizing projects? Are they supporting leftist candidates? Are they learning from people on the ground doing politics? Or Are they more like inside creators, you know, engaging with ideas, disconnected from material and social reality, treating the digital ecosystem and the conversations of that ecosystem as if that is all there is? Is that the stakes of that were quite high? Oh, quick plug here. I'm talking about this book in the next Burns After Reading, Hyperpolitics by Anton Yeager, and it talks about some of this stuff. I mean, to put this even more simply, we can ask ourselves, are they engaged in an intellectual and political community, or are they just an atomized individual, a sort of online army of one?
I have like the way that I do it, and I think it gives the videos kind of a distinctive feel. I just think it's something that people pick up on. And also maybe it's just me being like a reclusive loner or whatever, and not wanting to deal with the social element of having a...
Now, obviously, I'm a guy that makes most of my living doing philosophy and political analysis on the internet, so I am in no way external to this system. I'm in no way outside of the
I was about to say, I'm like, you're very much in this.
But I want to share an example with you of how theory and digital communities can actually work together in a positive way. Yes, he's ending the video positively. You know, the days of the comments that are like, I like your work, but I can't watch it as much because the videos all make me really depressed. Those days are over, man. Those days are over. We're living the good life. We're living positively. Okay, so I recently launched a learning community on my Patreon called Burns Theory, link below, things of that nature. And as part of that, I'm hosting monthly seminars with scholars of philosophy and theory. So far, we've had Anna Kornbluh and Robert Talley, both of whom talked about texts from the most significant Marxist theorist in recent history, Frederick Jameson.
So I was kind of surprised when we got a mistaken identity when
now,
it was just like...
was a Marxist literary theorist. He used art and popular culture as a way to understand underlying political ideology, and used that underlying political ideology as a way to then better understand art and culture and literature.
Yeah, streams are always pretty heavy.
Things.
Yeah.
Okay, that's very reductive in describing a really complex thinker, but I'll just say if you want to learn more, there's a link below. You could go to burnstheory.com. You could get the first week for free if you want to try it out. You know, give me money to do theory with you. Now, in our most recent seminar with Robert Talley, we read a
That's an ambitious project.
Cognitive mapping, and which for him is a way to formalize contemporary capitalism into a sort of map that shows us connections that might be otherwise obscured or hidden. This is something I've talked about before. I will link that video below. So what we did is we met up on Zoom, we read that text, Robert talked to us about that text, and then we discussed it collectively. And during that discussion, a few of the members of the Burns Theory community who are visual artists asked some really insightful questions about how they can connect their artistic practice to political action and critiques of capitalism.
There is such thing as too much substance. It's kind of the it's the whole thing that gets you to just check out, where you're just like,
to really think through, if these ideas are to be taken seriously, what does this mean for my own creative and political engagement with the world? Because these humans understand that theory and praxis are necessarily linked. Another participant in that seminar, and one of my favorite YouTube theory people, Shannon Kim, actually used some ideas from that discussion in her most recent video.
I connect this to this idea of cognitive mapping from Frederick Jameson, and in this reading I did.
Now my point here isn't that everyone should just join Burns Theory so we can start an empire. No, my point is that theory shouldn't be fanatical, dogmatic, or individualist. It's something that we should read with others, that we should consider in a particular social and political context, and that should be informed by and also inform our lived experience. Did you get that part? It should be informed by, but also inform our lived experience. And being committed to this type of philosophically informed theorizing means that thinkers need to be open to an ongoing dialectical process. You know, they have to be open to changing their minds, open to admitting that they're wrong, open to not knowing everything all the time. Basically, we just need the opposite of the almost 3-hour episode of Bad Faith, where two professional thing knowers just sort of knew things at each other in an endless and unproductive cycle, seemingly all for the sake of content.
You can hold it down.
But can you see how it's like a little bit difficult for me to take your criticisms of what you think the Democrats ought to do to get elected when you're simultaneously saying that people should not elect them? Like, your position is that people should divest from the Democratic Party. So because it's not in your interest for the Democrats to get elected based on your positions, right? You don't want them to win.
What do you mean?
You know, because that isn't theorizing. That's not theory, because theory should be generative. Theory should lead us someplace. Theory should help us engage with the world better and more good-like. So let's create and consume more art and less content. And let's do it together, not as isolated nodes in the networks of neoliberal consumption. And let's be aware of the ideological conditions that shape contemporary digital media production by drawing a map, a cognitive map, so to speak. Okay, thanks for hanging out while I work through some of this. As always, thank you so much.
All right.
Elon Musk's baby mother and, of course, former MAGA insider Ashley St.Clair, she dropped an absolutely terrifying truth bomb on us the other day.
I'll be right back.
That I'm going to play for you here in just a second. Now, we had Ashley on Crystal Kyle and Friends, and I highly recommend you go check out that interview. It is absolutely mind-boggling. The inside tea that she has on these vile, disgusting, deranged MAGA cretins. So highly recommend you check that out. But listen to what she says here about Elon, and when they were together, Elon would open up to her about all sorts of stuff. And one of the things he opened up about is the election and the role that he played in the election, and how perhaps he had quite a bit of control over the outcome of the 2024 election. So here we go. Let's listen.
And then October rolls around. And in October, Elon tells me that he is ready to release his, in his words, anomaly in the matrix. And I am like, oh, like, who's that? And he says that he has 10,000 lasers in space, referring to his satellites. I say, because I am like rather uncomfortable and I know the gravity of what he's trying to tell me right now, I say, wow, finally a focus on the Jewish vote. He keeps going and he says, you know, this is not a piece that they'll see on the chessboard. And I straight up tell him, I say, I would ask more, but I really don't want to be deposed. To which he says, very wise. Shortly after that, you know, he's involved with America PAC and all of this other stuff, and he's sending me some internal data from America PAC, real-time Delta vote metrics. And I am just like, how the fuck do you have this sort of data? You don't get this from door knocking, because that was one of my first jobs in politics was in campaigns and cleaning up this bad data from door knocking, because the vendors that America PAC is using at this point is a vendor that hires Craigslist crackheads for door knocking, and I wish I was exaggerating there, but I'm not. I know, like, I have caused harm with my rhetoric. However, I never like sought out to cause harm. Like, there were parts of me that really wanted like the best for the country, for America, for democracy. And one thing is I have always hated big tech. So then to have arguably the most powerful man in the world who is sending me things about, you know, using his space technology in the election. I should also say that I have all of this backed up with many people with explicit instructions should anything happen to me, okay? But this was something that I was internally wrestling with while publicly not really showing that I was having any of these internal ethical conflicts with myself regarding this information. And then on election night itself, Elon, you know, left Mar-a-Lago early. I was at Mar-a-Lago, and he told me over text. He's like, yeah, I knew hours ago that Trump won. My team has the best real-time data anywhere. First of all, how the fuck do you have real-time data on elections? How do you have real-time data? I could not understand that. I don't know that I ever will. I saw some shit, guys. Like, I saw some shit, and I'm fighting really hard to keep my voice because I saw shit that impacts everyone. And if I was self-interested, I have been off.
When we first watched this, I was commenting on how it wasn't properly blended, and then she actually does like a fucking poof
for the self-interested deal to
Perfect.
Shut up and
It's
not
like,
talk
oh,
about
my
anything.
bad.
But what I can tell you is I've not been offered certain deals just because I know that he's weird, okay? I saw some shit.
So she's implying, if not outright saying there, that Elon told her that he fucked with the election and stole it for Trump. That's the not so subtle message here. That is a huge, huge deal that she's now out there saying this.
Uni
She
was
claims
dissing her
she
skills.
has receipts, basic evidence of him saying such things. Like she can verify every single part of her story here, which I don't deny because she's brought many receipts in the past as well when talking about these vile, disgusting MAGA cretins. But this is crazy, y'all. This is crazy. I mean, I remember we had on Crystal Kyle and Friends Greg Palast. Greg Palast is a legendary reporter. And I remember that he laid out his case. Now, according to Greg Palast, Kamala won the election and Trump lost the election. But he
This isn't a bit
says
or anything. I actually have something in my fucking eye.
stole it using basically their old bag of tricks of ballot spoiling and ballot purging and Jim Crow tactics in a bunch of different states where you can challenge a ballot and it gets thrown out, and then you'd have to, they flip the burden of proof and make it so like it's automatically thrown out, and then you fill out a provisional ballots, but only like half the provisional ballots.
Just a life observation. When you randomly just have like an eyelash or something, like, isn't that just the fucking worst?
Get counted.
Oh.
You don't have to take my word for any of this. You can go watch the Crystal Kyle and Friends thing that we did with Greg Palast. You can get all of the details because he explains it in a tremendous amount of detail. But Greg Palast said to us, because I asked him specifically about this theory that Elon Musk, was able to use his technological ability to basically hack the election and steal it for Trump.
Oh my God, that's a perfect observation, Pinkerbell. Kyle looks like his mom made him dress for Easter church.
Like Starlink, effectively.
Yep.
And his take on it was like, that theory I don't believe at all. He was like, that, I don't see how he could do that, and I've never...
Yes, I couldn't drive to work one day because of one. As a kid... Wait.
Seen evidence to that effect.
As a kid, you got one so bad that you had to go to the eye doctor to get it pulled?
So,
Oof.
Greg Palast, who says he thinks Kamala won about 280 electoral college votes, and Kamala did win the election.
One of the worst ones I ever had, I was about 16. I had just gotten a haircut, and one of like those razor sharp fucking hairs got in my eye and did that.
Elon didn't actually
Same thing.
steal it.
Had
However,
to
go get it removed professionally.
Now you have Ashley St.Clair saying that he did, and he basically implied it, if not outright, said it to her. And don't forget, y'all, this is not the first time
Thanks, haircuttery.
we've had this conversation, okay? In the wake of the election, remember these stories that were told? Remember these curious things that were said by Trump, by Elon, by others? Listen to this, guys.
We don't need votes. I tell my people, I don't need any votes. We got all the votes we need. I don't need votes. We don't need votes. We got more votes than anybody's ever had.
That is a weird thing to say, isn't it?
Really was.
This was on the campaign trail leading up to the election, and he keeps saying, we don't need votes. We don't need votes. We don't need your votes. Basically the opposite of what every politician says. Every politician is like, get out there and vote. Get out there and vote for me. Vote for us. Vote the party line. Vote.
Elon.
Here he's going, I don't need your votes. And he said it over and over and over and over and over. Let's keep going.
You don't have to vote. Don't worry about voting. The voting, we got plenty of votes. Because we can take the Senate pretty easily. And I think with our little secret, we're going to do really well with the House, right? Our little secret is having a big impact. He and I have a secret.
Our little secret is having an impact? Bro, what? What?
He and I have a secret. We'll tell you what it is when the race is over.
Oh, God damn it. I wanted this to be a nothing burger because I was kind of like, yeah, he won all those states. But then you look at the statistics that just hasn't happened in a very, very long time, that all the swing states were won by just the same person.
He looked at...
And then this? Yeah. I mean, dude, he literally denied the 2020 results with like way less.
Some that were just shipped in, some of these...
What's the harm in calling for an investigation into the voting machines and the metadata at this point from the Democrats?
He knew it before it even came in the door. He looked like at the back of it.
Because now they like, is that, because the whole thing is then they'd have to admit, it's like, well, so now you care about election integrity? Now you care about rigged elections? God damn it. That was the whole point, man. It was the same thing with the insurrection. They just wanted to make it so the left couldn't fucking revolt because they'd be like, well, look at you being no better. Moral high ground. Yeah, high five.
I know a lot about computers, and I'm like, the last thing I would do is touch the computer program.
Oh my word. Look, man, take it or leave it, believe it or don't believe it, but good googly moogly. This, like, y'all are not helping your case here. You know, every single thing you're saying here is just short of like, yeah, I stole that shit and I'd do it again. Like, what the fuck?
Touch the computer program. Because it's just too easy to hack. It's too easy to add just one.
Oh my word. Oh no! Oh no! All right, now this one is crazy. So Elon was interviewed by Tucker, leading up to the election, and Elon has one of his kids here. And listen to the banter with the kid and pay close attention to what he's saying.
Yeah, we're in SpaceX and quietly just do whatever we want.
What's your assessment? Did this work? Is he going to win?
Yeah, it is. Never know, but never know.
They'll never know. At SpaceX, we can do whatever we want. Is he going to win? Yeah, he's going to win. They'll never know. Come on, man.
You're fucked, dude.
I'm fucked. If we lose, I'm fucked.
It does seem that way.
So literally, in other words, establishing an incentive. Like Elon thought, if Trump loses, I'm definitely going to prison. That's what Elon thought. So the incentive is there. Like, I better fucking make sure that he wins. You know what I'm saying? Here we go.
You can't just be like, yo.
He's 3. He's not a source. To be fair,
yeah, I'm like, how long do you think my prison sentence is going to be today?
There's a bit about
Will I see my children? I don't know.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Here's Joe Rogan basically sort of verifying some of what Ashley St.Clair is saying here. He said this in the immediate aftermath of the election. Listen to this.
Apparently, Elon created an app, and he knew who won 4 hours before the results. So as the results were coming in, 4 hours before they called it, Dana White told me, Elon was like, I'm leaving. It's over. Donald won.
Yeah.
I haven't even talked to Elon about this. I don't know, like, the Dana translation. But Dana said he had an app, and he was, like, showing them. He's like, it's over.
That's not enough for you? How about this one? This is a post from Elon Musk. I believe this was when Trump and Elon broke up for a little bit there, right? Elon said, without me, Trump would have lost the election. Democrats would control the House and the Republicans would be 51-49 in the Senate. Such ingratitude. Without me, Trump would have lost the election, he says. There's an Occam's razor interpretation of that, which sort of coincides with exactly what Ashley St.Clair is saying, exactly what Trump implied, exactly what Elon's kid accidentally admitted on Tucker's show, exactly what Elon himself has said previously, exactly what Rogan just said there. Damn, bro.
Yes.
Damn. And let's not forget, man.
To summarize the bit, it's essentially that kids, they hit an age where they accidentally tell something or say something interesting. Because kids are obviously just like, they'll just say shit, right? But every once in a while, they will slip up and just be like, well, yeah, we were over at Uncle Danny's house, and he had a lady over there who wasn't Aunt Janet.
Trump himself.
It's like, oh, say more.
Has repeatedly hinted.
And then they see it in, this is what I like about his bit. He's just like, and then they see the light in you all of a sudden, and they get it where it's like, well, that was an interesting story, so they usually do.
Not only has he rolled out like 6 or 7 different plans to try to steal the midterms, but also 2028.
Yeah, it's called a filter. They have not learned it yet. Yes, and they also repeat what they hear from their elders.
And this is a guy who desperately wants to stay in power, and here's countless examples of that.
John is great, and she is a great gentleman. He's now president for life. No, he's great. Look, he was able to do that. I think it's great. Maybe we'll have to give that a shot someday.
We're going to win 4 more years in the White House, and then after that we'll negotiate, right? Because we're probably, based on the way we were treated, we're probably entitled to another 4 after that. FDR, 16 years. Almost 16 years. He was 4-term. I don't know. Are we going to be considered 3-term or 2-term? You tell me. Ronnie, what do you think? Christians, get out and vote just this time. You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more years. You know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine. In 4 years, you don't have to vote again. We'll have it fixed so good you're not going to have to vote.
President Trump told House Republicans, "I suspect I won't be running again unless you say he's so good we got to figure something else out."
It will be the greatest honor of my life to serve not once, but twice, or 3 times, or 4 times. I've raised a lot of money for the next race that I assume I can't use for myself, but I'm not 100% sure because I don't know. I think I'm not allowed to run again. I'm not sure. Am I allowed to run again, Mike? I better not get you involved in that argument. And I do that despite the fact that they say I can't run again. That's the expression, sir. Then somebody said, I don't think you can. Oh, should I run again? You tell me. There's your controversy right there.
President Trump is not ruling out the possibility of seeking a third term. In an exclusive phone interview with NBC's Kristen Welker, he says that there are, quote, methods for doing so, and that a lot of people want me to do it. Asked to clarify, he said, I'm not joking.
So understand something, man. We know, as a matter of fact,
All right, Kyle, come on, dude. I think that you did 15, 20 videos on this.
Tried to steal.
Like back when this was a thing. Like, don't act like this is all of a sudden new information. Like,
steal it in 2020 with the fake elector slate.
The problem is even you gave up on a lot of this shit.
With January 6th. Everybody knows that. As he was stealing an election, he would point his finger at the Democrats and Biden and go, they're stealing the election. The oldest trick in the book. It's called projection. It's psychological projection.
Yeah.
So try to steal it in 2020. Here he is hinting, implying, outright saying, like, yeah, maybe I'll run for a third term. Clearly doesn't give a fuck. Doesn't have any qualms about cheating, stealing it, right? And then you have all these bizarre quotes and Ashley St.Clair, an insider, who basically is verifying again that internally, Elon is basically implying like, yeah, I gave him a little bit of help, didn't I? Now, add that to what Greg Palast has said with the ballot spoiling and the ballot purging and all of these old school methods Republicans have to put their thumb on the scale and try to influence the outcome. But look, based on all this, the conversation is now wide open again. People are now speculating yet again. Like, hey, maybe it's actually worse than we thought. Maybe it's not just the Jim Crow tactics and the ballot spoiling and the ballot purging and the voter disenfranchisement and the threats that are called into certain precincts, which have mostly Democratic voters and black and brown voters. Maybe it's not just that. Maybe it's actually worse than what we realize. And maybe Ashley St.Clair is onto something. So,
well, now she needs to be deposed. The thing is, dude, it's not going to be taken seriously unless like somebody does something about it there, folk.
I'll tell you one thing for
folks. Folk.
Sure. I don't trust these motherfuckers at all, even a little bit. However bad we always thought it was, eventually it would be proven to us like, no, it's actually worse on every front. You go, oh, like it's bad, but is it that bad? And then you learn very quickly, oh yeah, it's that bad. It's actually worse than the worst case scenario.
No, that's fair.
Every time it's like that with these people.
Yeah.
So would it surprise me if it was even more direct and more explicit? It would not surprise me at all, y'all. So Ashley St.Clair, yet again, spilling all the tea. And this tea is super hot. This tea is burning your lips, burning your tongue, burning your esophagus. I mean, holy shit, man. If this shit is true, all I can say is it should be fucking investigated to the high heavens, right? And you should have every media outlet in the country should be doing a deep dive.
Oh, shut the fuck up about that. Come on, man.
On this
you can influence that without getting no, just get MS Now to fucking focus on it. That'd be good first.
Shit. And looking for more.
This is what I don't like about Kyle's coverage is he's always just like, this needs to be talked about everywhere. And this is a disgrace if they don't, but then he just moves on.
Evidence that backs it up.
It's just like, because his outrage is just so quick.
Enough circumstantial stuff there that
he says
you'd be
things
crazy
in
to
such
shove your head in the
finite
sand
terms
and pretend
too.
Like it's a crazy theory.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and...
I appreciate the fact that he has just kept this screen forever. Here you go.
I would have
perfect
come out sooner, but I had to call my opponent and concede, and it took a while to find Ed Galrine in Tel Aviv.
Three
damn.
pro-Israeli billionaires poured record-breaking amounts of money into this tiny little district. If you don't think that $25 million is enough to sway 5,000 voters, you're just not living in political reality.
I'm sure Will Chambers is about to do exactly that. We are so used to lying and obfuscation and weasel words, as we often see from Will Chambers here.
Oh, get over yourself, Buckley.
I don't think Massie would have won if Israel had not spent $1.
When a mosque is attacked in the US, Republican politicians are silent. You can't find Democrats who do the same when there's a synagogue attack or anything equivalent.
Thomas Massie's bruising defeat last night was, according to most mainstream commentary, proof that President Trump remains in total control. He may be battered and bruised by the broken promises and the war in Iran, but he's still the kingpin and the kingmaker. Trump's takedown of Massie crystallizes his grip on the GOP, said USA Today. Thomas Massie's defeat tightens Trump's grip, said the New Republic. And so, word for word, did the BBC. The New York Times, mixing things up a bit, said Trump tightens his grasp on the GOP. The question they ought to be asking is, who is gripping or grasping President Trump? Pro-Israel donors and lobbyists spent at least $15 million on the campaign against Thomas Massie. It's the most expensive primary in US history. Millions of dollars came from AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. You might therefore assume that Massie was a raving anti-Semite who used his platform to trash Israel at every opportunity. But he didn't. In fact, until recently, he barely spoke about Israel at all. And that, apparently, was his main offense.
There's a foreign interest group called AIPAC that's, got the ear of this current speaker and demanded 16 votes in April on Israel or the Middle East.
Holy shit. This is a man that looks at... Holy shit. A beard and a little bit more hair made him totally look different. Whoa.
We haven't had 16 votes in April in the United States.
He's one of those guys that could just go back to this and you would... It's just like witness protection for him.
In Congress.
Holy crap.
Ostensibly, it's a group
Rebecca, I will see you later. Off to watch Netflix. Nice. What you watching? Hope
Americans who lobby on behalf of
wholesome.
Israel. They're for anything Israel. And they're a very effective lobbying group. They get in there. They try to get me to write a white paper as a candidate, for instance, for Congress. They almost get
on what?
On Israel. And I wouldn't do it. And they said, why? And I'm like, I don't do homework for lobbyists, right? I'm like, I didn't like writing term papers at college. I'm not writing one for you.
Well, the campaign against Thomas Massie painted a grim picture of a scheming figure of dubious morals who went out of his way to make life difficult for Trump. In fact, he voted with the Republican Party more than 90% of the time. Massie is staunchly against expensive military interventions and foreign aid, especially the Iran war. He's a leading critic of wasteful government spending and unmanageable debt. He's campaigned relentlessly for the total release of the Epstein files and for the prosecution of men whose crimes they exposed. In other words, his platform is a lot like the one that got Trump elected. So how did he become MAGA enemy number one? Well, it probably has something to do with statements like this.
The people who are funding the ballroom, the people who are funding the arch, the people who are funding the rebranding of the Kennedy Center, these are the people who are also funding my opponent. These are the people who have the ear of the president. These are the people who are dominating our foreign policy decisions. They're the billionaires. And these are also the same people who are in the Epstein files.
So a Massie gone, at least for now, it's very reasonable to ask what it all means for the future of a MAGA government in some turmoil. Has Trump tightened his grip on MAGA, or has the donor class tightened its grip on Trump? Joining me to debate all this is Will Chamberlain, Senior Counsel of the Article 3 Project, Glenn Greenwald, the host of System Update, Clay Travis, founder of Outkick, and Buckley Carlson, the former Republican strategist and speechwriter.
Buckley.
Well, welcome to all of you. Any Arsenal fans?
Buckley and Tucker. Yeah.
Amongst you before we get anywhere?
Sure, I'll be an Arsenal fan today for you.
Thank you.
Oh, this dweeb.
You, Will Chamberlain. In that case, you're going to get an easier ride than normal. For American viewers who are a little mystified by what an Arsenal is, if it doesn't involve the US military, I can tell you it's my football team. I'm not going to use the word soccer in one of my own shows. And we've just won the Premier League for the first time in 22 years, which has made me the happiest human being on God's earth. And on that positive note, I now expect you very quickly to be tearing each other from limb to limb. Glenn Greenwald, It's an interesting scenario, this, involving Thomas Massie and indeed other people who appear to have been crunched in this primary race by Trump's political fist. And yet at the same time, you see a lot of the conservative right at war with each other. So what are you reading into the sort of overall picture here about what's going on?
Oh, I've been interviewing Thomas Massie for years prior to October 7th, when he was really not talking much about Israel at all, applying, though, the same exact principles, applying to other issues as he's now applying to Israel, including being one of the leading opponents, for example, of the Biden administration's policy of financing the war in Ukraine on exactly the same grounds. He opposes U.S. financing of the Israeli military and the Israeli wars, which is people in Israel are doing extremely well. Ukraine is not our government's obligations. American citizens are. Our towns are falling apart. People don't go to college. They can't afford health care for their kids, the most basic things that a decent country provides for their citizens. And yet we're spending billions of dollars on countries like Israel, where millions of people have higher standards of living in that country than they do here in the United States. He's been the leading cause or advocate of privacy rights and opposed to domestic spying. So he's always been somebody who's been a leading advocate of many of the principles, including, by the way, free speech that the MAGA movement claimed before Trump got back into power again, that were most important to them. He aligned perfectly with it. The difference, though, is that he became an outspoken opponent of the U.S. relationship with Israel after October 7th, when the U.S. started spending not just $4 billion a year on Israel, but $20 and $25 billion, and however you count, far more than that, in the wake of all the wars that Israel was involved with. And because of that, obviously, Trump was a major factor. But the real difference in this race was that three pro-Israeli billionaires, led by Miriam Adelson, who Trump himself said is more loyal to Israel than she is to the United States, spent most of her life as an Israeli, was in the IDF, poured insane amounts of money, record-breaking amounts of money into this tiny little district where all you need is 50,000 votes to win. And if you don't think that $25 million is enough to sway 5,000 voters, which was the difference in the race, from one side to the other, you're just not living in political reality. We saw AIPAC do that last year. In 2024, they broke their own record. This year, they did it to Cori Bush and Jamal Bowman, put $15 million in both of those primary races. That is a massive story that people who Trump himself says have either primary loyalty or at least equal loyalty to a foreign country are overriding what polling shows are people's opposition to Israel, to the war in Iran, and just drowning our politics in enormous amounts of unlimited money in service of this foreign country. And not saying Trump wasn't a major role. Obviously he was. He has a huge grip on especially Republican primary voters. But if you deny that that was at least as big of a factor, then you're just insulting the intelligence of anybody listening.
Well, Will Chamberlain,
I'm sure Will's about to do that.
Sorry, Buckley, what was that?
I was going to say, I'm sure Will Chambers is about to do exactly that.
I'm about to ask him to do exactly that.
Travis. I was going to preface
it by saying that just before we came on air with this show, Donald Trump has gone public about a growing sense that people are getting that it's Israel trying to call the shots in Iran.
I caught him at the airport.
The war in the first place, that they don't want it to end. They think that America should re-engage in the military strikes and so on. And Donald Trump's reacting pretty forcefully. Let's take a listen.
What have you said to Prime Minister Netanyahu about Iran and how long to hold off on strikes?
He's fine. He'll do whatever I want him to do. He's a very, very good man. He'll do whatever I want him to do, and he's a great guy. To me, he's a great guy. Don't forget, he was a wartime prime minister, and he's not treated right in Israel, in my opinion. I'm right now at 99% in Israel. I could run for prime minister, so maybe after I do this, I'll go to Israel, run for prime minister. I had a poll this morning. I'm 99%, so that's good. But no, he's a wartime prime minister, and I just don't think they treat him well.
Mr. President, what do you do?
I think they have a president over there that treats him very poorly.
So a lot to unpack there, Will, not least the idea of Prime Minister Donald Trump of Israel. Well, we'll watch that development with interest. But this central point around Thomas Massie, which I find really fascinating, is that pretty much everything he stands for...
That wasn't on my bingo
and we'll
card.
Park the Israel part of this to one side for a moment. But pretty much everything else, as Glenn articulated, would be the kind of stuff that Trump campaigned on when he got re-elected. I mean, it was, I'm not going to meddle in foreign wars, particularly in the Middle East. I'm going to take care of cost of living, America first, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And people have looked at this and gone, well, you've done the complete opposite. And here's Thomas Massie, who's actually continued to stand by the positions that Trump was espousing as a candidate, leaving a lot of people a little bit mystified here about why Massie becomes the bogeyman if it doesn't involve his criticism of Israel. Because, again, what Glenn said is correct. You can not be a conspiracy theorist to recount factually that there were millions and millions of dollars pumped in by, Israeli-friendly billionaires against Massie. And the only reason that could be, it seems to me, is because of his increasingly critical rhetoric about the Israeli government. What do you say?
Well, I think that's just simply mistaken. Remember, Thomas Massie wasn't broke here. He had over $10 million of his own to spend, sourced from libertarians nationwide. So if he wanted to get his message out there, he easily did so. And the problem was that his message was schizophrenic. And it's not Israel, it's the big, beautiful bill. Remember, I mean, you posed this statistic where you said 90% of the time he supported the Republican Party. That's a little bit misleading because the big, beautiful bill was the one bill last year that essentially contained the entirety of the president's agenda. And by voting against that, he voted against basically everything President Trump ran on. Massive increases in border security funding for the wall, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, massive decreases in some discretionary spending. So it was the key part of his agenda, and he was the only Republican to vote against it.
He's still trying to sell that after we all filed our taxes.
What was the message? You say pro-Israel donors spent, but what did they say to voters in northern Kentucky? They replayed President Trump's rally where he endorsed Ed Galbraith, called Thomas Massie the worst congressperson in the history of the country, disloyal to him, disloyal to the party. And I don't think the voters of northern Kentucky are stupid. They voted for the president by almost 2-1. They know what they wanted. They wanted a loyal representative, and they weren't getting that in Thomas Massie, and that's why he's not going to be in Congress starting in January.
Have they got the president they thought they were voting for in 2024?
Absolutely. They certainly think so. I mean, Thomas Massie had the opportunity to make the arguments about how, Trump was betraying his base. He wasn't making those arguments at all. Towards the end, he was making arguments about how me and Donald Trump have a lot of work to do still together, which is ironic because a few months earlier, he was talking about how the Trump administration was the Epstein administration. That's the schizophrenia I'm talking about. He couldn't decide whether he needed to be pro-Trump to appeal to the voters in that district who like Donald Trump, or against him because of these supposed betrayals. In reality, it was Thomas Massie hallucinating the president's platform into what he wanted to be rather than looking at what it actually was.
Okay, Buckley Carlson.
Piers, can I just quickly ask Will a very quick question?
Sure.
Did the record-breaking amount of millions of dollars poured into this district in Kentucky by Miriam Adelson and 2 other Israel-centric billionaires, was that a significant factor in your view in Thomas Massie's defeat after 12 years in Congress?
Of course it was a significant factor, but that money probably would have been there regardless because President Trump had made Thomas Massie his target number 1. So he would have found donors to spend that money in any event. It's just that the pro-Israel donors were particularly happy to spend that money in this case, obviously because they don't like Thomas Massie very much.
Okay, let me bring in Buckley on this. What do you make of what do you make of it, Buckley? In particular, do you think this is because of Israel, or do you think it's actually because he took on Trump, as Will just said, over the big beautiful bill, and that was pretty much all of Trump's agenda?
Yeah, he basically admitted that Massie lost because he wasn't a loyalist. Yes,
and therefore, if you're going to do that, Trump would see that as a massive.
They're trying to spin that that actually going against Trump is still a bad thing. Where it's like, you do understand that if more people went against Trump, we wouldn't be in this mess that we're in right now.
Antagonistic, negative attack on what he wants to do, and so he decided to take him down.
I think Glenn made the case pretty convincingly with the
dude. You're the only one that's out there touching Cheetos, if you know what I'm saying.
Data that he just
you are bewitched. You've bewitched me. You're touching my Cheeto. Yeah, you got all the orange all over your fingers.
Presented here. I would just say I have a little bit different perspective in that we are so used to lying and obfuscation and weasel words, as we often see from Will Chambers here. But Donald Trump has clearly articulated exactly the way forward for the new MAGA coalition. He's straightforward and clear as he was in that tape that you didn't show the whole clip, I don't believe, but he's talking now. He's acknowledged his donors are rich Israeli billionaires. He's acknowledged his base is actually in Israel. He's acknowledged he's pro-endless wars. He's acknowledged he's pro-surveillance. He's against
my glasses.
The Constitution. He's perfectly happy for Americans to be miserable economically. He's perfectly happy to listen to purveyors of global misery like Miriam Adelson, which is totally consistent with the people in Thomas Massie's district who suffer from joblessness and drug addiction and depression. Now we get more of that.
Oh my God, I just realized that Luke Beasley, he kind of looks like Luke Beasley in like 30 years.
It's kind of nice that Donald Trump made it very clear that there's going to be more disdain, more contempt, more drug addiction, more surveillance, more protection of pedophiles. It's kind of nice to know your enemy. And I think if you talk to people in the base, in the grassroots of the Republican Party, you'll notice that a lot of people are actually leaving.
It's exactly this kind of talk, which is why Ed Galbraith is now going to be the representative from Kentucky. Exactly this kind of talk. Republican primary voters heard this message, and they
keep talking over me,
they said,
Donald Trump talked over his supporters. The people who put him in office, Will.
I like this guy's Weather Channel.
The people who put him in office voted for a very clear agenda, absolutely articulated over an entire decade. The people who voted for Thomas Massie in 24 are the same people who voted for Trump in 24. And they wanted less government surveillance. They wanted actually justice for pedophiles. They didn't want foreign wars. They didn't want more economic.
If you were right, Massie would have won, but he lost.
They don't want foreign interference in their country or in their district. And it's an absolute shame. But it is refreshing that Donald Trump has articulated that clearly, as he did last week when he said he does not care about Americans. He doesn't think about Americans before he makes decisions that impact their economic lives. So the other great thing is the only straightforward thing that Ed Gallerin, deep state boob Ed Gallerin, who was too afraid to actually debate Massie, too afraid to articulate any of his positions beyond actually having a draft. So people in Kentucky now who can't find jobs, young people who can't find jobs, it's great. They can just go into the military and fight Israel's wars for Miriam Adelson, Paul Singer, and all the rest.
Okay, I want to bring in Clay. Clay, welcome back to Uncensored. First of all, I want to play...
Arsenal.
Good man. I want to play a clip from Massie's concession speech and see what you think of this.
I would have come out sooner, but I had to call my opponent and concede, and it took a while to find Ed Galbraith in Tel Aviv. I did get the call through, though. I have called and conceded the race. We've been honorable the whole time, and we're going to stay that way.
So making a joke there, clearly that his opponent is completely in the thrall and control of Israel. Ben Shapiro thinks this is all complete nonsense, unsurprisingly. Let's take a look at what he said.
Okay, the reality is that people who are pro-Israel do not like Thomas Massie because Thomas Massie has engaged in every conspiracy theory it is possible to engage in and has made common cause with the most anti-Israel people. That's true. But the reason that Thomas Massie is actually in trouble is because the Trump administration has decided to oppose him on the basis of completely other issues. And so the usual game that is now played right now on the right, in the very podcastistan right, the game that is played is there will be a critique that has nothing to do with Israel. And the first thing you do is you claim that it's about Israel.
What?
In an attempt to gin up the crazier part of the Republican base.
Now, I would say, Clay, that the trouble with Ben Shapiro's position on this, and it may be why his own empire is crumbling like Rome in its last few days, is because he never accepts there is anything that could possibly be nefarious concerning anything to do with the Israeli government. And so I take what he says with a pinch of salt. And it is an undeniable fact that AIPAC and other pro-Israeli lobby groups put in over $9 million in a deliberate bid to unseat Massie. Now, I accept that two things can be true at once. That may be because they wanted to, and it may be totally unconnected with the fact that Trump wanted to get back at Massie for not backing his big, beautiful bill. But I don't think you have to be a massive conspiracy theorist to think there might be a link here. What are your thoughts?
I'll get into that, Piers. Let me start with this. The people of Kentucky's 4th Congressional District have agency. They can make choices. If Kamala Harris had been running against Thomas Massie and $1 billion had been spent on Kamala Harris in the 4th Congressional District, she would have lost. Every lobbying group in America could have spent money on the wrong candidate in Kentucky's 4th congressional district, and it wouldn't have mattered, right? So ultimately, this race came down to a decision between two people. And the people of Kentucky's 4th congressional district, and by the way, all my family is from Kentucky before they moved down to Nashville to work in the DuPont factory here. All of my dad's family was from Kentucky. There's a lot of hardworking, tough people in Kentucky, and they went out and they listened to the arguments, and they decided by 10 points that they thought Gowrine would represent them better than Massie and the interests that they had. Now, was Donald Trump a big part of that? Yes, because Donald Trump would still win the state of Kentucky by 20-plus points if we had a presidential election statewide right now. What this really came down to is Donald Trump is more popular in the Kentucky 4th congressional district than Thomas Massie is. And whomever Trump decided he was going to endorse, I believe would have won. Just like happened in Indiana with the state senators, just like we saw happen in Louisiana with the Senate race, Trump is more popular in the South.
The interest that they had, that AIPAC told them that they had?
I live in Nashville than any elected official anywhere in the South.
What up, Daddy? How you doing?
If Trump comes out and says, this is my guy or this is my gal, his supporters are going to go out and vote. I actually think.
Then why did they pour a record-breaking number of money into Kentucky? Why did these billionaires pour a record-breaking amount of money into Kentucky? Are they just dumb? They don't realize what you realize. They wasted
it doesn't matter. What's this weird obsession with Kamala?
Let me just answer your question. Kamala spent $1 billion more in 2024 than President Trump's campaign did. If you talk to them, they believe if they'd had Kamala's money, they would have won in New Jersey and they would have won in Virginia. They won all 7 swing states. They spent money because in order to beat an incumbent, you have to make people aware that there is a challenger there. Everybody in the whole district knew Massie already. There's a reason, if you go to Louisiana, that no Republican incumbent senator had lost before 2012. Name recognition matters. If you have a brand new candidate that nobody knows, you have to introduce them to the district. Massie had been elected
You need three. You need Miriam Adelson.
I think this was not about Israel. This was not about Israel. This was about the fact that Donald Trump has a very...
Why was Miriam Adelson involved? Why was she so involved? Why was her money so decisive?
There is a very small majority now in that.
Okay, so ignoring that Donald Trump did handpick that guy. I mean,
and the Trump team was frustrated because
Miriam Adelson's money had something to do with it, but the other, one doesn't negate the other.
Was not supporting the primary agenda, the big beautiful bill, trying to move on from the Epstein
Massie
story.
Lost because Donald Trump really obviously, yes, AIPAC money did have a part in that, but it's not because of that.
Has there been any?
It realistically is because the Republican Party will just do whatever the fuck Trump wants.
Benefit. He promised that
but the left is the cult.
There were going to be all these charges brought, and instead of being 100% behind President Trump's agenda, as the voters of Kentucky's 4th congressional district have now shown that they want their representative to be, he decided that he wanted to fight President Trump. He has that right.
Marjorie Taylor Greene voted for the big beautiful bill.
What up, Brandon Flatterson? How are you doing?
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
I think it helps Thomas Massie to argue, Israel's against me, instead of pointing out the truth, which is he wasn't
why would he think
enough
that?
of President Trump's agenda for the people of Kentucky.
Marjorie Taylor Greene voted for the big. Marjorie Taylor Greene voted for the big beautiful bill. She was on Trump's side with every domestic policy issue that you just said Massie impeded. Her blasphemy was the same as Massie's.
In Marjorie. Did you listen to me?
I know you don't want this point. I know you don't want this point out. But no, because it's bullshit. Everything, this whole narrative is bullshit. This is all about anger at Massie because he voted against the big beautiful bill. He was at least as angry at Marjorie Taylor Greene, even though she voted for the big beautiful bill. Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's not just Israel. It's not just.
We don't.
Then why does every U.S. politician make code?
Well, actually, hang on. Don't talk over each other. Hang on one sec. Clay, on that last point. On that last point, I would take issue with that because there is some really shocking polling about Israel in America, which is that nearly 2/3 of Americans now have a negative view of Israel. So they're not disengaged in the way that you think.
That doesn't mean that Israel is the most important issue in America.
I didn't say the most important
issue. Israel is in the top
No, but it's the most important issue. Okay, but the most important issue.
No, but when it comes to AIPAC money and people like seeing the influence in the actual general election, yes, that will matter. The amount of times that Republicans just negate the importance of the independent electorate, holy fuck, man.
The most important
way to shoot yourselves in the dick.
Hang on one second, Buckley. I will come to all of you. The most important issue in America.
Your own contingent is not like 37% will not win you elections. The Democrats had to fucking learn that the hard way.
It's cost of living.
Holy
and there is
shit.
a direct line between cost of living and Israel.
Keep
Because
making
if
that
you
mistake.
believe the New York Times report.
And the Iran war.
Let me paint a picture for you, Clay, where there is a link, which is that the New York Times reported several weeks ago that it was Israel that basically persuaded Trump to go in on the strikes on Iran. The Iran war has become, I'm afraid, an increasing fiasco, mainly because of the situation with the Strait of Hormuz, not because America hasn't pounded with the Israelis, the Iranian military, but the Iranian regime remains intact. They remain in control of the Strait of Hormuz. They remain with a tight grip now on the global energy economy. They are threatening to launch another barrage of missiles over at their Gulf state neighbors, which we know has pretty much, not paralyzed, but caused enormous damage to their ability to develop their new business model away from oil to safe tourism and so on. So, this has not been going the way that everyone was assured it would go. And a lot of people, Clay, my point to bring it together is that they believe that Trump was persuaded to do it by Israel. He's now come out today and said Netanyahu does what I tell him. A lot of people think it was the other way around with that decision. And that decision has had a massively negative impact on the cost of living to Americans, which is actually the number one issue they care about. And
thank you.
The interesting little twist, which I want you to explain to me, and then I'll get Glenn to respond to it, is notwithstanding that, Trump appears to still be wielding a lot of political power in the party. And my question would be, could he wield that power on his own, given his own very poor approval ratings right now, without the money from these billionaire Israeli donors? I think it's an interesting question.
I don't think that Massie would have won if Israel had not spent $1, right? If Miriam Adelson, if AIPAC had not spent $1. Massie lost because President Trump is more popular in his district than Massie is. And as soon as President Trump said, Galrein is my guy, most of that money was spent to introduce Galrein. Now, to answer your question more direct, that's my opinion. I think the data will reflect it. Nobody knew him. They had to introduce him. That's why they had to spend so much money. He's running against an incumbent that everybody in the whole district knew on the Republican side. Now, on your point, you may remember this, Pierce. I'm going to be vindicated on this. Do you remember when I was on your show in the middle of the tariff wars and the stock market was down at 5,000 and I came on and I told you, Pierce, I will wear a clown nose on your show if within a year
that's one thing. Don't ever take a right winger on their word and like during a bet.
Stock market is.
I'm still waiting for Dave Rubin to fucking stop, doing what he's doing because he said that he would quit broadcasting if Joe Biden made it to the end of his term.
Not massively high.
He promised
higher than it is on this day. It's now up 50% since then. I will make a promise to you, Pierce. If the gas prices right now, $4.50 per gallon on average, all 50 states, that's an average. If they are not 75 cents lower by the time of election day, much lower than they are today, I will come on the day after the midterm elections with a bright red nose for you. I believe President Trump.
I think you're going to be wearing a big, bright red nose.
I think you're going to be wearing a fucking clown nose.
Knows and understands.
And he's going to be like, it was Red Nose Day. You remember that?
To resolve this situation in Iran.
He doesn't.
I think that he is going to do so before the midterm election dates. I think by Labor Day, the price of oil and gas will be down substantially in America, and I think America will be safer.
Okay.
The guy said 2 to 4 fucking weeks. No.
All right.
I'm done. I'm done listening to anybody anymore. When they are saying, well, by this time, it'll be a lot better. Shut the fuck up.
Glenn,
you guys have not, you haven't shown that you are willing to actually admit that you're wrong. That's why more and more people are just they're tuning out, bro.
I'm not buying that narrative for the simple reason I don't think Trump has
a lot of
control
people
of
are
this
just
war.
not listening to fucking
the
right-wing
Iranians have been
podcasters telling them that
militarily
everything's great.
But in terms of their
they're going to turn against you
asymmetric
even faster.
strategy involving the Strait of Hormuz and the Gulf neighbors, I think they still maintain quite a large degree of control over what happens here. I think Trump's desperate to get out of this war, but trying to work out how he can do it where it doesn't look like actually some kind of surrender or defeat. And it all comes down to this claim he now says the whole war.
I think this will get much worse. The thing is, dude, if this war reignites, then yeah, we're fucked.
Stop him having a nuclear weapon. Okay, but the enriched uranium remains buried.
And yes, it's going to get even easier to just point at Republicans and laugh at them in public. That's the one thing that needs to happen. We just need to point and laugh. You don't even need to argue with them. The only thing you need to say is gas prices, bitch.
There's no sign of the Iranians wanting to hand that over.
Disarm.
I don't know why they would, because they'd lose all their leverage. The Strait of Hormuz remains in Iranian control. And so, again, I'm not disputing the military overwhelming superiority of the Americans and Israelis, but I don't see how you can claim at the moment that this war is not just dragging on exactly in the way that Donald Trump said he would always try and avoid. It's just becoming slowly a bit of a forever situation because the Iranians are like, well, we can keep controlling the Strait of Hormuz and keep our enriched uranium buried away until the cows come home. And Trump doesn't want to get engaged again in military strikes, but Netanyahu does. Again, comes back to the Israeli element here of competing agendas. What do you think?
First of all, just quickly on the whole narrative that's been pushed here, Marjorie Taylor Greene, like I said, has become public enemy #1 for Trump. He drove her out of Congress, called her a traitor repeatedly. She voted for the big, beautiful bill. She voted for all of Trump's domestic issues. Her blasphemy was that she began objecting to Trump's wars in the Middle East, bombing of Yemen, arming the Israelis, bombing Iran, getting involved in a new war with Iran. So the idea that it was just because Massie voted against a bill that Marjorie Taylor Greene voted for when she got treated at least as badly, if not worse than Massie, is just laughable. Again, it's the kind of thing that's just designed to insult the audience intelligence that it wasn't about Israel. But on the Iran war, I think, everybody knew that the U.S. was going to have military superiority. We had complete military superiority within weeks in the war in Iraq. Obviously, we had total military superiority over the skies of Afghanistan. They didn't have a Navy. They didn't have an Air Force. And yet we got dragged into these endless conflicts because asymmetrical fighting when you're defending your own country is an extremely powerful way of fighting off larger
resigned.
powers.
He didn't drive her out. She resigned.
And the Iranians are obviously enraged.
That was not, you know what? Actually, that's somebody just does need to ask her, flat out, why did you resign?
That they were attacked by the United States and Israel. They have their own domestic population to deal with. They can't look like they've capitulated either because that will then crumble.
And you can't let her get bitch out with I feared for my kids' safety.
Wrote the entire justification for that regime, which is to protect the Iranian people, keep it a proud Persian nation. If Trump has been lying about this war from the start, saying from basically the beginning, the Iranians are on their knees. They're begging for any kind of surrender. They want to give us everything in exchange for nothing. He announced 6 weeks ago they agreed to give over the quote unquote nuclear dust. They agreed to stop funding Hezbollah and Hamas.
He did say that.
They agreed to essentially everything that he wanted in exchange for nothing. And of course, that was all false because the Iranians know they have immense leverage. Trump's only choices are to restart the war, which will not only make Will have to come on and wear a gigantic red nose.
Well, Will might be. It's actually Clay. It was Clay that would have to do that. But I'm quite happy to put the same challenge to Will.
They both should wear one.
We get them both on the red noses.
Yeah, they both should absolutely wear one the next time they come on. Give it all this. But
people made a lot of money if they listened to me and kept their stocks.
Because she hit her 5 years to hit her congressional pension.
To be fair to Clay,
more people need to call her out then for fucking being a grifter.
To be fair to Clay, you were right about that.
The stock market, rich people always do well in the United States. You can work. Trump can restart the war, and he can get involved into a Middle East conflict like the one he repeatedly promised he wouldn't do.
Guys, if you haven't already
or he
subbed
can
to the
just
channel,
stop the war
please do.
and be humiliated because
you're
none of the
enjoying
goals
it,
that he
of
set
course.
out he was going to achieve will actually be achieved because the Iranians won't cooperate, because why would they? Or it could just be this third option where everything stays frozen, in which case there's no oil transiting through the Strait of Hormuz. Gas prices continue to go up. All these massive secondary effects on the world economy continue to cause massive suffering, not only around the world, but especially in the United States, against the people that Trump promised, whose life he was going to improve. If he had a way out of the war, the war would be over already. The reason the war's not over is because Trump has no way out.
We should just let terrorists continue to engage in terrorism in the Strait of Hormuz.
It's such a manipulative
control. Iran has control of the Strait of. Hold on. Iran has control of the Strait of Hormuz, which, by the way, they don't have at all because we put a blockade. But the only reason they have any aspect of strategic capability is because they're threatening to blow up people who are innocently traversing the Strait of Hormuz. That is basically, they are terrorists threatening to take hostage the entire global economy.
Which is what the U.S. is doing to Cuba. Which is what the U.S. is doing to Cuba. It's what the U.S. is doing to Cuba.
Glenn's cooking.
Because they are crazy.
It's what the Israelis are doing to Gaza, and it's what the Israelis
doing.
Let me bring in the two others, because you
Cuba.
guys have had a lot of airtime here. Let me bring in Will Chamberlain. I mean,
He just said it
Glenn just
outright. You guys have had a lot of airtime.
Clay just said the Iranians are crazy.
Time for the others.
I wouldn't say that Donald Trump's social media posts of the last 3 months have been exactly the most non-crazy stuff I've read in recent years. I mean, you could say it's even crazier than the Iranians. 1 minute he's going to annihilate the entire country, 90 million people, and he's going to do it in the next few hours. Next minute he wants a deal. Then he's going to annihilate them again. Then he wants a deal. Then he's going to do this. Then he's going to do that. U-turn after U-turn, change the plan. And what it says to me, knowing Trump very well, is that he wants to get out of this thing, and he's trying to work out a way of getting out of it. But if at the end, Will, and we've debated the Iran war, so we'd have to relitigate all that again between you and me, but if at the end of this, and I don't know quite how this ends, frankly, because I think it's in the Iranian interest to string it out as long as possible, but if it ends with the Iranian regime still in place, with the former Supreme Leader's son running the show as the new Supreme Leader, with the IRGC still in a tight control of its people, with the people not rising up at all, because they haven't done so far in 3 months, for a number of reasons, but they haven't, and with the Strait of Hormuz still having some form of control by the Iranian regime, perhaps even putting tolls on stuff that didn't exist before the war started, where's the victory? And if they keep their enriched uranium, where is the victory?
You're right that wouldn't be a victory, and you're hypothetical, which is why President Trump won't let it come to pass. I think that's the simplest way to understand that. President Trump is no fool. He understands that a world where Iran retains its enriched uranium and control over the Strait of Hormuz would be a world where the United States, if it withdraws, would have lost the war strategically. So he's not going to do that. Very simple. So there's basically the options available to him that he's actually going to take are, as Glenn put it, options, I think, number 1 and 3, which are escalate, which I think is the most likely outcome here. I think President Trump is likely going to escalate within the next week or two, or kind of maintain the blockade and try and suffocate the Iranian economy.
But if he escalates, Will, if he escalates, sorry to jump in, but if he escalates, the IRGC have already let it be known that if there's any escalation again in military strikes, they will launch a barrage again, and they've got still over 1,000 ballistic missiles reportedly. They will launch a barrage at their Gulf state neighbors, who are already feeling a very, very hard pinch from this, both economically and I think in terms of their alliances and in terms of their security and everything. The last thing they want, when they've already lost a lot of people who've gone home, who migrated there, tourism is obviously on its knees. If there's an escalation again, and that carries it through the summer, it's going to be absolutely devastating for the whole region. And everyone knows that because we've seen it already. So how does Trump escalate without the Iranians escalating in a way that just makes this even worse?
I think you have to do something like what you did at the beginning of Operation Epic Fury. I mean, there was all sorts of talk that tens of thousands of Americans would die. Well, I mean, Epic Fury started out and everybody said tens of thousands of Americans would die if we did something like that. Actually, we lost a total of 13, probably roughly the same amount we would have lost in normal peacetime military operations. I think the
60% is not weapons grade. I know.
United States military is extraordinarily capable in the event that we decide to escalate things and restart. we will do enormous damage to Iran's ability to threaten both either us or our Gulf Arab allies, and that will be the answer to your question.
You sound extremely optimistic about that, with no real reason to. I don't see the evidence that that would
I mean,
be
I think I have a lot of reason to be. The military
we were told this would all be over, Will, in 2 to 3
Midnight
weeks.
Hammer.
I remember being assured this would be over in 2 to 3 weeks. Then it was 6 weeks. We're now 3 months into this thing. They've launched barrage after barrage after barrage until they stopped barraging. And it didn't achieve any of the goals that were supposedly the goals of the war. So doing more barraging is fine. But all that will mean
that's just not true.
Well, it is true. Who controls the Strait of
Hormuz?
Hormuz?
Iranian military capability.
Who controls the Strait of Hormuz?
That was achieved in spades.
Yeah, but who controls the Strait of Hormuz?
Actually, I mean, the United States.
Oh, come off.
The problem is also Iran is threatening to harass shipping, but the United States actually does control the Strait of Hormuz because we have a navy and Iran does.
That's complete delusional nonsense. Of course they don't.
Well, then why can't Iran get its ships out?
Why can't the rest of the world get their tankers through unless it's approved by Iran?
Because they're not willing to take the risk of Iranian harassment. But that doesn't mean that they have meaningful control over the strait. They can harass.
Surely the people that control,
who actually has the ability to blockade,
actually control,
who can control what ships go in and out.
Well, you think America's controlling what ships are going in and out?
Maybe you're making an argument that the United States and Iran currently share control of the Strait of Hormuz.
Just to be clear, you think the United States is controlling access through the Strait of Hormuz right now?
Yeah, effectively, yeah.
That's complete nonsense.
They have a full blockade on all the Iranian ports.
We've almost reached the stage. I'm not singling you out for this, but we've almost reached the stage of Baghdad Bob. Old Comical Ali. You remember him? The guy in the Iraq War in 2003. He was literally standing there going, "There's no sign of the Americans," and they were literally blowing things up behind him. Right?
Yep. You've reached
why
can't Iran ship anything?
You're so desperate for this to be true.
Why can't the rest of the world, Will? Why can't the rest of the world? That's what he's asking you.
Again, I already explained that they're harassing it, but again, this is, I guess we're having a semantic debate about control, right?
Semantic.
Obviously, Iran still retains the ability to harass shipping, but they don't control it in the same way that the Americans do because they don't have boats.
But it's the crucial part of the whole thing. The Iranians have realized they can wage an asymmetric war involving controlling a small stretch of water, which is preventing a lot of the world's energy getting out.
Piers, you're saying asymmetric war.
Yes.
They are threatening terrorism. Right? I mean, this is like saying, hey,
well, not really. I don't think in this case. I think they are an appalling regime, very capable of propping up terror groups all over the Middle East.
Let me just play out the analogy here.
I would say that responding to attacks by the American and Israeli military, I wouldn't categorize Iran responding to that as terrorism, would you?
Well, I would. Hold on. I would, because
if you respond to the American...
Yeah, well, but... If you respond to
anyone can attack Iran in a war, but if they fight back, they're terrorists. Is that your argument?
No. Let me explain.
Yes.
No, let me explain. If they fire back at the United States, they are returning fire at us. That's not terrorism. That's a war, right? If they are threatening to blow up non-U.S. flagged, which they are, international ships, if they happen to pass by Iran, that is terrorism. And Piers, let me use an example. You wouldn't say that Al-Qaeda controls American airports because we all have to go through the TSA to be concerned about whether they might blow up.
Oh, my God. Then you might want to fucking take umbrage with some of the fucking lax TSA rules that just came from the Trump administration, but whatever, man.
Airplanes.
There's no terrorism. Come on, Clay. That is the most... That's the most torturous argument I think I've ever heard.
They are threatening
You're comparing the TSA to the Strait of Hormuz situation.
In the same way the TSA controls an airport, right? Because they make sure that there are no terrorists trying to kill people.
Right.
The United States blockade controls the Strait of Hormuz.
There isn't a blockade.
They are trying to keep
That's the whole point. They stopped the blockade after about 2 days because it wasn't working.
No, the blockade is there. Iran can't get their oil out.
But tankers are coming through. Tankers are coming through with Iran's permission. That's not a blockade, is it? But the tankers that are coming through are with Iran's permission, not America's. Where's the blockade?
Iranian oil is not going out unless the United States allows it. It's crazy that we allowed Iran to continue to pump even while we're bombing the country. We've allowed Iranian oil and gas to continue to be pumped. Well, right now, Piers, what they're running into is they don't have the capacity to store all the oil and gas in Iran, which is why their economy is in complete shambles.
Well, actually, I've read
their economy was already in complete shambles. The thing is, they were already prepared for this. That's the bitch. Like, they were already living in squalor. Like, you can't. It was kind of like that. Can it really get much worse?
I've read that is also a massive exaggeration of the reality.
This guy realizes we can check the real-time ship tracking data and military and oil vessels, right? No.
They can keep this.
No. That's why he considers himself an effective propagandist, but the problem is he is technically effective because most people don't look at that.
Going for months and months without any problem. I don't know. I'm just reading a lot of counter argument to that point, which has been a point made a lot. And I'm like, I'm not really sure that's true. Let me bring Buckley back in. I mean, Buckley, we're almost, I mean, in a way, the war has got asymmetric elements to it. This panel is now a completely asymmetric panel because you've got people who are wanting me to believe that America has full control of the Strait of Hormuz, that it's won the war militarily. So I'm not really sure what the problem is. How is it that the rest of the world's looking at this going, where's all our energy? Why are gas prices going through the roof? Why is gas price at the pump in America double where it was? If everything is as you guys are trying to sell it to me, and it's a bit of snake oil stuff going on here, then I don't know what the problem is.
It's
then the war's being won.
A cost.
I mean, why aren't the Iranians just handing over the uranium and we all go home? Buckley.
That's why Clay's TSA analogy actually was accurate in that TSA doesn't keep Americans safer. It's total absurd feeder. People are suffering as a result.
I hate that I have to defend
saying
TSA.
America decimated.
I'm a big fan of TSA, by the way.
A year and a half ago, and now we're at war because we're
maritime law may not be like uniform, but it's fairly absolute and exacting.
worried about them having nuclear capability.
Yeah, it tells me that you cannot pull me over because I'm traveling.
It's ridiculous. We don't have control of the Strait of Hormuz. That's just clearly obvious. By the way, if you're going to wear a red nose, Clay, I would say you should.
By the way, Mouse, I'm feeling a little bit better.
But instead, you should go to Kentucky, talk to some of your relatives, maybe buy some gas.
Appreciate your honesty earlier. Made me kind of rethink
district
things.
Or in Nashville, or buy a $5 gallon of milk for them. Let people seriously.
But honest question, I have a lot of family that lives in Kentucky.
That Trump made.
Why did they not vote for Massie?
They didn't. They were completely deluged with foreign money. They were.
Okay,
yes,
so
Trump
you think the people?
I am not a part of a corporation. I was not conducting commerce.
I was just saying. Let me go back. Actually, let me ask.
Dude, we are getting good at this.
This question. You said that the money didn't
Who's
have
ordering the license plate? Let's go.
In effect, this was to introduce an unknown candidate, Gowron, to the electorate. On the fact
who's
that
producing real-time content for PepTalks.
All his constituents sheep wouldn't actually debate Massie and said he was for a draft. What else is what's the entirety of Gowron's policies? What's his policy platform that $33 million actually conveyed to the voters?
It's a fair question.
There's no shame in burnout. It's easier to take
the people of Kentucky's 4th congressional district
I appreciate
to pick the person that they think best represents their interests.
Thank you.
They believe, whether you agree or disagree with it, they believe that President Trump represents their interest better than Thomas Massie, and anyone that Trump endorsed, I believe, would have beaten Thomas Massie, just like in Indiana and just like in Louisiana. Trump is the most popular politician in any of these congressional districts that are represented by Republicans.
But if that's the case,
hold on. Primary.
Saying you're wrong, but if that's the case, why is Trump's personal approval rating so bad? If he's that popular, how can he be also simultaneously so unpopular?
It's a good question, Piers, and I would ask you this. Trump is the most
riddle me this, Piers Morgan.
Popular politician in America right now. Who is a politician nationwide that has a higher approval rating than President Trump? I don't think
AOC actually does. Like, her personal approval rating is way higher than Trump's.
There is one. There's no Democrat.
Yes, there is. You just don't want to admit it.
That's more popular than Trump. I think there's just a lot of angry people in America. And maybe by the panel
host with the long hair, he looks so pretty. Oh, thanks, Carl.
There represents that pretty well. Whether you're a Democrat, whether you're a Republican, whether you're an independent, people are just angry. And if you want my theory on why that is, inflation went up so high I understand it. Every time I go
Still
through a
not good.
Chick-fil-A drive-through for my 3 boys, I have to pay over $50 for a fast food meal. That is lunacy.
Yeah, that's on Trump numbnuts.
Things cost way too much because inflation went to 9% under Biden.
That has nothing to do with where we're at today. God damn it, I hate these assholes. I really do. They're still playing this game where it was just like, this is still 2021. You know, when Biden started that war. Oops, he didn't start a war.
Biden. Affordability is by far the
Jesus Christ.
number one issue that people care about.
Not acknowledging COVID for Biden while simultaneously just being like, well, you know, you gotta give Trump some credit with the COVID slump.
And people haven't gotten used to how much everything skyrocketed in cost.
The problem is,
since all
okay,
the
but that's, you see,
disastrous decisions we made
okay, but the
during
problem
COVID.
is, you see, your red nose challenge, the risk, I think, to you in this, and I'm going to include Will in this because he's pretty well launched himself under the same horse, is that you are making a bet that Trump, the great deal maker, can extricate himself from this Iran war. And I'm not sure that he can. And I think the really interesting issue, which again brings it back to Israel, is that I think that Netanyahu is sensing that Trump wants to get out of this. And he wants him to do the opposite. He wants him to double and treble and quadruple down on the military side to try and destroy the regime, get the uranium and so on. So you're going to have competing national interests there. The more that Netanyahu is at war somewhere, and currently he's at war there and in Lebanon, the more he's at war, the more popular he gets within the confines of Israel. However, if you're Israeli, I would say to you, but your country becomes more unpopular around the world as a consequence. So where's the trade-off there? Buckley, what was interesting was that Will posted something that Ted Cruz clearly enjoyed because he reposted it, which is this, we've got a picture of it here, claiming that
Trump made gas so high. Trump. Everybody is feeling it and not exactly thrilled. Trump.
Massie's kiss of death.
Sitting there fucking celebrating the steady decline of America. Cool. And I'm not even talking about like your politics. I'm talking about just in general.
When he was
like, dude, our economy is like about to fucking fall off the cliff, but here you are just like, yeah, I love this guy.
On Tucker, your brother's podcast. What do you feel about that allegation?
I think it's an absurd claim. Tucker is a journalist who gave Massie an opportunity to articulate his principled stance on things. They've been consistent for the 12 years he's been in Congress. It's in line with the program that Donald Trump has been articulating for more than 10 years as well, and exactly what people expected when they voted Donald Trump into office. So I'd love to see some exit polling from Kentucky. I haven't seen it. I don't believe for a moment that what Will Chambers says is true.
So are you pretty convinced, Buckley, that it was the Israeli influence? It was the millions pumped in from the Israeli donors, and there was an Israeli component to why they wanted Massie to lose. It was because he was becoming ever more strident in his criticism of the Israeli government.
I think it's undeniable. Why else? What other rationale would there be for Miri Madelson, Paul Singer, and John Paulson and others?
Jesus, for Buckley Carlson, that wasn't as funny as I wanted it to be. For Buckley Carlson to actually come out and just be like calling out all of these politicians and donors that he was perfectly fine with while he was Trump's fucking speechwriter.
Others who've articulated their...
It is kind of jarring to be like, oh, wow, he did this like weird thing. Nobody cares about Biden, dude.
Loyalty lies with Israel.
Biden was brain dead? Yes, he was. He was, I mean, you could argue that he was like dead.
That they want more, Iran or Israel war.
But, yeah, your man ain't any better. Trump is also, brain dead.
By America, and they want more.
And so far, he did, dude, no pandemic, none of that. He's ruining the economy all by his lonesome. Hey, Lou Pinky, how you doing? Or Pinkney, or Pinkney. Okay, got it.
Funded. I don't know.
I have to. I just at that
would
one
just
point.
add
to the
Wait,
show.
I
Appreciate
just
you
have
being
that
here.
one point to this because it's driving me
If you have not already subbed to the channel and you're enjoying the content, please do.
insane. This narrative that he was mad at Thomas Massie because of the big
I swear to
beautiful.
God, sometimes I do feel like where I'm just like,
Look at the
"Please,
people who
fucking
Donald
do
Trump
it."
has waged war on, who were once his allies: Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Alex Jones. All of these people had no problem with the big beautiful bill. They all have one thing in common: they're infuriated in general about U.S. largesse going to Israel and anger.
I didn't have his problems, but he wasn't brain dead.
In particular, that Donald
What do you mean, Rick?
Trump with Benjamin Netanyahu started the war in Iran. That is what gets you on Trump's angry.
I don't know. I mean, I voted for Biden. I wasn't exactly happy with what happened, but he also wasn't the dude, I miss the boring days of Biden. I miss not knowing about his fucking poop tweets or any of that bullshit. Like, goddamn.
If you can criticize him,
I also kind of, I'm kind of like sitting here just like, oh God, now I actually I do kind of miss the end of the Biden economy because we're so much worse off right now. Weird. Hello from South
for his
Carolina.
subservience to Israel and for his and opposing the war in
Welcome
Iran,
in.
and that's what all of those people
Hello from
that
Chicago.
are now on his list of the evil
Not to mention
people.
Biden had this weird ego, which I just didn't understand why he had such an ego for what little he did.
That he wants to expel from MAGA have in common. It's not the big beautiful
The
bill.
forever politician.
It's Israel and the Iran war, and if we're being honest, that is the only conclusion possible.
Will, what's your response to that?
That's just not true, Glenn.
Except, can I respond to
With
this
such
just
slowly rotting hands, tiny rotten hands.
quickly?
Sure.
Trump wanted Massie out before he ever bombed Iran the first time. In June of 2025, James Blair, who is President Trump's top advisor, posted on Twitter, "I hope you enjoy your final term in Congress." There may be multiple reasons why Massie lost. The reason Trump wanted him out in
That was when they
particular
bombed Iran.
was
That was when they bombed Iran, Clay,
it was-
in June of
it was
2025.
It was before they bombed Iran. They wanted him out over the big, beautiful bill. They said, "You're gone." Israel was not even an issue at the point in time in 2025 when Trump said, "You're out." And so he does not like Thomas Massie.
That was when the Israel attacked Iran. That was a 12-day war.
He hasn't liked him for years. Look, I like Massie. The truth of the matter is Kentucky 4th Congressional District members, the voters, they like Trump more than they like Massie. And you can try to make as many different stories about this as you want.
You don't need to make stories about it. Massie was the guy that was pro getting the Epstein files out. Trump is the one that's actively burying the Epstein files. There's your fucking story.
But ultimately, the people of Kentucky.
By the way, guys, we'll be rating this space in about 20 minutes.
Kentucky's 4th want somebody who is going to support Trump.
And I will be conducting propaganda, and we got a special guest.
100% of the time. 90% is not enough for
Covering
that
a fun
district.
topic.
And as a result, Trump is more popular and Massie lost. Now, if Massie
By the way, if you guys haven't seen the Boys season finale,
has great arguments.
Spoiler alerts early on here.
I'd encourage him to run for president in 2028. Maybe the nation will respond better to his arguments. I love the marketplace
Sending
of
prayers
ideas.
up to your wife for healing. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
His career as a Kentucky
I'm not
politician,
a believer myself,
I think
but I
is
always
over.
appreciate your prayers. I really do.
It's just so funny when conservatives lose races.
How do you guys know that I don't hate I do not hate on people that practice religion. I hate on the religions and specifically like the control aspects of things, but if you guys need it and like you guys believe, I'm not going to shit on that.
It's because of George Soros money and because the media is all aligned against them and all these institutions are against them. When a conservative gets the way they want in an election, like Thomas Massie defeat, we go to third grade civics class and it's like a Jimmy Stewart movie. Oh,
Stacey,
the
who you
citizens of
talking about?
Kentucky listened to both sides and they evaluated who they like best. Every president commands a cult of personality. I watch Democrats start cheering
Your argument is that the people of Kentucky's 4th who voted for 10 points for Gallrein, which is really
Voted
just
for
an
Bernie in 2016, he had consistency of being a man of the people. Jessica Lopez, me too.
endorsement of Trump, aren't smart enough to vote in their own interest and made a poor choice.
My argument is that as conservatives constantly argue when they lose elections, a major factor in why people vote, who have full-time jobs, who are taking care of kids, who don't follow the news the way people like us do, who are paid to do it, that ads and all kinds of being bombarded with media stories,
people
all
of
these
Kentucky
things
are
affect
not
people's
smart
perceptions.
enough to make the right choice, in your opinion.
No, This is something that conservatives don't just say about people in Kentucky. People like you say this about everyone in the
Yeah, wait, Bernie. Yeah, I think he did have a heart attack now that I think about it.
country when you use
I've never
elections.
said that
Oh,
about
the
anybody.
media
Look,
tricked them.
the people
Oh,
of
you
Kentucky,
never-
I think, know President Trump pretty well at this point. And I think
wanna
they want
pretend this
somebody
is
in
like a
that
third grade-
district
you have a
that is
third
going to
grade
represent
civics-
him 100% of the time. They want
This is such
100%
it's
support,
really
and
like
that wasn't
I don't
Massie.
even think in a third grade civics class they would descend to this level
Third grade
where they
civics?
pretend that money
There
in
was no third
politics
grade
is a
civics.
non-issue,
Talking
that
about-
how many ads come
Well,
on
see,
the air to convince
I didn't
people
go to
that
public
things is a
school, so-
non-issue. This is moronic.
Nobody
This is
knew
moronic.
he was lying. He didn't have a single
Have a
Those
Christian
ads were
school.
about
name
demonizing
recognition, and
Massie.
he's running
Nobody
against
gives a
it in
shit about.
public.
I don't even know Galrun's name. He said the only thing he will do in Congress is whatever Trump tells him to. This had to do with demonizing Tom
Which is what
Massey
the people
through
of Kentucky
pro-Israel
support
money.
You know, I have a final question.
You agree with
listen,
me?
guys, we're running out of time. I have a final question, which is that Donald Trump openly admitted he asked for a warm body that could beat Massie. And my question for you, Clay, is do you think that if it had been a cold body, literally a dead, cold body, could it have beaten Massie?
Well, I think Democrats elected a dead man in Pennsylvania recently. So, look, I think that President Trump could have picked any candidate that was a reasonable representative for Kentucky's 4th, and they would have beaten Massie because he's more popular than Massie is, and the people of Kentucky 4 want
Trump's little boy toy.
100% support for Trump.
Okay.
Trump knew it, and the voters proved it.
We've got to leave it there. I will note, though, that the YouGov latest running poll of most popular politicians in America, of those who are currently still active politicians, Bernie Sanders is way more popular than Donald Trump. Elizabeth Warren is more popular than Donald Trump. Alexandria
I don't mind that at all,
Alexandria
Piers. That is not true.
Ocasio-Cortez is more popular. Zoran
And why aren't they
Mamdani
president?
is more popular
All they had to do was a Google search, you asshole.
than Donald
I don't believe it. It doesn't make me feel good. I don't believe it.
Trump.
That is not true.
So, well, I'm looking at it now. The YouGov most popular
you.
politicians in
They don't
America
know.
poll.
Most people in America don't know who Elizabeth Warren is. They don't know Mamdani.
Well,
I'm talking about nationwide political candidates.
If you are
that everybody-
denouncing the
the
rolling
nationwide
YouGov poll
political
of
candidates?
popularity on those grounds,
I'd say
that is
they
for
have
you to
no
do.
idea. YouGov
I
has
trust
no
election
idea what they're
results.
talking about, Piers.
What are you basing your claim on then that Trump is the most popular president? I thought it was polling data. He showed you polling
Exactly.
data. Like, I gotta go.
Good one.
But
You
no,
did say all the
person,
polls show
the vast
that Donald
majority
Trump's
of
the most
Americans
popular.
don't
Yeah,
even know
yeah,
who
you said
Mamdani
that.
is.
So when you said all the
If you don't
polls,
use polling
when you
data,
said
what's
he's
your
the most
basis?
popular guy polled in America, and
Hey,
then we
what's
said,
up,
but
Lip Fam?
actually in all the
How you
polls
doing?
he's not. You said, well, the polls
see ya.
are liars. So those things
I'm
can't be
saying,
true.
Piers, just an
Welcome to
easy
stream.
question
Hey,
for you.
by the way, Lip Fam,
What percentage of
we're
Americans
gonna
do
be
you
on this
think
space
even
here in a
know
little bit.
Mamdani? Would
Make sure you
recognize
follow
him
me
in a
over
photo?
to the
100%
Twitch.
know Trump.
Focus on Bernie.
60%
Bernie is more popular than
40%.
Trump.
This
Everybody
space.
knows Bernie Sanders. Focus on Bernie Sanders.
then why is
He's
he
more popular
president?
than Trump.
Then why isn't Bernie president? Why can't he even get the Democrat nomination?
You know what? Maybe he will be. That'll be another debate. Guys, I've got to leave it there. Thank you all very much indeed. 3 people were killed in a suspected terror attack at San Diego's biggest mosque on Monday. The 2 teenage suspects were found dead nearby with self-inflicted gunshot wounds. Both are said to be Nazi sympathizers, and the FBI is treating it as a hate crime. Many have been quick to draw a direct line between this attack and rising anti-Muslim rhetoric in public life. Republicans in Congress held a meeting on Sharia law just days earlier. Congressman Andy Ogles recently said that Muslims don't belong in American society, while Congressman Randy Fine said he prefers dogs. And the case for the defense was not helped this week by Laura Loomer, a confidant of the US president, who posted that people who go to the mosque want everyone killed. Well, joining me now is Mehdi Hassan, founder of Theo. Mehdi, welcome back to Uncensored.
Thanks for having me, Piers. I wish it wasn't under these circumstances.
Yeah, well, me too. There's been a lot of debate, obviously, about anti-Jewish rhetoric and the impacts of that, and incidents, awful incidents in the UK and other places about that. Here we have an attack which appears to have been motivated by a hatred of Muslims and Islam. Do you think it's getting the attention it would get had it been an attack on Jews, for example?
It's a provocative question, Piers. I expect nothing less from you. I'll get in trouble whatever I say. But look, I think that the attacks on synagogues and mosques that we've seen recently are both horrific. Does one group get more coverage than the other? Yes. I don't want to play that as some kind of, it's not that I'm saying that Jewish victims of hate crime should get less coverage, but clearly Muslims are treated as second-class citizens in this country, not just by Republican right-wing politicians like the ones you named, and I can name many more, who have said viciously
Benzo Scarlet, as MAGA continues to slink back into their slimy holes, they need to know many of us will not forget. I may one day forgive MAGA if they can prove to me they've learned empathy and aren't bigots.
Muslim things, but by the media, by liberal media, by
what's Benzo? So what's your take on like somebody that just voted for Trump that completely regrets it? Do you accept them?
The Democratic Party, by ordinary Americans, and that's a reality.
Also, if you haven't already done the stuff.
And I think that's the case in the UK as well, Piers, where we just had this rally against Muslims in London, which I know you've covered on your show. And we haven't seen the political establishment come down on that rally in the way they would if Tommy Robinson was saying things about Jews and Judaism in the way he does about Muslims and Islam. I hope we can agree that, unfortunately, Islamophobia has been mainstreamed in America and the UK in a way that, thankfully, anti-Semitism still hasn't, although there has been an alarming rise in anti-Semitism across the political spectrum. On the subject specificity of the mosque and the shooters, you mentioned anti-Muslim. I just want to add here, if you look at the alleged manifestos from these two kids, these two
I'm going to find a good stopping point, and then we're going to watch the rest of this.
Carry out this murder, this terrorist
possibly
attack.
tonight.
If you look at the
manifesto,
manifesto, they're anti-Semitic and Islamophobic. The manifesto has horrific stuff in there about Jews and about Islam as well. So
no mercy. MAGA's going to elect Donald Trump. Well, I mean, here's the thing, numbnuts. If he goes into 2028, there is no election. Do you understand electoral politics in America, or are you just one of those idiots that's just like, you lead with the fifis, and you're just like, oh, look at these libs. They're going to get so mad. I'm going to say Trump 2028 because they know things about the Constitution, and their knowledge makes them bitter about it. Look at them seethe. Look at him seethe.
So, Jonathan Friedland and I wrote a joint piece.
Look at this guy seethe about Donald Trump. Cry harder, libs.
Almost a decade ago.
It's the same shit with all you fuckers.
Pointing out the people who tend to be anti-Semitic also tend
It's kind of ironic how little personality all of you have because you're all the same.
To be Islamophobic and vice versa. They're two sides of the same coin.
Complain about blue hairs all you want. Fucking red hats all fucking day.
Yeah, I actually bumped into Jonathan
Jesus
Friedland.
Christ, you're literally all the same person.
Arsenal game the other night, randomly. I would like to have known that. It's a fascinating part of this. So what does that tell you? That extremism of all kinds eventually kind of meets in terms of a lot of the ideology?
I'm more talking about the people who are still maggots even now. I still have trouble trusting people who were so easily duped. I unfortunately am not very trusting. You are not a very trusting individual.
Well, I think with a specific type of extremism, which is white nationalists.
I'd argue it's better to be untrusting than just completely
and this is why
trusting.
People like myself have been very careful. I got attacked
Spirit
recently
science? No, I have not.
for being skeptical of the left getting into bed with MTG and Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, precisely for the reason that
sometimes
a lot of
lefties
admire those people now because they're criticizing Israel. And I worry that how much of that is driven by criticism of Israel, how much by anti-Semitism, how much will Muslims be on the receiving end of the hate once, quote unquote, they're done
HR
with
resolution
another community.
29
And I just think minority
passes.
communities need to stick together.
You understand
right now
that needs like a fucking like supermajority because that's changing the Constitution. Do you not know what a supermajority is?
Right.
I mean, there's no cope in here. We just understand how the laws work.
Hate all of us. The people who
again, you can try to fearmonger all you want, but at that point, that's what we call a constitutional crisis, which, yeah, even the Supreme Court doesn't really tend to fuck with.
Claim to be white Christian nationalists and who want this country to be a white Christian nation. They don't want any of us.
If you're cool with that, then are you actually truly an American? Seems like you kind of hate the Constitution. That's none of my business.
Here, Jews or Muslims. And it's interesting to read this manifesto, depressing.
It's almost like you're everything that the left claims you guys are, a bunch of fascist fucks that don't actually care about the laws and the Constitution or any of that.
And see these two kids who were clearly radicalized, red-pilled online. They're kids, for God's sake. They got radicalized online, clearly. They turn up wearing Nazi symbols and SS symbols.
Riverboat Jack.
Yeah, the manifesto, and I don't know how authenticated it's been, but this is the manifestos that are attributed to them online, suggests that they hated Jews and Muslims.
So yes, and Hey, Sminty, look up how many people need to vote on that. Then get back to me.
Is it necessarily then a political issue?
It's not a simple majority, you idiot.
You know, you would, as you have
a fucking constitutional amendment
done, you said that.
Oh my God, you're fucking retarded. I'm just gonna use the word.
A lot of the rhetoric that comes from
you.
these Republican, hard right conservatives.
Every once in a while, I try. I actually even tried to pad that.
The mood, but
holy crap!
Are those two things consistent?
So confident
because
in
obviously
you're just like, just look it up, idiot.
Being anti-Semitic.
I think they are consistent. No, I think they are consistent because it's all about what atmosphere you create in this country. And there's no denying the fact that since Donald Trump came on the scene in 2015, we now have an atmosphere in this country that is more hate-filled, with more hate crimes, more political violence.
But there's also, but many on that,
more violent, more divisive atmosphere.
Right, but in 2025, there was more violence from the far.
Sminty not knowing how amendments are made is wild. If the Constitution could be so easily amended, then we wouldn't need laws. Yep.
Our left.
See y'all in 5 minutes.
For the first time in a long time. And I found it incredibly
Well, the crucial statement is...
Well, I'm going to the right part of this, but on the left, what I found...
Come catch me in Devil's Advocate on this space coming up. Going to have a fun little
increasingly disturbing to watch is the kind of callous inhumanity that a lot on the left show themselves to have when you look at, like, the murder of Charlie.
You look like you give slightly above average hugs. That's fair. That's actually very fair.
Kirk, for example.
Although I've been told when I actually give a good hug that, like, I'm one of the best, but, like, I'm also not a hugger. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's trauma. I don't know what it is, but, like, I got that thing where, like, when I have, like a person that's a big hugger that's just like, I'm giving you a hug, it's just like, fine.
Example. Or
a lot of side hugs with me, you know?
The healthcare executive. You know, I saw the front page of the New York Post yesterday. With
I like
these
to get, my favorite is the
women, young women, whose brains were so warped. So they just want to be celebrating the cold-blooded murder of a father and husband in the streets of New York.
All right, so this is where I am going to call it for this. What the fuck? This is the second time that this has happened. Okay. It kind of explains why my OBS has been all messed up today. Alrighty. So, if you guys have not already followed over on this space, if you guys don't know what this space is, it's a leftist collaborative, man. Like, it's so cool. So, it's a bunch of different content creators that identify as leftists, but we're all different. We have all different types of content, you know? I would argue that I do very different content than anybody else there, but that's because we're all different. Hey, but we're all different in a good way. So come check us out on this space. If you guys do want to check out the show, it's going to raid right into the show. Just click the raid button. It will show up as I'm ending stream. Smitty, nobody actually cares. Dude, it's kind of funny watching you not get the reaction that you want. So I do kind of find that fun. But like I said, guys, we're about to go right over there. I do appreciate y'all hanging out. If you have not already, like and subscribe. I can't tell you how much it helps all of us smaller creators. So please do so. Christian Ross, thank you for being here. I'm sorry that I am literally about to cross over and do my other show on this space, but follow us over there. The prompt will show up here in just 1 second. Like I said, I will see you guys over there. Also, I will likely be live tomorrow, later show, so look out for that. Keep your notification bell on, and yeah, thank you for being here today. I will catch you guys on the next one.
Who the heck is PepTalks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. PepTalks. 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 Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. PepTalks. PepTalks. Who the heck is PepTalk? They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.